Council, please come to order. Good morning, everyone. We are continuing our discussion on D2, and we're in the middle of our presentation. We have Mr. Brannon to start us off. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. I have 3 slides left, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Downs, and he'll walk you through his portion of the document, which dealt with the community and social impacts of the program. In section 6.94, there's a discussion of the low interest loan program that was implemented as part of the crab rationalization program. And those loans may be used to purchase quota and make certain changes to upgrade vessels, as long as it's not substantially increasing harvest capacity. During the fiscal years 2011 through 2023, there were 18 loans for a total of $5.7 million taken out for an average of about $317,000 per loan application. So the program has been used. It hasn't been used a lot, and there's been less activity recently, again, because I think of the uncertainty in the program. Data collection was another objective of this program. There's been the annual crab economic data reports that have been implemented as part of the program that are a mandatory census of detailed cost and revenue and ownership information, as well as employment and information collected from processors and registered crab receivers. I did note that the EDR program data has been used extensively throughout this review, as well as past reviews of the program. It's been used in the economic safe that's reported annually. There's a lot of information in that document is derived from the crab EDR data. And the implementation of that program is a primary reason that we typically don't have any additional data, requests for data, extensive requests for data as part of these program reviews. And as you'll recall, going through the slide presentation yesterday, there were a lot of additional data collection projects that were undertaken as a result of the CRAP program, especially those in collaboration with industry, where industry has helped support certain data collections that have improved data collection overall, as well as the implementation of the logbook program at the beginning of when the program was implemented, which has greatly improved data collection and data availability. Another very important aspect of the program was the reduction of occupational loss of life in the crab fishery. During the 1990s, there were 73 BSAI crab fishery crew members who died in vessel disasters, falls overboard, or onboard injuries. This was the most dangerous commercial fishery in the US during that time period. Since the crab rationalization program was put in place, there were 6 fatalities reported. Since the last program review, there were 6 fatalities reported in the fishing vessel Destination, sinking during February of 2017. And there are 5 crew members who lost their life due to the sinking of the Scandies Rose in December 31st, 2019. Those deaths were attributed to the cod fishery because they were on their way to the cod fishing grounds and not on their way to crab fishing. They were a crab boat. I would note that in the document, I'm going to need to update this section. It wasn't very clear what I drafted in this section using the NIOSH data, and I will be updating the document to include the information presented as it's presented here in the slide. I think we've lost our overhead. But okay. One thing that we did not include in addition to loss of life was the injuries that occurred in the crab fishery. That information was reported in a 10-year review, but that was a fairly extensive study done by members of the Coast Guard, NIOSH, that could not be redone during this process, during the time that they had and the available staff that they had. And so that data isn't typically routinely collected. as part of their normal activities. And it was a special effort that they made last time that we were unable to duplicate this time. With that, Madam Chair, if there are no questions on my sections, I will turn it over to Dr. Downs.
I'm not seeing any questions at this point. Thank you. Dr. Downs.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Mike Downs, Whistler Research, and I'm going to walk you through the section on community and social impacts. And this is under the heading, the program objective to address the social and economic concerns of communities. There were three primary program elements that were designed to function as community protection measures. There were regional landing designations, the right of first refusal, or ROFR, and community development, CDQ, and ADAC community allocations. One thing that we included in this based on council, AP, and public input was incorporating key elements of a social impact assessment in addition to what had been proposed in the work plan. And the focus of this section is really on what has changed since the 10-year program review and outcomes relative to program elements that were designed or have functioned as community protection measures. So it's a more concise and circumspect analysis than in the 10 or the 5-year reviews. Another thing that was added since the work plan, based again on public input, was there's now a section on the regulatory context of this analysis that covers the relevant national standards, the executive order on environmental justice, a little bit about the process of tribal consultation and collaboration, other recent executive orders, and the NOAA fisheries equity and environmental justice strategy. You are not judging the program review against these standards explicitly at this time, but these are, if you choose to make changes to the program going forward, this would be the context within which those changes would be evaluated. So to get into some of the findings, there's a section on fishery community engagement and dependency that's directly related to National Standard 8. And we looked at changes in the distribution of catcher vessels, both within Alaska and then across all geographies. And within Alaska, consolidation was obviously anticipated because part of the program, the goal of the program was to reduce excess capacity both on the harvesting and processing side. But what's become obvious in the last few years is with the consolidation of catcher vessels within Alaska, those have consolidated into fewer communities, into larger communities, and into communities that are found within a relatively narrow geography. And specifically, the communities that are still engaged in the fishery through local ownership of catcher vessels, there are currently 5 communities left. Anchorage and Wasilla in the Anchorage metropolitan area, Homer and Soldovia in the Kenai Peninsula Borough, and Kodiak here in the Kodiak Island Borough. And in addition to that sort of consolidation among those fewer, larger, and more narrowly distributed communities, I would note that no community that has seen local vessels exit the crab fishery have subsequently seen those same vessels come back into the crab fishery or other local vessels enter the crab fishery. So it's been kind of a one-way door. And in communities where there was relatively low participation to begin with, those communities have typically lost engagement of their vessels. In terms of the distribution of catcher vessels across all geographies, the pattern is similar to what you saw at the 10-year review. Alaska's roughly 27%. Washington remains the center of gravity at close to 60% of vessels, and Oregon and other states to lesser degrees. In terms of distribution of processors, which Mr. Brandon talked about quite a bit yesterday, he noted the trend of decline in number of processors over time. The number of engaged shore-based processors have been stable in 2016 through 2022 in a few communities: Unalaska, Dutch Harbor, Acatan, King Cove, and St. Paul, with the latter three single processor communities, except for one fewer processor was operating in Unalaska, Dutch Harbor in 2022. The number of shore-based processors engaged in the program fisheries have varied from 0 to 2 in Kodiak and in ADAC. So the sustained participation has been more episodic in those communities. And one trend that I would note, which we'll come back to in a later slide, is inshore stationary floating processors have all but exited the fishery over the years covered, most recent years covered by this review, 2016 through 2022, except one floater operating off of St. Paul in 2020 during COVID, and then again in 2022. One of the elements, community protection elements that I mentioned earlier, was the right of first refusal. And that was a program element designed to, if not prevent, slow the spread of consolidation of processing quota between communities. And there were, you'll recall, there were 9 eligible crab communities at the beginning of the program that qualified for this protection. And those communities were originally established based on, during the qualifying period, those communities saw approximately 3% or more of total processing occur locally. And each of those communities, those 9 communities, have designated an eligible crab community entity or organization, it's termed in some cases, that can exercise that right of first refusal for when processing quota share may be otherwise exiting the community. And those entities sometimes represent more than one community. So there's 5 entities for the 9 communities. 2 of those are CDQ groups and 3 are other nonprofits. ADAC is the only eligible crab community that does not have right of first refusal rights. And we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But in terms of trends, and this gets to something that Ms. Kimball was asking about yesterday, in terms of things working out differently for different communities, in terms of the efficacy of these community protection measures, PQS has moved between communities through intra-company transfers. Those weren't subject to the right of first refusal. So if your community happens to be one where there has a processor that is part of a company that has processors in other communities, you may see that PQS transfer out of your community to one of those other communities if it's within the same corporate structure. So for example, the PQS that had a qualifying history earned in Falls Pass, that was earned on a floater that was owned by the same company that owned the shore plant in King Cove. The Falls Pass quota went to King Cove, and King Cove has seen no crab processing since the implementation of the program. So the program feature is functioning as designed, but that hasn't resulted in the same outcome in all communities. Some of the eligible crab communities, entities have acquired ownership or control of processing quota share due to some processors hitting ownership or use caps due to changes in their corporate structures, which has forced a divestiture of some of their processing quota share. And the eligible crab community organizations have picked those up. And in a couple of cases, processors made business decisions to sell PQS at some point, and those entities have picked up those quota share. But what I would emphasize is that the formal ROFR process has never been triggered under the program to date. But in every case where these entities, the community entities that hold the right of first refusal, where they have acquired quota, they have credited the existence of a right of first refusal to their ability to reach a satisfactory agreement with people that would otherwise be divesting of their quota. So it's functioned, but not through the formal process, I guess I would say. So it's met its intent. And the different eligible crab community organizations are differently positioned. Of those entities that are CDQ groups that have acquired processing quota, in all cases, in both cases, they have retained all the processing quota share they've acquired over time. In the other entities, one has acquired processing quota share and subsequently sold that share. That was in King Cove, where Alusha acquired quota share. And they found over time that it simply didn't pencil out economically for them to hold that quota share, given the debt service obligations and the return they were getting from the lease of that. So that quota was acquired by that local entity. After they had acquired it, the ownership of the processor changed hands so that when Alusha wanted to sell it, they could sell it back to the processor in the community and they wouldn't be over a cap because they had a different ownership structure. In one instance here in Kodiak, the Kodiak Fishery Development Association has acquired PQS and they've retained it. And in the third one, Unalaska Crab Inc., they waived a ROFR opportunity. It was for not a substantial number of shares. They waived that. Another community entity for a different community picked it up, and Unalaska Crab has never acquired PQS. I mentioned the trend of disappearance of inshore floating processors before. Of the 3 communities that earned their processing history, the eligible crab communities, who earned that history exclusively through inshore floating processors, St. George, St. George Falls Pass, and Port Moller, all quota has left those communities. Crab has not been processed in those communities since the implementation of the program. That is not to say that those communities were disadvantaged or didn't benefit equally from other aspects of the program. So for example, the quota that was earned in St. George was acquired largely by APICTA, which is the regional CDQ. And there have been programs designed for the benefit of St. George, for St. George, based on the quota that originally was from St. George. But they have not seen physical processing activity in the community with all the things that go along with that, generating potential business for support services, taxes, that sort of thing. Some processing quota has left on Alaska Dutch harbors. I mentioned through a waiver of ROFR rights, but that was not substantial compared to the amount of PQS held in that community otherwise. And then no processing quota to date has left the following eligible crab communities: St. Paul, Acatan, King Cove, and Kodiak. There's been no change in those communities. And we're going to talk a little bit more in detail about some of those cases, but just in terms of whether quota has left or not, it has not left those communities. And as I mentioned before, ADAC was the only eligible crab community not provided ROFR benefits, but they did receive under this program a direct allocation in the Western Golden King crab fishery and a West Regional designation for Western Golden King landings and processing. So they have received benefits outside of the ROFR process. The next major element was the CDQ and ADAC allocations. At the start of the program, CDQ allocations increased from 7.5% to 10% in all program fisheries except Western Aleutian Golden King. And I want to make clear, though, that the increase from 7.5 to 10% although beneficial for all the CDQ programs, that was not a part of the crab rationalization program. It was coincident with the crab rationalization program, because if you will recall, the program wasn't implemented through the normal council process. It was legislatively implemented. And as part of that same legislation, the CDQ increase was a part of that. So it's coincident with, but not actually a part of the program. ADAC did receive a 10% allocation in the fishery, as I mentioned, the golden king crab fishery. But in terms of, again, sort of how were things designed and how did they actually work out, ADAC, although they've benefited from that direct allocation and from the Western delivery measure, due to multiple factors, they have not received the full potential benefit of those program elements. And those are mostly due, if not exclusively due, to factors outside of the program. The processor has operated only intermittently in that community, and there's been multiple changes of ownership of that processor. So in terms of, did these program elements provide for the increasing the sustained participation of that community? It hasn't quite worked out the way that I think it was intended. One thing that is new in terms of the community footprint of participation in the fishery is in 2021, and this is described in some detail in your document, 35 Western Alaska tribal entities gained ownership interest in multiple LLCs that in turn, those LLCs owned quota, catcher vessel owner quota share. And these were not the CDQ groups that obtained this. It was not any community entity other than the tribe itself that acquired this relationship with this quota. And it marks the first entry of any tribal entity ownership interest in the crab rationalization program. So that is something new that we've seen. And this is described in detail in your document, and I can answer questions about it if you want, but it was a multi-party set of agreements that involved two CDQ groups, a willing seller of quota, and then when the CDQ groups couldn't acquire all that the seller wanted to sell without hitting their caps, the tribes were offered an opportunity to sort of buy in. So the CDQ groups were buying up and the tribal entities were buying in that same constellation of transactions. And there was a global closing of all of those that sort of happened simultaneously. In terms of the regionalization feature, the program created a North Landings processing region that helped provide for the sustained participation of St. Paul. It also indirectly helped foster the sustained participation of St. Paul and St. George in the small boat fleet halibut fishery. And the West region has helped ADAC work toward a greater participation in the fishery. But as we mentioned, that progress has been limited to date. There is an errata that I will fix in the next version of the document. I erroneously stated that an emergency exemption relief from regional delivery requirements had occurred in St. Paul. That's incorrect. It has occurred in the West region, not in the North region. So I will fix that. Apologies for that.
Dr. Downs, before you move on to that point, I don't recall in reading through the program review, but were you able to dig in a little bit more into those framework agreements? And you're highlighting some external factors, probably with regionalization. So an incredibly important community protection measure, but external factors that may limit the efficacy of achieving the objective under this program component. But the next layer of that is these framework agreements that kind of try to predict particular conditions by which regionalization would be exempted for a particular year, and additional components to protect community interests with compensatory landings or some type of monetary compensation. Were you able to look a little bit closer at that second layer involved in the regionalization to 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 see whether or not we were better able to meet the objectives with that additional layer?
Yeah, Madam Chair, sort of, I guess is the answer, in the sense of my understanding, and I'll have to look back at how this is stated in the document. I know it's in there, but I don't think it's very well developed, where there have been ice conditions in St. Paul, where there were the chance that that exemption would have been beneficial potentially, but in terms of the framework, it requires all parties to agree on those the compensatory deliveries, and that it is my understanding that that type of agreement has not been reached in the past, so that the way that the fleet and the co-ops have addressed the potential for that issue is that there is a focus on making the northern share deliveries early in the season, so that trying to get them in before the ice conditions worsen. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I think that's the process that has occurred. In the case of the West region, I think agreements were more easily reached because the plant simply wasn't open, and there wasn't floating processor capacity in the region to allow deliveries. So it was there was less. It was easier to come to an agreement.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate your answer. I think of all of these external factors outside of the control of whether or not we can meet our objectives. And this is a really, I think this double layer of kind of consideration under regionalization is a really unique component, one that we may, as we move forward with program modifications and designs, look at as an example. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I can elaborate on that, in terms of a second layer, one thing that I didn't mention before, and I'll probably mention this a little bit in another slide or two, and I'm pretty close to done, is that on the ROFR process, one of the challenges that has been expressed to me in talking to ROFA holders on this is that the sort of the framework of the ROFR agreements often, if not always to date, have included other assets and goods, so that, for example, if, let's say, a processor was going to be moving out of Kodiak here, the Kodiak Fishery Development Association doesn't have the resources, even if they wanted to buy the quota. If the quota is part of a package of other goods and assets being sold, they don't have the capacity to acquire a processor and much less run it. So that there's layers both on kind of like the regionalization end of thing and the ROFR end of things. So there's limitations on how effective these can be based on a number of factors depending on the particular element, I guess I'm trying to say.
Thank you. It looks like we have a question online. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Downs. I wanted to go back. I think it was a couple of slides ago, your review of, yes, tribal participation. in the fisheries. And as I was thinking through, I appreciated you presenting this information. And I was thinking back to your earlier presentation about, I think it was CVO ownership within Alaska and changes over the review time period. And, some of the conclusions in terms of CVO ownership sort of consolidating into fewer, larger Alaska communities at least. And, the council can get its takeaways from that. But this strikes me as so I guess I'm requesting you maybe help add some context around this. That CVO ownership, ultimately when you're doing those analyses, you're looking at an address of a company that owns quota. And so you have to make those kinds of conclusions that were in the earlier slide. But this slide makes it clear that given this particular transaction and 35 Alaska tribal entities gaining ownership into that CVO quota share, although it may not be reflected in that ownership field data that we look at for Petra vessel quota, I think a really important takeaway is that we need to keep that in mind as well, sort of that type of contextual information. And that is, again, marking the first entry of a tribal entity into CR program quota ownership. And so do I have that right? And is there any additional context you can help me with in terms of thinking about takeaways from the program?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yes, thank you for that question. In putting this slide presentation together, I may have done a disservice in not providing some of the detail that's in the document. One of the things that I think you were referring to is in previous program reviews, we had a problem where it looked like it was hard to see the CDQ ownership of quota because, as you mentioned, in most cases, we attribute quota ownership to a community based on ownership address. This time around, we were much better able to disaggregate CDQ ownership from other entity ownership of quota. And so in the tables where it has CDQ ownership listed, we've attributed the ownership not to a community based on ownership address, but to the CDQ group itself, not to an individual community. So for example, in a previous analysis, a PICTA ownership would have been attributed to Juneau, show up there, but now it just appears as a PICTA ownership, independent of a community, to reflect the reality that the benefit of that ownership is spread across the member communities of the particular CDQ organization. So that's, I guess, what I'm trying to say, and perhaps didn't do it well. There are several trends of change among the non-CDQ communities or tribal communities. What you see happening in Alaska is aggregation of quota towards fewer, larger, and sort of centrally located communities. At the same time, there is a trend of ownership toward CDQ groups, and now in this one set of transaction towards tribal communities. So thank you for pointing that out. I should have made that more clear in this presentation. And it is a fundamental change in patterns of ownership of quota. I would mention one other thing, that it's not as kind of large as either the tribal ownership or the CDQ ownership, but in the case of ATCA, you have ownership by an Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act village corporation of quota. And you'll in a different program, the Aleut Corporation obtained a directed fishery allocation for the Aleutian Islands pollock fishery for the benefit of ADAC. So though those represent two of the two Western Alaskan communities, you know, that have received West region type of benefits. And to my knowledge, ADCA is the only village corporation that has received quota or obtained quota under this program, and or in any program in the purview of the council. And the Aleut Corporation is the only regional corporation that has received an allocation in a fishery under the purview of this council. So the ownership is definitely diversifying in terms of different entities. And so that's a long-winded answer to your question, but thank you, because I think that's an important trend that needs to be highlighted.
Through the chair, yeah, I appreciate that. And no, yeah, no apology necessary. I was just thinking through this. It was just becoming clear to me as you were going through your presentation. And I appreciate the extra information on the actual entities. I think that was exactly what I was looking for. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Downs.
Thank you. And Dr. Downs, I think on the slide, you did mention that, and I think correctly so, that this ownership is independent of CDQ ownership. It's separate tribal entities, but in trying to understand the pathway that this occurred, is it correct that this was through CDQ facilitation of some sort? I think I read that in the report.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, I will try to be accurate without going into a great deal of detail where I might mess it up. But there was this set of transactions occurred when there was a willing seller who had received initial allocations of catcher vessel owner quota in the program. Those allocations, the CVO quota shares, were held in LLCs from the very beginning. Those LLCs were basically the initial holders of initial allocation. Those ownership structures have not changed. Those LLCs are still intact, and there was no single CDQ entity that could acquire all of that quota and not hit their ownership caps. BBEDC and Bristol Bay Economic Development Corporation and Coastal Villages Region Fund wanted to acquire as much quota as they could up to their cap, but there was a question of how do we conclude this transaction and get the sellers what they want, which was to exit the fishery and get rid of all of their quota in one fell swoop. And so the CDQ groups offered the amount over their quota thresholds, their quota ownership thresholds, to tribal entities in their region. And each tribe, each sovereign government, tribal government, made their own independent decision of whether they wanted to acquire ownership interest in one or more of these LLCs. And so the opportunity was presented to them through CDQ groups being involved in this transaction, which is why all of the tribal entities are in these CDQ regions and not in other areas. And, and I would emphasize you are correct that each sovereign tribal entity made their own decision. And in terms of the nuances of were the CDQ groups, did they help in terms of with financing and things like that? I don't know the nuances of that. But again, I would emphasize that they were independent decisions by those tribal entities, and not all the tribal entities that were offered that opted in. The vast majority of them did, but there were entities that there were tribal governments, a couple of them that in discussions with CDQ representatives, when I was trying to figure this out, I mean, they basically explained it to me as they had enough going on in those two, within those two tribes and other things they were involved with at the time that it just wasn't something they felt they could take on. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Dr. Downs. Yeah. I think we're ready to proceed.
Okay. So I think we already did that. One thing I am going to add to the next version of the document is I realized that if you're not steeped in this program, and we're talking about northern regions and western regions, and there's a northern Gulf of Alaska ROFR sweep up region, and so on. I'm going to put a map in like this to kind of identify those geographies and how those intersect with fishery management areas. And then this highlights the communities engaged in the fishery at time of initial allocation. And so that'll be added. In terms of the part of the document that provides a little context of communities, the communities, we incorporated by reference the extensive community characterizations that appeared in previous program reviews that were informed by ethnographic interviews in 7 of the 9, extensive ethnographic fieldwork in 7 of the 9 eligible crab communities previously. And to give you an idea of the structure of those communities and their demographics, we included, and this was something that was asked for during the work plan stage, the type of institutional summaries and demographic summaries that have appeared in recent SIAs. And then we kind of concluded with a snapshot of kind of for the different types of engagement, looking at which communities gained, which communities stayed neutral, which communities lost in terms of holdings, local processing, catcher vessels, and so on. So that, and then we mapped that same sort of thing using symbology to show which communities were still in and which were out. And my last slide is we also, in previous program reviews, had identified some other social and community considerations, including how did this program fit in with, especially in smaller communities and maybe one processor communities where folks engaged in commercial fisheries were dealing with natural fluctuation in you know, the different fisheries they may participate in, where some years you may want to concentrate on some fisheries and not on others, and how that fits into sort of a income and employment pluralism strategy and a diversification strategy that allows participation in subsistence, commercial fisheries, and other employment opportunities, and how the consolidation and some entry-level barriers may have made those strategies a bit more difficult. Didn't go a lot into that, but just mentioned those were things that were found in previous reviews. But a thing that I would emphasize that Mr. Brandon talked about before is that in some of these communities, we are seeing profound levels of uncertainty not previously experienced in the crab rationalization program era. In that, for example, King Cove, which has no longer has local vessels operating in the fishery. Their processing plant is closed this year. And I had mentioned that there was a change in ownership in the plant a few years ago. The original owners, or the sellers in that transaction, when they sold the name Peter Pan Seafoods and the plant and other assets to a new company, a different company, I'll call it the new Peter Pan Seafoods for the moment, they did not include the processing quota share in that transaction. The original owners hung on to that processing quota share. So that processing quota share was never part of a ROFA consideration because it didn't change hands. It wasn't sold. The new plant, the new owner, are the ones that purchased back the Aleutian held quota share. That plant, that quota share is now in the whole bankruptcy receivership context. Nothing has left that community yet, but the level of uncertainty for the local fleet is something unprecedented, basically, in this era of the program era where there was a lot of effort put into community stability. Similarly, not to the immediate degree that is being experienced in King Cove, in Acatan, the owner of that processing plant announced a while back that they were going to move to an Alaska Dutch harbor. That's now been put on, it's on indefinite hold based on fishery conditions. So Acatan's facing an uncertain future as well. Is that going to happen? Is that not going to happen? When is it going to happen? How is that going to affect us in the tax base and so on, along with the Aleutians East Borough? St. Paul is similarly experiencing kind of an existential moment with the crash of the collapse of the Bering Sea snow crab fishery, and that processor hasn't operated in the last several years. And there's nothing that indicates that that fishery is going to rebound in the next few years. So there's a level of uncertainty there that hasn't been seen before. So the bottom line, I think, is that most of the community protection measures functioned as designed. The outcomes have varied in communities based on the particular situation of those communities, multiple processor communities, single processor communities, and so on, especially on the ROFR end. But there's this new context of this program based on things external to the program that are profoundly affecting these communities. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Downs. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I don't think the expectation should be that you understand all of the agreements between, for instance, shoreside processors and communities during kind of a tumultuous time when everyone's trying to figure out how to stay viable. But my question is, I was looking at your table on slide 41, and you called out King Cove and St. Paul. If you'd done this table differently, maybe not on 2022, those boxes maybe wouldn't be green, or there'd be a different line in there. I'm wondering if it's possible in program reviews such as this, where we have really big changes, and I'm thinking on the processing and community side, where we have a program that's structured such that you can hold processing quota without any processing capability, no active plant, nothing. I think that's worked in some ways to allow communities or other entities to continue to have some benefit from the crab fishery. But I wonder if it's possible in program reviews, and I'm asking you as an analyst and also as an SSC member, I guess, to structure it such that we could understand, based on the program that we have, which components of all of the community protections are really working in the environment that we're in today, and which ones are maybe exacerbating problems that we didn't foresee when the program started 3 decades ago. Is that too much of a challenge to pull that out? Because I think that is very would be very helpful if the basis of a program review is to say, are we meeting our original objectives? But also, are there changes needed to react to the environment we're in now? And I think several of these community protection measures could be an example of that. Worked very well maybe originally and are maybe not working so well for the benefit of communities today. And I'm not looking for a long answer. It's really general over program reviews, but it seems like it'd be the most useful approach.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the SSC asked something similar in their report. And by design, the program reviews to date have been retrospective analyses. You're looking at, in this case, the previous 7 years. So in terms of what we can do is we certainly can highlight, and this is one of the things that the SSC asked for, was that in the latter years of this review, covered by this review, things had started to change a lot in the fisheries. Can we isolate sort of over the course of the program before these radical changes driven by climate change or whatever other externalities? Has the program worked one way, and then in this sort of stressor of the system of changes in the fisheries, have things that may have worked before not worked once the world has kind of changed? And yes, we can do that. And which elements sort of have worked well or not so well after that transition? Yes, we can do that. In terms of, maybe you didn't say this, maybe I just inferred it from what you were saying, is can we include suggestions for the future in terms of fixes for that? I think that is something that was kind of beyond what we were asked to do. But anyway, that's my answer.
Yes, thanks. And I was not suggesting that. Just that the basis of information could be then something that council takes to try to suggest what fixes or changes might be necessary in the current conditions. I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Downs.
And Madam Chair, I think in a more global context, I think this was a really good time to have a CRAP program review and a bad time to have a CRAP program review, because like EDR data stops in 2022. When did these major changes start occurring? Well, 2001 was a good year. 2002, it started going down, and we don't have those data to draw on yet. I think the next program review, which hopefully you'll find some bright young analysts to do, and not me, because I hope to be retired by then. Yeah, we'll be able to have this retrospective look back and provide a good deal of context on what's occurring here. It's just kind of, we're in this shoulder kind of season between, not having, we know this stuff is going on. We don't have the data in the system yet to be able to talk about it in a real comprehensive way. And so my 2 cents.
Thank you. And thank you both. And I hope this isn't too repetitive, and I'm guessing your answer is going to be very similar to how you answered Ms. Kimball's question, but just thinking of it just very, very slightly different way, and in the context of the climate change workshops that we had this week, I think future reviews, and this was done very, very well, looking at the specific components and their relative resiliency to climate change, changing ocean conditions, those that are more resilient, those that are kind of getting upended. We think of the cooperative structure provides a high degree of flexibility to really scale the size of the fishery and the operations to reduce tax situations. And then, on the other side of things, the arbitration process, which has always been quite controversial, but that promoting that equitable sharing of between the harvesting and processing sectors may, we may see, even more disparate views on that aspect of the program. So I think that'll be very informative in the how to triage potential changes, particularly when we're looking at community protection measures.
Yeah, and if I could add one thing too, I guess this is a follow-up and thinking about it a little bit more after I answered Ms. Kimball. There are things that happened in the data sort of right at the end of what we were looking at that, as an analyst, it's frustrating. It's like kind of walking out in the middle of a movie and not knowing how it ends. And one of the things that I had meant to say in this presentation was one thing that we've seen in the last year of the data, the 2023, 2024 data for quota shares is I was looking and trying to figure out what had changed and what had not changed. And I couldn't find some Eastern bearing tanner and Western bearing tanner quota. It just seems to have disappeared. And so I called up the processor involved, and it turns out that they withdrew their application for that quota because they didn't want to assume the liability that would have been incurred under the arbitration program. They didn't want to risk that because of the volatility in the market at that point. And so it's kind of like one of those things where things are changing. Is this an isolated incident? Is it something that is a trend or not? It's very difficult to tell what, like I say, is it a trend? Is it a one point in time thing, and so on? And so it's, as Daryl said, when somebody else looks at this later and see if that's the first of a trend or not, there's a lot going on.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions at this point.
The next portion of the presentation will be the National Marine Fisheries Service, Caleb Taylor, providing the management and enforcement issues section.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Caleb Taylor. I'm a fisheries management specialist with Sustainable Fisheries. Sitting next to me is Alicia Miller, Catch Share Branch Chief, also with Sustainable Fisheries. And then sitting back here is Brian Brown, Assistant Regional Administrator for RAM. So hopefully we can collectively be able to answer some of your questions. So I'll just go ahead and get started. So I'll be going over section 9 and 10 of the program review, but really wanted to start off with a few points before I get going. So first, an overview of the program monitoring and enforcement are included in the review, but since this information is largely similar to the previous review in 2017, I'm not going to go over it here for the sake of time. I will be giving an overview of management as well as the challenges faced in administering the program. And really, these are many of the issues we're currently working through. I just wanted to note that we're discussing them here as part of the review. I'll also give a brief overview of cost recovery, that's section 10, and then some clarifications that could be helpful are listed before I'll end with a quick summary. So just 12 slides here. Okay, so what's NOAA's role in the CR program management? So essentially, we're responsible for administration of the program, including issuing quota shares, share matching, processing applications, permits, administrative decisions, and rights to appeal notices, fisheries reports, and program overviews. The list is here in these bullet points. There are some other responsibilities that are mentioned in the report, enforcement, for example, but we'll just focus on administration for this discussion. RAM, so Restricted Access Management Division within the NOAA Alaska region, is primarily responsible for carrying out these duties, including, again, each of these bullet points. And I'd just like to note that there's a lot of behind the scenes work that's carried out by RAM to ensure this program runs as intended and quotas issued in a timely manner, all in conjunction with the other programs going on. And in reviewing this program, we wanted to highlight some of these challenges associated with this work that's occurred since the previous review. Again, just discussing them here as part of the review. Okay, so just a short list of the challenges I'll be discussing in more detail for the next few slides. Many of them can be traced back to the issue of an aging computer infrastructure that's been in place since the program was implemented in 2005, 2006. A few are derived from federal and state regulations conflicting with one another. Others are caused by changes that's occurred over time. And I'll just go ahead and get into it. So first up, the legacy computer infrastructure. So ALDERS, the Alaska Data Entry and Retrieval System that's been used since 2005. Well, it has technical limitations here in 2024 that are really compounding some administration difficulties. Many administration process challenges, downstream impacts, I'll go over derived from this fact. So first, externally, online tracking for quota share applicants. Industry participants are increasingly requesting online options to track C-share participation requirements, as well as application status for IFQ or IPQ. RAM has provided more options for online submission of applications and forms in recent years, but there's really still no method for quota shareholders to track application status or participation requirements online. And that's really a limitation of this computer infrastructure. Internally, on the flip side, it's difficult to track active participation requirements by RAM. So these must be verified, assessed, and tracked over time, and it's done on a case-by-case basis, which can be time-consuming. Changes to the application form through Amendment 54 could improve this tracking ability, but administration may remain burdensome due to manual review and verification by RAM through ALDERS. So with that, there is some good news. NIPS has been working on a new fisheries management and permitting application called the Integrated Fisheries Application, so IFA. It's been under construction since around 2022. I believe you've heard some updates from this in previous council meetings, but it will take some time, potentially years, to reach fruition and have an impact on the crab program. It is progressing, however. I just would like to note that here. Okay, so under collaborative management, NOAA and Fish and Game have roles meant to complement one another. And I'd like to note that I think that's still largely the case. Generally, they do. However, these are a few issues that are currently getting in the way of management process running smoothly. So first, these bullets on the left, season timing, reporting due dates, and timely IFQ issuance. Part of the collaborative nature of federal and state management means that while the fishing year is outlined in federal regulation, the state sets the fishing season dates. Occasionally, these dates can conflict with one another, and I have two examples in the report on this, really the Bering Sea snow crab example and then the Aleutian Islands golden king crab example. And these are just two, leading to delayed landings or reporting. For instance, if the Bering Sea snow crab fishery ends on May 31st, there's a state regulation allows a buffer period of 24 to 72 hours for crab to be landed due to, bad weather, things of that nature. If the X vessel volume and value reports are due on May 31st, then this could have some impacts on NIPS's responsibilities to administer cost recovery, as well as issuing annual CR program permits. And then on the other side here, mixed landing reporting. This is just another kind of confliction between state regulation and federal regulation. State regulation allows for vessels to retain a certain percentage of total landings of snow or tanner crab as incidental harvest when fishing for other CR tanner or snow crab species, even if they do not have associated IFQ for that species. So say they're directed fishing for snow crab, opilio, they can keep up to a certain percentage of bear dye or tanner crab as part of that catch, as incidental catch, even if they don't have associated IFQ for that. In contrast, federal regulation does not allow this practice, and there must be an associated IFQ permit or participation in a CDQ to land any crab. So there's really no IFQ permit for that species to be debited on, which could lead to an underassessment of cost recovery fees. It can be reported on the landing ticket, also known as the fish ticket, but again, it cannot be debited on an IFQ permit. And while that can lead to an underassessment of cost recovery fees, I think the issue here is it creates ambiguity for program compliance and enforcement. So say a fisherman could be compliant with state regulations and not be compliant with federal regulations. So I'll just leave it at that. Okay, moving on. So e-landings, correcting an IFQ or a landing report. So processors submit both landing reports and IFQ reports simultaneously through the interagency electronic reporting system, also known as e-landings. Generally, e-landings has been a great tool, in my opinion, and even has built-in error checking, as we discussed in the SSC. However, occasionally errors can be observed after report submittal regarding entered weight, area fished, or the registered crab receiver RCR number. If the landing report is incorrect, the submitter can simply edit that report directly in e-landings. It's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. They can just go in and correct it. However, if the IFQ report is incorrect, then the submitter must then edit the data by contacting and coordinating with OLE to be approved to do so. I know it's really hard to believe, but for some reason, people may not want to contact OLE and have failed to correct the IFQ report in the past. So whenever that occurs, whenever an individual corrects one of these reports but fails to correct the other, there's a resulting mismatch between the final landing report and the IFQ report. When that incorrect harvest information is in one of the reports, it could lead to inaccurate cost recovery billing. So just something we flagged in the review. Okay, so moving on, direct marketing, again, sort of related to registered crab receiver, but really volume and value reporting. So individuals holding B and C shares can apply for an RCR permit and sell catch directly to consumers as long as RCR requirements are followed. And there's sort of two issues here that we noted, and there's been increased from catcher vessels, increased interest from catcher vessels to direct market their catch in recent years. But current requirements for RCRs, particularly requirements for the crab monitoring program, may be difficult. Furthermore, federal regulation specifies reporting requirements for RCRs that are shoreside processors and stationary floating crab processors, but does not specify those for catcher vessels. Considering more catcher vessels may want to participate in this direct marketing in the future, this could be, let's see. The regulations really just weren't designed with this activity in mind, and there haven't been any reporting issues to date. I think that's important to note. It's just something that could be an issue in the future. Okay, so IFQ beneficiary provision. The regulation, part of it is in the slide here. An application for transfer of crab quota share corresponding IFQ or processing quota share corresponding IPQ from a surviving spouse or designated beneficiary of a deceased quota shareholder will be approved by the regional administrator for 3 calendar years following the date of the death of an individual. So, and that's the gist of it, really. And after the 3-year window is reached, the IFQ or IPQ will be redistributed throughout the remaining pool each crab fishing year. However, the provision is silent, one, regarding share participation requirements. So, where beneficiaries fall in that, as well as what happens after the 3-year window to quota share, as far as divesting of that quota share. Individuals can technically continue to hold on to their quota share, even if they're no longer issued IFQ. There's currently no incentive or enforcement mechanism for beneficiaries to relinquish or divest quota share after 3 calendar years. Okay, so just getting to section 10, cost recovery here, just a short overview. The MSA requires collection of fees from lap holders to cover the cost of management, data collection, analysis, and enforcement activities. The maximum amount applied for cost recovery is set at 3% of ex-vessel value of CR crab landed. So it's calculated from the total value of crab landings. And this is derived from data in the ex-vessel volume and value report. So I was mentioning that earlier. That's why it's important that those are accurate. Prior to the start of the crab fishing year, NIMS publishes the annual fee percentage in the Federal Register. This fee percentage is projected forward before management costs are finalized for the year. So any overpayment or underpayment is accounted for in the next year's fee percentage. And this is a known variable since the program began. And again, funds largely go towards management, data collection, and analysis. But it's noted in the annual, let's see, cost recovery report. So they're put out every year, that these funds are going towards the crab quota share loan program, as well as, again, management and enforcement, and not just the agency, also agency partners, so Fish and Game as well. So table 10.1 in the review has data from the beginning of the program. I'm just including the previous 2 years for this discussion. Note the fiscal year, total program cost, the amount collected from the fishery, and then on the far right column is the difference between the amount collected and the total program cost. Our total program cost exceeded the amount collected from the cost recovery program in the previous 2 years by over $1 million each year. So if this continues, it's worth noting that there could be budgetary trade-offs. Okay, so getting down to the last 2 slides, we anticipate there may be interest in initiating changes to the CR program. This slide really just identifies 2 potential future changes that could be helpful and one that's already been initiated. So regarding volume and value reporting, clarification for RCRs that operate as a catcher vessel, where those fit in as far as reporting, may resolve any ambiguity for fishermen direct marketing CR crab in the future, as well as any compliance issues. The Aleutian Island Golden King Crab season extension, the council's previously passed a motion to look at this, and this future council action could have substantive implications for NIMS that would need to be analyzed as part of that action, just worth noting again here. And then regarding the IFQ holder beneficiary provision, clarification regarding C-share participation requirements and or specifying what happens to quota share after that 3-year window is lapsed could improve administration of this provision now and into the future. And with that, I'll just leave these takeaways up here. So again, a lot of these issues are related to this aging computer infrastructure. We are working on that, but it's taking time. Each of these noted issues can add time or backlog to issuing IFQ or IPQ, as well as in general administration of the program. We identified several regulatory clarifications and then noted on current conditions for cost recovery. And just like to note, in the meantime, we'll continue doing our best. And that's all I have for you today. Happy to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I did have a question on this and on the cost recovery. Many of the kind of the challenges or the complexity in administering the program seem to be a rationale for how high the cost recovery fees are. And then we see this slide that says it's not going to cover it. How much do you think we would be lowering management costs or lowering administrative costs through this new financial, I don't even know what you called it, computer infrastructure that's underway? And you said it will take considerable time, but what is the timeline for that?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's a good question. We'll have Brian Brown with RAM come up here and answer. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Brian Brown. I'm the Assistant Regional Administrator for Restricted Access Management. Any answer I could provide on that would be purely speculative as far as potential cost savings going forward. We are aimed at improving process efficiencies in every area that we possibly can, which ultimately I believe would result in cost savings. But in essence now, the timeline is looking to be, as Caleb mentioned in his presentation, up to a few years out for seeing any process functionality that would affect the crab program. We're currently working on groundfish co-op administration, and then followed by IFQ halibut sablefish in next year. And then we plan to start tackling the crab program after that. So we're looking at approximately 2 to 3 years out, I would estimate at this point.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball, then Ms. Baker.
I guess I had a different question. I'm not sure if it's, maybe for Alicia, or maybe for Gretchen, and it's really, not related to the cost at all, but we did receive some, at least written testimony that there's some, I guess, ambiguity about whether when, in particular, you put in your IPQ application, whether you can, because you have to do that so early in the year, so many months before you know what the fishery TAC is. Is there a standard rule or application of the rule that would allow you to withdraw that application? Or are you in the loop and you must be starting share matching? I think I just needed some clarity on that, or some understanding about whether that's really applied differently in different cases.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. There's currently not clarity in the program rules as far as withdrawal of the applications are concerned. We do have the annual deadline for submission in order to receive the IPQ. However, there is some ambiguity regarding the withdrawal of those applications. From a puristic process standpoint, as long as we receive those withdrawals before the annual process occurs, in which the matching would occur resultingly, we see no process issue with the withdrawal, and that's the decision that Mr. Downs referenced was based on that.
And just on that point, before we move to Ms. Baker, Mr. Brown, the annual process starting, you don't mean the June 15th date. Do you mean the quota issuance for that specific fishery?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering, I think my question is for Mr. Taylor on the slide you just had up. I was wondering if you could please expand on the potential budgetary trade-offs for management and enforcement and that you were referring to.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I'll field this one. This is Alicia Miller, National Marine Fisheries Service. So what we're saying here on this slide about those budgetary trade-offs is that we have the responsibility to carry out all of the administrative tasks to administer these programs annually. And if we do not have cost recovery funds coming in that will cover those costs, then we'll have to figure out how to cover those costs using other funds available. And that could come at a trade-off to performing other tasks. That may mean delaying starting another project or delaying implementing a future council action until we have the funding and availability of staff or other budgetary considerations. It also means that when we are not able to fully reimburse all of the program costs, that is also absorbed by our enforcement and ADF&G partners. So each year in the cost recovery annual process, we collect the information about those program costs. And then once we've collected those funds, we reimburse our partner agencies. When there is a shortfall, meaning that we don't collect as much money as we spent in that previous year, then what we do is it's proportionally decreased to that reimbursement amount. So say we were able to recover 60% of the funds, then we reimburse our agency partners at a 60% rate. So that could have impacts to ADF&G as well as enforcement.
Thank you. And just quick follow-up. So my high level takeaway is that, I mean, that's about as much as you can say until the situation is actually incurred and you realize what you're facing. You're not really able to say how you would react.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just on that point, we are very close to having a picture for what the implications are for fiscal year 24. And this is a non-trivial issue. This is really substantial given the state of the crab fishery. So it's something we're struggling with and recognize as the team has indicated here that it has implications for other partners, for the state, for Office of Law Enforcement, et cetera.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Not seeing any further questions on this section. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that basically completes the entire presentation. I would note that attached to this PowerPoint presentation, there are some slides on the national standards. That was not included in the document, and I don't intend on walking through those because many of the points have already been covered in the presentation. But just noting that is something we intend to add on to the document when we finalize it. And it'll be a similar kind of format to this in a tabular form and just a short discussion of how the program has addressed each of the national standards. And with that, I'd like to thank all the contributors and authors for the program review. It's certainly a much better document than I could have done by myself, and I really appreciate all the help from everyone involved.
Thank you. Thank you for all of your work on this report and the presentation, and Dr. Downs. Mr. Taylor. Yep, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please let me know if this is in order, but we have already had our SSC report on this agenda item. And so I did have a couple of questions of staff about some SSC recommendations. Should I ask the question now, or would you prefer I wait till after public comment?
I think this works, Ms. Baker. If you're ready, we can give it a shot and see if staff need more time to think through and to reference the report, but let's give this a try.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brannon, I was looking back to the SSC recommendations for the crab rationalization program review document, and I just wanted to get your thoughts again, if you're ready or whenever that happens. I feel like some of those recommendations have essentially come up in your presentation and discussion with council members today. And I'm just wondering if I can get your brief feedback on that. I'm looking at the SSC recommendations on page 20 of the copy of the draft minutes that I have. And so there's a bulleted list of SSC recommendations there. And I'm thinking some of the exchanges you had with Ms. Kimball and the chair relative to some potential additional context that could be provided perhaps in this program review, but in future program reviews in terms of program elements and program functions versus some of these really large external factors, external shocks like climate change and like some of the market impacts that are happening. I feel like the SSC has really recommended something very similar in the first bullet, put key program elements in context with the program objectives and climate, environmental related instability, et cetera, and then another bullet further down, emphasize the unexpected nature of events like COVID and extreme climate events that led to the collapse of several fisheries and how it relates to the program structure. Am I sort of understanding those recommendations from the SSC and the way that you are, and similar to your responses to council members earlier, do you feel like that work could be done in response to those recommendations if the council were to request it?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, I do think we can do some additional kind of compiling and formatting of the information that's already in the document that addresses some of these questions. For example, the climate and environmental factors and how the program has been able to address those. You think about things that we've presented in the document, like Dr. Downs was talking about the St. Paul issue and the ice issues that have been realized to make deliveries in the past, and how the program has provided the flexibility to address those kinds of issues where it hasn't been as much of a challenge because of the timing of deliveries and things like that. There's also the issue of, I'm drawing a blank. I'm trying to remember what I told the SSC on this point when they brought it up. Do you remember? Just the climate, how we would address that. Anyway, I'm drawing a blank and I apologize. But I think there's some things that we can add to the document that are already in the document. We talk about these issues and try and put them more in one place, maybe in the executive summary or in the issues outside the control of the crab rationalization program, a couple of paragraphs that more thoroughly describe those kinds of issues. And that's one of the reasons I thought it was important to include that section of the document this time, because there are so many of these kinds of issues that are really outside the control of the program that have a huge influence on the program. And I thought it was important to bring those forward. But I think we can do, excuse me, a little bit better job of kind of synthesizing that information in more than one place, or in one place in the document, either in the executive summary or in that section on factors outside the control of the program.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you've given that some thought. A follow-up, Madam Chair. Have you been able to, or do you have any concerns about any of the SSC recommendations that you'd be able to share with us in terms of your ability to address those?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, the one bullet that we hadn't really thought that we would address that the SSC recommended was more of a review of the EDR program. Well, it's information collected as part of this crab rationalization program. I don't know that I or our team feels that the review of the EDR program is the appropriate place in this context. The council's had EDR issues and modifications to EDR, and you've looked at it more globally and holistically. I think if there's concerns or issues with the EDR program, it may be better to address those outside the context of the program review in whatever form that may be. But I think that's one of the SSC recommendations that we really didn't plan on addressing as part of our review.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. That's really helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Yes, Mr. Downs, or Dr. Downs.
Yeah, just, excuse me, one thing to add, I think, to Daryl's answer on the question about adaptations to things external to the program, including climate change. I think we've talked a little bit about that's kind of a multi-layered thing. One is not just looking at program elements, but looking at presence absence of the program. That, obviously when programs like this are put into place, it's not because things are going swimmingly in the fishery. There's challenges with overcapacity or what have you, safety and so on. And so it's one thing I think the SSC was at least implying they were asking for is not just looking at the individual program elements, but simply the existence of the program versus non-existence of the program. And how has that either enabled or impeded adaptation to changing circumstances. And then looking at specific elements of the program that, again, may have increased resilience or fostered adaptation versus impeding adaptation. And I think we can do that at least a kind of a general level. I don't think we can get into a lot of nuance on a lot of those issues, but yes, we can certainly add that. And I know one other thing, this is going a little bit beyond the question, but one thing that came up in public testimony that we're planning on adding is, I believe you're going to hear in public testimony, probably from Mr. Kelty a little bit later, about we focused a lot on the catcher vessel sector and the processors and those two sectors. But National Standard 8 also talks about fishery dependent businesses, support sector. And that is a whole that I think we're just going to do a little summary in terms of outcomes, because clearly communities like that around you and on Alaska Dutch Harbor are very differently situated in terms of fishery dependent businesses than say an Acatan. So we're going to add a little bit on that to kind of fill in the National Standard 8 compliance.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. So I think we have the PNCAC report and then our AP report. And reminder of any public wishing to sign up on D2, please do sign up before the end of the AP report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Marion, council staff. With me is Elizabeth Reed, who is a member of the Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee. The chair of the committee is traveling today. He's not available to give the report, so I'll give a brief overview of the report, and Elizabeth, who's a member, is also here if there's questions. So just a reminder that PNCAC was established by the council in 2003 to provide advice and recommendations on management measures for Bering Sea, Aleutian Island, King, and Tanner fisheries, both to the council and to the Board of Fisheries. The current membership consists of crab vessel owners, captains, and crab processors. The group meets 4 to 5 times a year to discuss and put forward recommendations on crab-related issues, both to the council and Board of Fisheries. So PNCAC met on May 22nd to discuss the current crab-related council agenda items, in particular this crab program review. The review had just posted just a few days prior to the meeting, so the group got a high-level overview of the contents from the authors and put forward the following motion. PNCAC supports the BSAI crab rationalization program and the benefits and flexibility it allows for involved harvesters, processors, and communities. The review is an important part of the process, and PNCAC appreciates the staff's help. The conversation around the motion was that PNCAC supports the exercise of a program review and thinks the program is working well, even with the difficulty the crab fisheries are more recently experiencing. Flexibility around the program has allowed the industry to survive, and the recent changes through Amendment 54 and 55 highlight the program's ability to adapt in this regard. So that is the PNCAC motion and the PNCAC report, and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reed, Ms. Marinan. Any questions on the PNCAC report? Seeing none, thank you. I think we're ready for the AP report.
morning, council members. Paul Wilkins for the record, advisory panel vice chair, and I believe we have Heather Mann, the other advisory panel vice chair, online.
I'm here. Thank you.
On agenda item D2, the advisory panel did take action and made three motions. Motion number one, the AP recommends that the council accept the Bering Sea Crab Rationalization Program review, and that motion passed 20-0. And I'll pause for questions between the motions.
Seeing none, please continue.
Motion number two, the AP recommends that the council initiate a discussion paper further evaluating the arbitration regulations in the Bering Sea Crab Rationalization Program to determine if changes could create additional transparency and predictability, reduce industry costs, and or respond to lower crab TACs. The discussion paper should separately analyze whether regulatory uncertainty exists related to the withdrawal of individual processor quota, IPQ, and individual fishing quota, IFQ applications prior to the issuance of processor quota share, PQS, and quota share QS. And that motion passed 20-0.
Looks like we have a question on this motion. Ms. Kimball?
Just a quick question about whether the AP just wanted to look at that very broadly, or I was going through the rationale quickly, whether there were specific pieces of the arbitration process that the AP identified for a focused look in the discussion paper. Otherwise, I would just be using like the first bullet in the rationale as the things that the AP were more focused on. Is that a good interpretation? Paul?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yeah, the first bullet in the rationale where there was sort of two parts to the concern about the arbitration. Number one is that the processors are not allowed to initiate the arbitration. That came up in the discussion, and that was part of the rationale to sort of have a look at that. And then the second part of the rationale was the baseball style arbitration, where there is really just a sort of a two different perspectives that come to the table, and then the arbitrator has to choose one, and there's no opportunity for mediation. And the maker of the motion and other AP members felt that that was something that was worth to taking a look at, especially since we sort of had that conversation with staff and internally, and there was the choice of using a baseball style arbitration was not clear in the intent of the program to AP members at the table.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Heather. I would just add, Ms. Kimball, that I think you'll hear direct comments about this in public testimony, and we were really clear it wasn't about a wholesale change to arbitration or removing it, and I think that's in the rationale as well. Thanks.
Thank you. And I did see a hand from Ms. Baker, but was your question answered?
It was, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, and then the AP also took another motion number 3, and that motion reads as follows. The AP recommends that the council initiate a discussion paper to consider the following changes to the crab rationalization program, and the bullets are in no particular order. The first bullet, revise eligibility requirements for receiving C shares through transfer either as a new entrant or a current C shares holder buying more to mirror the requirements recently implemented for holding or maintaining active participation requirements for C shares. Second bullet was to increase C share use caps. And then the third bullet was to relax sideboards in times of low quota or closed crab fisheries. And that motion passed 20-1.
See if there are any questions. And Mr. Wilkins, can you maybe, was there any discussion with the AP and the recent action that we passed at the council regarding seizure requirements and the distinctions between that and in this motion? Was there a discussion? Was it the previous, we're talking about new potential entrants in this motion relative to existing participants in the action that we just passed? Is that correct?
Madam Chair, yes, that's correct. The prior action, as I recall, covered only existing quota shareholders. And this was meant to sort of review the possibility of using those same newly passed requirements for creating eligibility for new quota share owners, and to sort of have an eligibility requirement that it mirrors so that they have the same eligibility requirement essentially.
Thank you for that clarification. And Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. I was trying to look through the rationale regarding the third bullet. Did the AP discuss which select sideboards they were interested in reviewing there that might provide what they're looking for? I'm not as familiar with the sideboards.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for the question. There was not a very specific discussion on that. It was noted by AP members, some AP members, that that there's potential for those participants to be involved in some of the Gulf of Alaska fisheries, and there was concern by some Gulf of Alaska participants about that. I'll leave it at that and see if Heather has any further elaboration.
Thanks, Madam Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. I would say that it would be fisheries, obviously, that aren't rationalized. There are many in the Gulf that would be available. There were concerns, though, about, sideboards are to protect fisheries from other people that are in rationalized fisheries. And so making sure relaxing those sideboards was looking for flexibility and opportunities for folks in the crab fishery when their fishery is closed or in times of low TAC that aren't necessarily taking away from other fishermen who are actively involved, if you will. So just looking for those potential niches where there's unutilized TAC or something like that the crab folks could take advantage of. And while several AP members did have concerns about bullet number 3, we all recognize that it was important to try to look for relief for these other boats that are businesses that are struggling. And so I think that kind of captures it. And we hoped it would come out in the analysis that it would actually identify which fisheries potentially and which sideboards would be appropriate, if any, to relax. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And building on that, I appreciate Ms. Mann's addition. So either Mr. Wilkins or Ms. Mann, did the AP sort of speak with staff about how that third bullet would be addressed in the discussion paper? So it sounds like staff would sort of have to determine what relaxed reasonably means and what low quota reasonably means. And so did you have those discussions at the table, or were you just generally making the requests for those types of determinations?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, my recollection is we did not have those conversations, and it was more of a general recommendation. Paul will correct me if I'm wrong.
My recollection, through the chair, my recollection matches up with Heather's. I will say too that this sort of all of these motions were in context of the climate scenarios workshop that we had the prior days, and a lot of discussion about flexibility and potential future uncertainty.
Thank you. Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins and Ms. Mann. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate the report.
Thank you. Have a good morning.
We are ready to transition to public testimony on D2. We will begin public testimony and likely take a mid-morning break somewhere around 10:15. So we have 10 people signed up. As a reminder, companies and individuals will have 3 minutes, associations and organizations 6. If you exceed your time, I'll offer you a friendly reminder and ask you for a concluding statement. We will begin with Daniel Foe and Jake Jacobson online, followed by Frank Kelty.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Daniel Foe. I am the General Counsel for the Bering Sea Arbitration Organization. I am hopefully joined by Jake Jacobson here as well.
I'm here.
Well, again, thank you for taking the time to hear us today. Bering Sea Arbitration Association is comprised of holders of unaffiliated A-share, quota share. And would like to comment on the motion in particular, as well as more generally the arbitration system and share matching. Among the overarching and fundamental purposes of the CRAB program is to ensure the maintenance of historical division of revenues to harvesters and processors in fisheries falling under the umbrella of the CRAB program. Share matching and arbitration at the core of the CRAB program represent the best means of ensuring the historical division of revenues is maintained. Comments issued in written form, as well as orally, by the North Pacific Crab Association have missed the forest for the trees in assessment of the arbitration system. The focus on the burdens created by share matching and arbitration ignore that each issue complained of is as a direct result of the creation of IPQs, which never existed prior to the CRAB program, which processors pushed hard to be included in the program. The share matching and arbitration system were created to offset the impact on harvesters created by the issuance of IPQs, the creation of which meant that harvesters could no longer seek the best price in an open and competitive market system. Before the introduction of IPQs, harvesters could sell to whichever processor set the best price. No longer being able to do so, share matching and the arbitration system combined ensure that IPQ holders do not simply price fix. In that consideration, it bears noting that 42% of all PQS shares are foreign owned. In fact, antitrust concerns are an important consideration in the adoption and design of the arbitration system. In addition to being designed to ensure the historical division of revenues, the arbitration system was specifically tailored to comply with antitrust concerns regarding the CRAB program raised by the Department of Justice. Both share matching and the arbitration system are designed to encourage cooperation between the harvesting and processing sectors. Bering Sea Arbitration Organization, the processor arbitration organizations must cooperate to implement the arbitration system. This cooperation has resulted in an efficiently functioning system, including ShareMatch.com. The current implementation of the arbitration system has been repeatedly upheld because it operates smoothly. The arbitration system accomplishes 4 different functions of the implementation of the CRAB program. First, it addresses the mutual commitment of uncommitted IFQ and IPQ. Second, it creates a mechanism to memorialize preseason commitments, the share match memorialization function. Third, it creates a mechanism to do unilateral matching. And finally, the ability to enter into a contract with contract arbitrators to use for negotiation and binding arbitration. Regulations implementing the arbitration system do not overly regulate the mutual commitment of uncommitted IFQ with IPQ. No regulation defines when a commitment occurs. Commitment simply occurs upon the agreement to commit the CRAB for a certain uncommitted IFQ with corresponding uncommitted IPQ. It can occur anytime prior to the start of the season. The implementing regulations distinguish commitment from negotiation or arbitration. Therefore, IPFQ and IPQ are committed even if the price or delivery terms are not agreed. Rather than serve as an unnecessary burden, the share matching process is functional and necessary for the operation of the CRAB program. The arbitration organizations have hired independent third-party data provider to manage commitments as IFQ and IPQ, and the disclosure of certain information, including uncommitted IPQ. Recognizing the need to identify uncommitted IPQ and memorialize mutual commitments, the arbitration organizations authorize a third-party data provider to create sharematch.com. As soon as practical after RAM's issuance of IFQ and IPQ, and prior to commitments of unilateral match, parties match during the mutual commitment period to memorialize their matches on ShareMatch. Because IFQ has been issued to harvesting cooperative at the time, arbitration quota shareholders and harvesting cooperatives memorialize the matches. Anytime 5 days after RAM issues IFQ and IPQ, holders of uncommitted arbitration IFQ may unilaterally commit with uncommitted IPQ. Those who have not been memorialized at the commitment memorialization function. Third-party data provider through sharematch.com also manages the unilateral match function. At the time of commencement of the unilateral match function, the IFQ has been issued and held in harvesting cooperatives. Purpose of the unilateral match function is to mitigate against the last man standing problem created by requiring matches between arbitration IFQ and IPQ. It's been commented that the last man standing has never occurred, but this is evidence that the unilateral match function works, not that it is unnecessary. Binding arbitration resolves disputes between matched IFQ and IPQ holders. The regulations initially anticipated preseason mediation and arbitrations before a contract arbitrator. That's never happened. Universally, both processors and harvesters have elected to engage in the lengthy season approach. And even whether or not to engage in the lengthy season approach can be arbitrated. The baseball style arbitration is designed to encourage the efficiency of the system. Oh, sorry, have I gone over?
I apologize. Yes, your timer's up. So if you have a concluding statement, and then we
Yes.
can any questions.
Absolutely. In brief, baseball arbitration ensures that both parties set reasonable expectations. Rather than ask for the best available price, you ask for what is most likely to be reasonable and match historical values. The cost of arbitration system is $107,000 around a year, which is 0.0022% of the total value of the fishery. So in sum, while the Bering Sea Arbitration Organization is certainly willing to consider some changes, eliminating the arbitration system or eliminating baseball arbitrations doesn't make sense. But we are willing to consider creative responses such as setting thresholds for rationalization, where the fishery be open until a certain threshold, or thresholds for regionalization, where there be no regionalization unless certain thresholds are met, thereby bringing open market in lean years, or replace the arbitration system with a price determination panel with processor, harvester, and independent representatives. You could set a preseason price and a post-season true-up. BSAO's members are willing to be cooperative and want to work with the processors, but they don't want to pay their costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I noted your last statements you provided in some written comments that we just received. I just want to clarify that those weren't submitted to the comment portal on the website. This is the only copy that we have. Is that correct? This printed copy?
That's correct. Sorry, and apologies for that. That was the comment was spurred after seeing other comments that had already been issued.
Okay, maybe we can provide that on a link for the public to have access to. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, and I'm trying to go through the written letter quickly. I guess I was interested in your last couple points. I don't think at least the AP motion or anyone's discussion here has contemplated removing the arbitration system, but I want to see if I understand your first bullet and your alternatives to that you're proposing or suggesting. And could you please explain that first bullet? Set thresholds for rationalization if thresholds are not met. Does that mean a TAC level threshold such that if the TAC level was low, then the arbitration system or that part of the process or the share matching would not occur? Any kind of additional explanation of that bullet would be helpful.
Yes, you hit the nail on the head. One of the principal complaints that's been made about the arbitration system that it's costly, and in low TAC years, the cost of the arbitration system is too much. So if you set a threshold at TAC over a certain threshold, the arbitration system would kick in, but under allowing the free market to dictate could help address that concern of the costs when there's low TAC.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Frank Kelty, followed by John Yanni.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Frank Kelty. I'm representing the city of Unalaska today. Just to start off with, Unalaska supports the AP motions that were brought forward. I've been personally heavily involved with the crab rationalization plan, 17, 20 years ago, and it took 2 or 3 years to get it together. But I represented Unalaska on the community part of the three-legged stool for many years. So this is a program that's near and dear to my heart. The city of Unalaska supports moving the review of this plan. It believes the program is working well. The main problem we have right now is a resource collapse for the major crab species. We've seen improvement in safety. As a longtime crab plant manager in Unalaska, I've seen some of the damage to boats and serious loss of life we had throughout my 35 years in the seafood industry in Unalaska. This was a major issue for me, and I think the rationalization of the crab fisheries has achieved a major improvement in safety. The plan is also important for slowing down the fishing. It allows harvesters time to move away from areas of non-target species to reduce bycatch. With rationalization, it is allowed for small directed crab fisheries to assist harvesters with an opportunity for some revenue during this time of the collapse that we have for most of our major crab stocks. The regionalization of the north and south regions has worked well, keeping historical crab landings in the communities of origin. And this was very important on the community end of things. And the right of first refusal allows the community to weigh in to keep shares in the community of origin as a viable option. Is Mr. Downs mentioned, Unalaska did not stop some transfers of very small amounts, like 2,000 pounds, one brailer of crab, I think once or twice, and it wasn't worth putting the ROFR in to try and stop it. It was just such a small amount. The eligible crab community organizations, the ECCO, that were organized for each of the communities, work with it. It's worked well for Unalaska. They meet 2 or 3 times a year, or if someone is proposing to do some kind of a transfer to another company and keep the crab shares, we still have to sign off on that. So we have the board meeting on Unalaska Inc., which is our ECCO. It's basically the board of directors is the mayor is the chairman, and the city council members are the members of the Unalaska Crab Inc. And it's worked well. And Mr. Downs covered my other last bullet point was on the a little bit more information on impacts to support sector businesses. And on Alaska, you know, we have a major transportation sector in our community with many 200-300 longshoremen. So we had a lot of, you know, with lack of crab, there was impacts to the movement of boxes of crab containers, fuel distributors, the marine support services throughout the community, the welders, hydraulic shops, electronics, all those things saw some impact. So I appreciate Mr. Down going to beef up that part of the plan. And with that, we're in support of moving this review forward. We just hope the resource rebounds as soon as possible so crab communities can benefit from the regionalization plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelty. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. John Yanni up next, followed by Shannon Carroll.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is John Yanni. I'm here testifying on behalf of the North Pacific Crab Association, which is the trade association of PQS holders under the crab rationalization program. We have members that hold PQS, processing quota share, that operate crab processing plants. And we also have a growing number of members who have purchased processing quota share that do not have processing plants. And that's a growing phenomenon under the crab program. Those are largely CDQ entities that have purchased processing quota share to protect their communities to have processing activity in the program. The problem for that entity is they have to find a primary processing company to process their crab. And that is becoming increasingly difficult under the program as the tax reduce and continue to reduce. So they have to find somebody to either lease their processing quota share, which happens rarely, or they have to find somebody who will custom process their PQS and charge them a custom processing fee. And as the program has continued into these low TAC levels, the costs of custom processing have skyrocketed, and it's a very difficult proposition for both primary processors and non-primary processors who hold PQS. We're here today to comment on the crab program review. We think the document is very thorough and very helpful for the council to watch and see how the crab program has proceeded. You know, it's interesting to watch, and I've been here since the start of rationalized programs, the council's addressing the processing sector. It's been a difficult road for the council, and we're grateful for being included. And we started with the halibut and sablefish program, where processors were not included at all. And we've seen the difficulties that that caused. We watched the American Fisheries Act and the council's management of that program, which is a cooperative program that includes processors, and the success of that program. The crab program, which is a hybrid of harvesting shares and processing shares, and community recognition and regionalization. And then finally, the recent ECOD trawl IFQ program, which granted harvesting shares to processors and included them in the formation of cooperatives. So with regard to the crab program, from the processor's perspective, we do believe that because of the low tax and no tax situations, that aspects of the program are becoming much more difficult for us to operate under. And we include that under the rubric of binding arbitration, but it's a number of different things that the council has heard that the document talked about. The structure of the program is difficult, it's costly, and it's hard for processors because of the way the share matching system works to predict what their costs will be, predict what their operations need to be. Under the share matching system, first of all, the allocation of quota is 100% IFQ to the harvesters, with 90% being Class A, 10% being B shares. The Class A shares then get to match with IPQ. So the processors receive less than 100%, and the B shares are not part of the binding arbitration system. But once the share matching occurs, the binding arbitration system requires the processor to perform under a commercial transaction. And if the processor does not perform, the harvesting side of the share match can take that processor to arbitration. It doesn't work the other way around unless there is what's called a performance contract. If there's a performance contract between the harvester and processor, and to my knowledge, there have not been any, and the harvester does not perform, then an arbitration can occur for that matter. But right now, the ability to trigger a binding arbitration is only a one-way street triggered by the harvester. We think that is something that the council should look at further and see if there's a way to provide flexibility to that relationship so that the processing quota shareholder has an equal footing with the harvesting quota shareholder. We also think that the baseball style is not appropriate anymore because it doesn't allow for an arbitrator to make a decision between the parties and to try to get the parties to settle on something that is reasonable between their positions. And we also think the fact that the regulations do not allow the contract arbiter to publish his or her opinion is restrictive and unfair, because those who are not involved in a particular arbitration have really no idea what comes from an arbitration, and it ought to be an open and transparent process. Those who have been involved in court decisions, mediations, the decision should be explained. You could certainly have a situation where there's confidential information that's shared in an arbitration that can be excised from the decision. But why the contract arbitrator made the decision he or she made should be public and allowed for everyone to see. So we think those aspects of the program ought to be looked at now and not wait for another 7-year CRAB program review. The processing sector is in precarious position, just like the harvesting sector, and we're hopeful that the council will take a look at that system and see if there are ways to provide flexibility in much the same way that the AP motion recommended. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yanni. I'll see if there are any questions for you. We'll go to Mr. Twite and then Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Yanni.
Morning.
I'm trying to understand a little bit better the importance of who can initiate arbitration. And so I have a pair of questions about that. One is just, can't the processors essentially initiate arbitration simply by making an offer that the harvester considers to be unreasonable, and therefore sort of put the harvester in a position of having to request arbitration?
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for that question. I mean, I've heard that raised. I think what we're here to do today, though, Mr. Twite and council, is to try to find a way to make the program work better. It's sort of a Machiavellian sort of, method to say, well, I want to get to arbitration, so I'll make an offer that's not reasonable and doesn't make sense So then that forces the other side of the equation to have to take me to arbitration. That seems, not prudent, number one, not, in furtherance of making the program work. I don't think we want to encourage a situation where one side to the transaction is thinking of, not serious ways to try to reach a commercial decision. We are in the processing sector trying to survive during these periods of low tax and high costs. And I don't think we want to encourage a methodology where we just throw out an offer that we know they won't like, and then they'll have to take us to arbitration. That doesn't make sense to me. It seems to me that it ought to be, at least we ought to look at potential opportunities to make the playing field a little bit level while still hoping that both sides to the equation. I mean, we have to work with harvesters and they have to work with us. And so I'm hoping that we wouldn't go down a path like that.
Thanks. And in answering that, I think you also answered my second question, which is just what is the importance around being able to initiate arbitration? But I think your answer pretty well got to that, but I think I'll throw it out anyway, just to see if there was any more dimension to that I might be missing. Yeah,
Thank you for that, Mr. Toy, through the chair. I just think that in these periods of uncertainty, each side is looking, as much as they can at what the economics of the fishery are going to be. And especially the communities that hold processing quota share. That's a dimension that is new to the program, newer to the program. And they're not engaged in, regular commercial activity in the seafood marketplace, but now they have to be, because they have these processing quota shares and they have to find a way to get them processed. And so when the regulations, force a commercial transaction to happen, that is when a PQ share matches with a Class A IFQ share, there ought to be equal tension on both sides. It's a harvester may decide not to process or not harvest. And if that were the case, the processor ought to have, or the PQS holder ought to have the same remedies the harvester has if the processor decides not to follow through on that match. And so recall that if the processor decides not to follow through on that match for whatever reason, the harvester has binding arbitration that he or she can trigger. It doesn't work the other way around, and it should.
Thank you. And any other questions? Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Shannon Carroll, and following Shannon Carroll, we will take our mid-morning break.
Good morning, Shannon Carroll on behalf of the council, on behalf of Trident Seafoods. I'm sorry to get in the way of your mid-morning break, but I'll try to be brief. I want to echo all of the comments made by Mr. Yanni earlier, and I'm testifying to add a few more nuances to it, but also to provide an individual company's perspective on sort of some of the risks and concerns that we have under arbitration. I want to first be clear, I'm not certainly asking to blow up the arbitration program or make wholesale changes to the price formula. I think I recognize that under the current program, a need for some sort of arbitration, particularly when there's required share matching and so forth. But I think there are fundamental changes that have occurred within the fishery that really warrant a look at whether or not the current arbitration program is working, whether there's some relatively minor tweaks that could be had. So I support the AP motion number 2 that really got to some of the issues. And I also think, just to step back one, in the context of the workshop that we just had, I think it's really fortunate that we're looking at the crab program, following up on that. One of the things that I heard consistently was what managers could do was provide stability in an era of instability. And right now, the arbitration program provides a lot of risk to our company. Risk is something that you can't plan for. And right now, we have a really hard time looking at the arbitration program, looking at low tax and the current management structure and understanding what our liability is. Dr. Downs noted that there was one company that withdrew their IPQ application last year, and that was Trident Seafoods. And that was because we, in a very volatile market, were not sure whether or not we could really manage that risk. And so our business decision to manage that risk was to withdraw our application. So the two examples given in the AP motion were for some small changes to the arbitration program. One was to require written decisions of the arbitration proceedings. And I think this in the long term would, one, be a cost savings benefit to the program. When we went through arbitration in 2021, 22, we had to hire a new arbiter. Both sides had to hire new lawyers that have never gone through the process. And it was a significant amount of work just to make sure all the parties were up to speed. From a business standpoint, there's a table in the analysis that shows the outcomes of all the different arbitrations. And I think processors have prevailed in 2 of the X number of cases, but we have no idea why we didn't prevail in the arbitration decision that we had. We don't know why other processors have consistently not prevailed. And so it's really hard to sort of understand what we could do differently in order to minimize that risk. And so building some sort of record of decision would really help, I think, all parties understand how to change their behavior to minimize that risk. I think it's also fair to look at the baseball style arbitration. I understand there were some, the rationale for including it was really focused around efficiency. It's 25 years or whatever we are into the program. I think it's fair to consider whether that's the, that singular factor should be driving the decision to have a pretty stark decision for the arbiter. And an adverse decision in arbitration can end up costing a processing company millions of dollars. So the fact that it's such a either or decision for the arbiter, I think, suggests that maybe there's some room for compromise. The second component of the AP motion talks just about evaluating whether or not there's some regulatory certainty that could be provided with respect to the withdrawal of IPQ applications. This is in no way a criticism of agency staff. They were incredibly helpful when we went through that process last year. But again, I think it's how do you make sure that we know that we're going to get the same answer when we ask to withdraw, and whether or not there's an actual deadline that can be sort of built into company planning. That would be really helpful. It's a tool that I think we may have to continue to rely on, particularly as tax decline. We planned on, we're going to submit our applications by June 15th this year, but we're doing so under the expectation that we may have to withdraw those if it just doesn't pencil out from a risk standpoint. So that's all I have today, and I'll take any questions if there are some.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Carroll. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. On the last point, had you thought about providing to the council what a more reasonable or deadline might be for putting in regulations to withdraw?
Thank you, through the chair. I mean, I think unfortunately, it has to come after the announcement of tax in the fall. And so it's a really short turnaround in which you have to make that decision. But, last year we were not anticipating red king crab fishery. And certainly I think maybe that we can accept some blame for sort of assuming that it was going to go that way, but you put in your applications before the survey is done. So you don't really have any sort of rumors or indications as to which way things are going to go. But there is a sweet spot, I believe, in between when the tax come out and when the quota is issued and when the matching begins. That would be sort of the ideal time frame. And obviously, I recognize that does put an additional burden on agency staff, but I think absent other tools, I don't know what to recommend.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
A second question is, you mentioned, looking at changes that aren't wholesale changes. but that might be necessary to provide a more stable environment in especially in low tax years. Is that like the primary piece that you're testifying to? Is that timing issue that would help in low tax years, or were there other components to the arbitration system that were specific to that environment?
Through the chair, I mean, honestly, it doesn't sound like a big ask, but the request to have written records of decision from arbitration decisions is something that could provide stability over the long term. I also think evaluating whether or not the baseball style arbitration is appropriate is something else. The idea that came up from the ICE attorney about, maybe there's a threshold at which arbitration doesn't kick in is something I hadn't considered, but I'm still processing that. But I think absent sort of going to a totally different, more modern catch share program like we have with the cod trawl program, which I think is sort of a much simpler approach to achieving a lot of the same goals. I think it has to be kind of small incremental changes, unless there's a willingness from all sides to go down that road.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Carroll, I'd like to return to the discussion you were having with Ms. Kimball about the timing issue. As I heard your explanation, I heard it as been largely an issue in low tax years. You acknowledge that that compressed time frame could pose its own set of complications. Are those complications likely to be different, though, in a low tax year when maybe there's going to be just fewer players in general? Or is that just another sort of thing we'd have to deal with in low tax years? And I guess the final sort of part of that question is just, is it worth considering having, because of the complications of a compressed time frame, is it worth considering having compressed time frame only in low tax years?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. I think certainly low tax years are the situation in which this would most commonly be used. And I guess, though, I would note that there are other circumstances, for example, pandemic or, plant disaster, things, collapse of a company's markets for crab or something along those lines that may be warranted to allow for, the use of this withdrawal tool. And so I don't see it necessarily needing to be limited to low tax. And anytime you have a rule around a low tax threshold, it also becomes a question of what is low tax, because I think it's certainly in the eye of the beholder, and it may not be the same across companies. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. So let's take our mid-morning break. We'll come back at 10:40 and resume public testimony with Mateo Paz Saldana. Council members, please come back to order. Giving you some talking points. We are resuming our public testimony on D2, starting with Mateo Paz Saldon, followed by Mike Woodley.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Mateo Pasaldan. I'm here on behalf of the city of St. Paul. St. Paul is a mostly Aleut Unangan community of about 345 residents. And since the late 1980s, its economy has been largely dependent on the revenues and taxes generated by the Bering Sea crab fisheries. The crab fishery also underpins St. Paul's way of life, its subsistence traditions, and its local halibut fishery. First of all, I wanted to thank the analysts for a comprehensive review, for a well laid out community section, and for being responsive to public input. It's a good product. We also agree with many of the SSC's recommendations, as well as the AP's unanimous motion in support of a discussion paper to evaluate changes to the binding arbitration system. Notwithstanding the dismal situation of the crab fishery, as the analysts have noted, the crab program has worked very well and has been responsive to the original objectives as well as the MSA's national standards. The program was ahead of its time in many respects in being responsive to NS4 considerations towards Indigenous Americans and to equity and environmental justice concerns. Right now, the city is subsisting on its rainy day reserves, federal grants, and congressional appropriations, and is anxiously awaiting for the scrap spend plan funds to become available. The question before the council at this time is, what improvements could the program use to be responsive to what is likely to be unstable and low-tax crab fisheries for the foreseeable future? Under such a scenario, a decision on whether to open a processing operation or not because of binding arbitration provisions that aren't flexible enough could be an existential issue for a community and is a national standard 8 concern. We just spent 2 days with the climate change scenarios workshop, where the need for diversification, flexibility, and adaptability was stressed over and over. As the program review noted, the crab program has been amended and updated on multiple occasions in response to different environmental, community-based, or economic pressures, whether it be custom processing exemptions, right of first refusal improvements, ROFO changes, or relief from regional landing requirements due to weather events. This is the reason why the program has been successful. It has evolved over time with council support. The city is therefore supportive of taking a look at changes in the crab program, including improvements to the binding arbitration mechanism in order to adjust it to the current realities. While the city doesn't have a direct stake in this mechanism, it is concerned from a national standard 8 perspective that this tool, as currently constructed, could prevent processing activity from taking place on St. Paul. Similarly, other program components that have been recommended for evaluation could have community implications. And one last point, should the council task a group of stakeholders with discussing and hammering out improvements to the program, it could either consider establishing an ad hoc working group with representatives of all 3 main sectors, processors, harvesters, and communities, or it could reformulate PNCAC's terms of reference, which currently state that it will consist of persons having experience as vessel owners, captains, and or crab processing. So as currently constructed, it is exclusive of communities. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I guess my question is on the last point about a work group, and I've been thinking about that too, if there were any kind of components of the program that deserved a closer look. So one opportunity would be to form some sort of work group, and another might be to focus in on or tell the public what it is we'd like to look at, and then upon getting some information, form a work group. And I'm wondering if you have a preference or an advice on which of those might be more productive.
Sure, Madam Chair, it's kind of a chicken or egg situation. I think once you've made a determination as to what you would like to review pursuant to AP recommendations, you could either, there's many ways of skinning this cat. You could either set a number of working groups to look at the different components that you're seeking to review. There's the issue on the issue of sideboards that was brought up by ABSC. There's binding arbitration. There are different areas with different players. But at the end of the day, the one thing that was key about this program from day one was that it was like a domino, a stack of cards, dominoes. One thing, you pull one thing and it would affect everything else. And so everything is interconnected. And it seems to me at this stage that it would be best to have whatever changes are being contemplated to different components to be discussed together, because they do interact with each other. And there might be efficiencies to be gained from having, the various components discussed and reviewed together.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Paz-Soldan, for your testimony. You talked about sort of reevaluating some of the aspects of the program in light of the current realities. And I'm just wondering if you would expand a little bit on which of the current realities you think are most likely to have the largest sort of influence on which aspects of the program might need review and revision.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. Yeah, I mean, what I meant by current realities was not only the status of the stocks, which are currently closed, but looking forward into the future, one could assume a period where there will be a lot of instability and at best case low TAC fisheries. So that's one likely reality or scenario. And then the other one, of course, is all the market pressures and considerations that are out there that have changed how this fishery looks. And so that's what I was referring to. And I think all of them influence how this fishery operates, people's decision to invest and people's decision to participate in them. But obviously the biggest one is the health of the resource.
Thanks. And a follow-up to that, if I may, since you were around from the beginning, so to speak, on this, are some of these changes that you just spoke of, do you recall any discussion of any of those possibilities when you initially, when the council was sort of initially designing this program?
To the chair, it was a different era. I mean, I think we are in a different era now, as has been made clear by the workshop. And so while we were dealing with a collapse, so to speak, in 2000, where we had snow crab tax in the range of 200 million pounds, and that dropped from 1999 to 2000 to about 25 million pounds. It was about a 90% drop, and that was viewed as catastrophic at the time, and was what spurred a number of actions, including crab rationalization and the vessel buyback program and other responsives. We're in a far worse state right now. So what was the pressures being felt now, the issues being felt now, were not contemplated. I think there was always an assumption, and I think at the time it was a reasonable assumption that there would always be some level of resource. It might go up and down, but that it wouldn't collapse the way it has collapsed. And clearly that was a wrong assumption. And that's why, you know, it's clear that we're in a new era. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Mike Woodley, followed by Oyston Lone. I think you just turned it off by accident.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Mike Woodley, Alaska resident. I've been a commercial fisherman all my adult life. I'm involved in the crab rationalization program and also in the Pacific cod fisheries with pots in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. I'm here to talk about sideboards. The flexibility provided by the CR program was anticipated to allow fishermen to expand their fishing operations into other fisheries, to limit the impacts on participants in other fisheries, especially Gulf of Alaska fisheries that were conducted concurrently with the Bering Sea snow crab from January through March. The CR program includes harvest limits on certain vessels. The purpose of the sideboard limits is to prevent Bering Sea snow crab quota share recipients and persons holding that quota from increasing their participation in potentially vulnerable Gulf of Alaska fisheries, groundfish fisheries. Crab rationalization program review analysis was May 17th, 2024, review draft page 222. The justification for sideboards is that Bering Sea snow crab BSS quota holders have the freedom to time their participation in the Bering Sea fisheries and or sign their rights to harvest Bering Sea snow crab, which enables them to double dip, harvest groundfish during the January through March period when they historically have been fishing Bering Sea snow crab without foregoing Bering Sea snow crab revenues. When the Bering Sea snow crab fishery is closed, BSS quota holders are effectively operating in a pre-rationalization competitive setting. It does not provide an opportunity for them to expand their groundfish operations in the Gulf of Alaska or double dip. Therefore, sideboard should be suspended during the Bering Sea snow crab fishery closures to provide fishermen and vessels that have traditionally participated in the Gulf of Alaska groundfish with the opportunity to generate the revenue they need to survive. So I'm asking the council to initiate an analysis of crab rationalization program amendment, which would suspend the Gulf of Alaska sideboards for the periods during which the Bering Sea snow crab is closed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Woodley. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning. Oh, excuse me, I do see a hand that went up, if you wouldn't mind. I do see a question for you, if you wouldn't mind. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'm a little slow. Mr. Woodley, thank you for your testimony. I was just wondering, from your perspective, what are the Gulf of Alaska sideboards that are most relevant to your operation and that you would like to see included if the council were to go forward with such an analysis?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, most particularly the Gulf of Alaska groundfish fishery with the pot sector.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further questions. Oyston Lone, followed by Jamie Goen.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Oyston Lone. I write to address critical issues facing the crab fleet as we undergo the 20-year review of our fishery. These trying times necessitate our collective efforts to ensure the survival of our industry. As an owner of 2 crab vessels, I'm witnessing some of the most challenging financial circumstances in my experience in this business. Sustaining operations amidst declining crab populations while retaining skilled crew, maintaining vessel standards for the Bering Sea fishing presents considerable challenges. I urge the council to consider the following proposals. Review and potentially relax sea share qualifications under the fishery, stabilize and allows for existing participants to buy higher shares to utilize stranded shares. Prohibit bottom contact trawling in the king crab box until a sustainable threshold is achieved, or studies have been done to prove midwater trawls don't have bottom contact that causes habitat destruction. Explore opportunities for diversification by loosening selected sideboards during periods of low quotas and fishery closures. Lastly, I would say no major changes to the arbitration program, but if processors want to set up a committee to discuss the 4 points, I don't think that could hurt. With the fleet dwindling from an open access fishery of over 320 boats to just over 50, and even a lot fewer in some of our fisheries, our impact on ecosystem diminishes, and our crab rationalization system is operating as best it can until our fisheries rebound. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm not seeing any questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So Jamie Goen is up next, joining us remotely, followed by Heather McCarty.
Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We're the trade association representing the majority of independent harvesters who fish in the crab rationalization program. I'll point you to our comment letter under this agenda item. These continue to be challenging times for Alaska's crab fisheries, and we encourage the council to look for solutions that add flexibility in times of low abundance and growing uncertainty. Were it not for the crab rationalization program, the crab crisis would have undoubtedly hit our industry harder. And I want to emphasize that. You've heard it in previous testimony and in the analysis, but this program has helped our industry in a time of crisis. Further, we point the council to our Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers Resilient Fishery Action Plan, which I've linked in our comment letter. This was developed in 2023, and we've presented it to the Climate Change Task Force and to the Crab Plan team. The action plan highlights what industry, scientists, and managers can be doing in the short, medium, and long term to increase resilience. And the key findings were the need to build flexibility into the system and allow for diversification of businesses. And we heard these same themes in the climate scenario workshop in the last couple of days. Given the challenges the Bering Sea crab fisheries are facing, in part due to the effects of climate change further straining marine resources, we urge the council to look for ways to increase flexibility and allow for some diversification for Alaska's fisheries. Turning to the review document itself, I want to thank the staff. They put together a large document with a lot of great information and on short order. However, we feel it doesn't fully capture the breadth of the crisis our crab harvesters, processors, and communities are facing, not only for crab, but with other fisheries as well. And I appreciated the comments of the questions to the analysts by Ms. Kimball and Ms. Baker earlier this morning about community protection measures and what's working well and what's not, given the situation we're in today. And I would encourage independent harvesters to be factored into that. ABSC requested last fall that the analysis look at the differential impacts to independent harvesters versus processor-owned and CDQ-owned vessels and quota. However, we don't see that included in the analysis. Among harvesters, the crab collapse is putting the largest strain on operations that are not diversified into other fisheries or operations, and we think it is disproportionately harming independent harvesters and raising equity concerns. During the AP discussions at this meeting, the analysts noted that the crab economic safe document may include something along the lines to better understand impacts to independent harvesters in the future. And we think it'd be helpful if the Alaska Fisheries Science Center could prioritize this work. Turning now to follow-on actions. Following consideration of the program review document, ABSC proposes some potential harvester-focused actions to consider in a future analysis or discussion paper. And you've heard about some of those already from other testifiers. One, we propose increasing flexibility for buying C shares and increasing C share use caps to encourage new entrants and active fishermen to invest in the fishery. So for the buying C shares, recently, National Marine Fisheries Service implemented Amendment 54 and the related rulemaking, and a huge thank you to NOAA Fisheries for implementing that quickly. They got it implemented in time so that it wouldn't cause another year's hardship for C share owners trying to maintain their active participation requirements. So thank you for that. But what is not included in that action is that same flexibility for C shareholders buying quota. So these are new entrants, or there are active fishermen, our boots on deck fishermen that are trying to buy more quota. And the restrictions for buying quota are now more restrictive than they are for maintaining quota. So we're asking to level the playing field there. And we see this as more of a housekeeping measure. Second, one more point on that is we think it would reduce the administrative burden for NOAA Fisheries for tracking active participation requirements. Next is increasing C share use caps to encourage new entrants. Currently, use caps are at 2% for snow, king crab, and beardeye. A reminder that our C share pool out of the overall allocation of IFQ is very small. It's only 3% goes to these C share active boots on deck folks. So we're proposing allowing them to increase those use caps. This proposed change would increase flexibility in the program and incentivize new entrants and active fishermen and investments in the C share quota. And finally, we propose relaxing sideboards in times of low quota or closed fisheries to keep family businesses and independent harvesters viable. The reason for sideboards was so vessels couldn't go fish cod in another region while leasing out their Bering Sea crab quota. However, if the snow crab fishery is closed or at a low quota, that's not an issue. So relaxing sideboards in times of low harvest or closed fisheries is in line with creating that flexibility in the system to build resilience, particularly as a tool to protect independent harvesters. And I want to encourage the council. This program has been good at creating some community protections, but what we would like to see more of now, given the crisis we're in, is protections for our independent harvesters as well. I'll note that we support the AP motion for a discussion paper on these issues. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Goen, for your testimony. I'm just trying to go back to your submitted letter. And so the change in eligibility requirements that you're suggesting for buying C shares is what you're proposing is to exactly align with the new requirements for matching C shares. I just wanted to make sure I was getting that detail right. So move from the 150 days of sea time and recent participation into exactly what the council's already approved for maintaining C shares.
Excuse me, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Goen, you did also mention, guess a request to revisit the use caps for C shares. Wondering if, I know that we're those use caps were in place for a number of reasons, but to promote numerous new entrant opportunities, ensure that there was ample space in that pool. And are you suggesting that under current conditions, that trade-off of maybe reducing that pool is justified based on the size of the current fishery and the realities of buying in, or do you have a specific?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Stravnika. I think a discussion paper would help further flesh this out, but what we're seeing is some of our active fishermen, our boots on deck fishermen, would like to buy more quota and they're not able to because of the limitation on the cap. So what we're trying to do is keep a healthy active fishermen buying into this fishery and keep room for new entrants coming in. So I think all of that would come out in more detail in a discussion paper.
Thank you for that, Ms. Goen. Seeing no further questions, appreciate your testimony.
Thanks.
And Heather McCarty, followed by Ron Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, CBSFA, which is the CDQ group for St. Paul Island. First, I'd like to thank the staff and the SSC and the AP and the council for the perceptive questions that have been put forth today, and hopefully soon some more. But I think it's been a really good discussion thus far, both at the SSC and the AP and the council, and I appreciate the folks who did the review showing that they have thought beyond the review and that they're thinking about the future and thinking about how this program fits into our new set of realities. So I think that's really good. CBSFA is the epitome of the three-legged stool that this program was created to have. And we are all three. We are the community, we're the processor, and we're the harvester. The community, we're the echo for St. Paul, and we hold the ROFR rights. And in addition to our general responsibility to support St. Paul community, we have the responsibility to try to do all we can to keep the crab program working for that community. We also hold harvesting quota. We have a goodly amount of harvesting quota. We have 20% of the snow crab quota that was granted to the CDQ program, and we catch that quota on our own crab vessels. We're also processors. We are in that category that Mr. Ianni spoke about of PQS holders who don't have a processing plant. And it's kind of a sub-sector, and it's an important one, as he has pointed out, because we're dependent on processors to do our custom processing, both in the north and the south. And by the way, we hold north and south quota in harvesting and processing. Thus, our position is that when something is needed by any of those three sectors, the community, the processors, the harvesters, that we would like the council to take a look at it to see if they can make things better for all three of those pieces. Therefore, we support the AP motions. We believe that if the harvesters need some changes or think they need some changes to the program to make it easier for them to survive in these conditions, that the council should look at them. There's been some persuasive testimony here on those issues. We also believe that if the processors feel that they need some different way of approaching binding arbitration, that should be looked at really carefully. As I said earlier, we're not only dependent on harvesting, but we're dependent in the community that we represent on the health of the processing sector and the ability of the processor on St. Paul to essentially do it in an economical way. And we think that the binding arbitration program may have some parts to it that are detrimental to that. And so we favor that. We also think that some of the issues that have been put forward by NIMS should be looked at. If they can reduce the cost to the program, the cost to NIMS, we should take a look at that. And then there are these broader issues that have been brought up in this back and forth and these questions that you've been asking. You know, this is particularly interesting given its juxtaposition with the workshop, as others have mentioned. I think the council has a real opportunity now. Maybe it's thrust upon you sooner than you want it, sooner than you have a process to deal with it. But this is an example of a program that was built not for the conditions that we have now. Maybe we never have a giant crab fishery again. Maybe we do. But in the next few years, my guess is that we don't. We have a small crab fishery. It's going to look like a different thing. It's a different animal. And if some of the things that the SSC has pointed out could be analyzed in a coherent way, I think that it would be a really good first step to the council actually looking at a rationalized management program in light of new conditions, and not only new, but changing. As Mateo said, we don't know what it's going to look like in 10 years. And as you look at the program in its current conditions, you have to keep that in mind as well. It may not always be that way. The review, as has been said, is a retrospective. It's not an analysis. And if there are things that the council thinks need to be analyzed, we would support moving ahead with something like that. Another thing that's been brought up that we'd like to support is some sort of a working group. Being in the position that we're in as being all three legs of the stool, we recognize the interdependence of those legs. And I think that the only way to really get at some of these answers is to go back to the idea of the crab committee. It may not be a committee, maybe a working group. The crab committee, following one of the previous reviews, was what seemed like an endless process, but it actually resulted in, and Mateo referred to this as well, some real changes in the program, including the emergency relief provision that Ms. Drobniko was referring to earlier. Those things have been helping. They add flexibility to the program, and I think that if all three sectors could get together and think again about things that they could do to benefit everyone in this program, to keep this program moving forward, to keep it being a positive thing for the industry, I think that would be an excellent idea. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. McCarty. See if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I might have like kind of an inverse question to what I've been asking previously. Are there components of the program specific to maybe community protections or how they've been labeled for St. Paul that are, you know, absolutely a necessity to keep and retain in the way that they're currently structured? And I think that's close enough to your testimony to ask, but if okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, there are. And the chief among them, of course, is regional delivery requirements. And without that, I think that St. Paul would have been worse off and would be in the future going forward. So that regionalization is hugely important. I think that's the main one. The ROFR system as well. And again, the emergency relief provisions that we worked on for years and years and put together, where everybody has to agree if there's an emergency and processing quota. Processing has to be moved, potentially in the case of, what it was formulated for originally was for ice issues in St. Paul. But, you know, there are clearly other reasons that processing might not be able to take place. And that's an important consideration as well. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So our last testifier is Ron Kavanaugh.
Hello, Madam Chair, council members. Ron Kavanaugh, our family owns and operates 3 vessels participate in the Central Western Bering Sea Aleutian Island fisheries. My comments pretty much concern motion number 3 out of the AP. They concern the relaxation or changing of the sideboards for vessels to participate in basically Pacific cod, hot cod fisheries in the Central Gulf. While there was wide support for that, at the AP level, there was no talk about where that would come from as the Central Gulf pot cod fisheries fully utilized. So I would assume that there would be a reapportionment of TAC to fully fund those additional vessels. Why we support that, there would have to be some way to support that added impact to those vessels, because while that fleet is in dire straits for sure, the Central Gulf fleets are not doing that great either. So there needs to be some consideration of that. And that just kind of highlights the need for being able to react to these things a little more quickly in these changing times. We've got winners and losers in these fisheries, and some participants are locked out of them because of these programs that we've built. And while you have an overabundance in one place, you have a species that completely disappears. And when you build these programs that we keep going forward with, there's no way to react to this. A perfect example is the sea stars. There's a discussion paper on listing them as extinct, and they're already rebounding, and that shouldn't even be an issue, and yet they're wasting time on it. So I guess the catchphrase is dynamic fisheries management, which I have no idea what that means, but I do know that need to be a lot more responsive to what's going on in the ecosystem. Instead of looking 10 years down the road, we need to look at tomorrow. And then the same goes for the economics factors. I mean, we had Peter Pan, we had guys putting baited pots in the water that thought they had a market for peacod. And then they were told, no, the plant's going to close the doors and not open. We need to be able to react to these today, now, not 10 years down the line. That's about all I got. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you. So that concludes our public testimony on D2. Appreciate everyone sharing their perspectives, and I would like to take a 15-minute break, come back at 11:35, and see if the council wishes to take action on D2. Council members, please come back to order. Welcome back, everyone. So we have finished our presentation and taken public testimony on D2. What are the wishes of the council? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff. I'll wait for it to post. And the motion reads, the council accepts the Bering Sea Crab Rationalization Program review after revisions recommended by the SSC as practicable. For the second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. This motion adopts the AP recommendation and recommendations we've heard in public comment through this meeting to accept the Bering Sea Crab Rationalization Program review, which is our primary task under this agenda item. I would like to add my appreciation and recognition of the staff, both those we heard from at this meeting and those behind the scenes to develop this program review. As we all know, it's an extensive process, and I just particularly want to thank the effort that went into this program review, given the challenging situation in the crab fisheries right now. I believe that the staff and the analysts were very responsive to earlier requests for this review received by the council, APSSC, and through the public to really carefully focus certain elements of the program review on important components of the crab rationalization program. In particular, want to recognize the social and community section of the program review, and we did have a great presentation of that and some council discussion with the analysts and in terms of some of the conclusions about program operations and some of the impacts from program elements and otherwise, and really trying to piece some of those out. And I just really appreciate the care that was taken to present those in the analysis. I feel the same care was taken for the other important sectors, key sectors in the crab rationalization program, harvesters and processors, and always appreciate the analyst's willingness to think about additional ways to present information and make these reviews useful for us. I think I cannot do a better job of capturing some of the sentiments that have been provided through the AP rationale and the public comment in terms of it's hard to set aside the current challenges undergoing crab rationalization fishery participants and say much of anything positive, but I think the program has generally worked well and the elements still stand in terms of meeting the objectives of the council, consistency with Magnuson-Stevens Act, and providing some flexibility perhaps compared to a non-CR program fishery in terms of current circumstances. And finally, Madam Chair, I wanted to provide a little bit of detail on my intent in terms of the motion to consider to accept it after revisions recommended by the SSC as practicable. Recall that I had a discussion during the staff presentation, and my intention for this motion would be for staff to incorporate those SSC recommendations that we discussed. As the analyst, as Mr. Brannon described, with the exception of the EDR program review, I think he provided good rationale why that EDR program review, as I understand it, recommended by the SSC is not appropriately placed in the crowd rationalization program review. And so I appreciated him pointing that out. And I think that I'll wrap it up there. Madam Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion, and I probably missed it, but we were given several options for how to treat the review and revisions. And was your motion intent such that the revisions are made, it's posted as final, and it does not come back to the council as an agenda item? I really think you might have said this and I just wasn't listening closely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I did. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, as always. My intention is that these revisions, as practicable, would be made and the document posted. I am not proposing this comes back to the council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on the motion? Any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I guess I just thank Ms. Baker for the motion and staff, and I think she covered everything very well in her rationale, and I just aligned myself with her sentiments on what a complete job it was. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Thank you. So is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that passes without objection. Any further action on D2? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a second motion that's been sent to staff. And the motion reads, the council requests a staff discussion paper on the following components of the arbitration regulations in the Bering Sea Crab Rationalization Program and their effects to determine if changes are necessary to reduce industry costs, increase transparency and predictability, and/or respond to lower crab tax. Number 1, timing of joining an arbitration organization. Current regulations require annual membership by May 1st, prior to the fishing year, before any crab catch limits are set, including no tax, which requires participants to incur costs to hire a share matching agent, contracted arbitrators, market analyst, and non-binding price formula arbitrator. Number 2, requirements of the binding arbitration system. Only harvesters, that is Class A IFQ holders, can initiate binding arbitration. The arbitrator must only select a remedy proposed by one side. They cannot select an independent or compromise remedy based on the facts provided in the arbitration. And the ability for parties to receive the arbitrator's written report and rationale, as well as a publicly available report providing key rationale, without including confidential information. And number 3, evaluate whether current regulations allow an IPQ or IFQ holder to withdraw their application for quota anytime prior to the quota being issued. The second I'll speak to.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to preface this by saying, I think that we heard public comment recommending council consideration of several changes to the crab rationalization program. And I felt like there was a fair bit of consistency across different groups and participants in the program, and to take a look at the current binding arbitration program provisions. And I have selected that to move forward with. Again, this was an AP recommendation, and I felt it was important to move forward on this particular topic, given the current conditions in many of the crab rationalization program fisheries and the extreme challenges for all fishery participants. But it seemed like many of those factors impacting the fisheries really go beyond the scope of what the council can affect. However, through discussions in the staff presentation and through public comment, it does seem clear that binding arbitration is one area where the council may be able to consider focused, relatively limited changes to the program structure that could reduce uncertainty and risk under current conditions, hopefully lower costs for program participants, all of which are very important right now, and increase efficiency within the crab rationalization program. Again, we received public comment that the arbitration system is adding potentially significant risk for crab fishery participants during already challenging fishery conditions in times of low tax and closed crab fisheries. And I'd really like to propose to the council that we do request a discussion paper to help provide information to determine whether these specific components of the program could be evaluated, timing of the arbitration requirements, excuse me, some of the structure of the arbitration system, including excuse me, which side can initiate arbitration. And I think particularly the last bullet under number 2, I'm interested in getting more information to see if we could somehow make the arbitration details more transparent without disclosing any important information. And since I'm having trouble talking, Madam Chair, I'm just going to leave it at that and try to answer any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. I'll take questions, but just feel free to take a pause when you need to. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Baker, for the motion. My question concerns your item 3 here, and I wonder if you could clarify your intent. I'm gathering here that you're asking not just for an interpretation of the wording of the existing regulations, but some discussion of the implications of withdrawal and the consequences. I wonder if you could just elaborate on that a bit.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the question. I was trying to pick up on the public comment that we received, in that I guess my first and ideal outcome of this discussion paper would be a clarification of the current regulations, because I feel like I heard some testimony that it wasn't clear, and perhaps a case-by-case decisions were made on a case-by-case basis, and just confirmation or not of that would be useful. If that cannot be provided by the agency, then I guess I would be asking for a little bit more information on the implications of changes in timing or the possibility for IFQ, IPQ holders to withdraw their application, because I think we heard very clearly what the problem was in terms of the early date when applications are due and uncertainty related to what's going to be happening with the fishery. And so I think what I heard from testimony was flexibility to withdraw those applications, given the outcome of a fishery TAC announcement, would be ideal. But if that is not allowed under the regulations, I, as maker of this motion, would appreciate some discussion, yes, of potentially providing that flexibility under crab rationalization program regulations.
Thanks. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. What kind of time frame are you thinking of for the development of this paper, just in general?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Williams. I have to be honest, I had not, I don't have a specific time frame in mind because I'm still trying to understand the implications of our recent staff changes on council staff. So I really don't have a sense of capacity available to work on this. So in my mind, Mr. Williams, I guess all I can say, and not knowing what other action the council might take in terms of potential actions coming out of the crab rationalization program review, but in my mind, this particular one compared to the others that we've heard thus far in public comment would be the highest priority to try and move forward on, given the challenges that were cited broadly across public comment.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I guess just thank you, Ms. Bigger. Another question on, I'm reading this as your intent to stay very aligned with the AP motion and just provide specifics to staff really that are pulled from the AP rationale. But we also heard, you know, at least a couple other ideas in testimony, written and oral. One of those being that the possibility of not even having an arbitration system in very low TAC years, to try to reduce that level of burden and complexity when there's a very low TAC. And did you consider that, or was your intent really solely stick with the AP motion? And that's my question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that question, and this is probably my answer is probably a result of the unfortunate situation of me not being there in person. I wasn't really able to fully hear the suggestion that you referenced in public comment. And because it wasn't in a letter that had been already submitted, I just had trouble catching up. And so this is my intention with this motion was to, yes, pick up the sentiment of the AP recommendation, understanding that it's always helpful to fill in more, to provide more specificity for staff of the specific program elements that I was interested in. I think based on what I understood of the other suggestions we've heard, I think those are worth pursuing. I just did not have the capacity to include them in my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on the motion? Any amendments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I have an amendment, Madam Chair, just sent it. Do you see anything, Sarah? So the amendment, Madam Chair, would add a number 4 to the list. Consider an alternate structure under low TAC levels in which binding arbitration would not apply to remove the burden of the system in low TAC years while still providing stability and protection to both harvesters and processors. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for the second. I just wanted to keep this idea alive. I think it's worth considering. I know this is just a discussion paper. It is not meant to upend the program, but we did hear it from the arbitration organization in their testimony. We heard it again in a second piece of testimony that it might be worth considering whether there are very low TAC levels in which we don't require this binding arbitration system, and whether that means people are working in a co-op structure or it's, something different. That's left to be determined. I don't expect a lot of staff analysis on various program structures. Honestly, just wanted to kind of keep the idea alive, and in the hopes that at some point, if this discussion paper comes to fruition, we would move forward with a work group or some structure like that would let people discuss what that could look like. So it's really just to keep it in the mix as we consider some very smaller potential changes to the binding arbitration system. And it is not in the AP motion, so I just thought I would put it out there for council consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions on the amendment? Any comments on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the amendment? That amendment passes without objection. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. So we have the amended main motion on the table. Any further amendments? Any comments on the amended motion? Yes, Ms. Watson.
Thank you through the chair. So I don't think any amendments are necessary, but I just wanted to set expectations with regard to the third point raised in the motion. Evaluate whether current regulations allow an IPQ or IFQ holder to withdraw their application for quota anytime prior to the quota being issued. I've spoken briefly with Mr. Brown and Mr. Kurland. We just wanted to flag that NIMS has discretion to review its regulations and offer clarity on any ambiguities. It could be that the regulations are a bit ambiguous on withdrawal and would leave room for NIMS to interpret the regulations to allow withdrawal. That's something that NIMS can look at with NOAA GC. And I wanted to flag that because it could happen on a more rapid time frame than a discussion paper. Obviously, whatever the outcome of that would inform the discussion paper, but just wanted to give the council some expectations in terms of NIMS's discretion in interpreting its own regulations and what time frame that might happen on relative to a discussion paper.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Watson. I'll see if there are any questions regarding that. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Watson. Does the fact that it was identified in Ms. Baker's motion, is that the impetus for the agency to consider further interpretation they could share with the council, or does the council need to make a very different and deliberate request to do that. Is this enough is my question to get that answer. And I do appreciate you at least offering the potential to provide that answer before the discussion paper returns.
Yeah, thank you. And I would welcome Mr. Kurland or even Mr. Brown to weigh in. I think what is in the discussion paper or in the motion regarding the discussion paper is sufficient for us to look into it. But I'm also aware that NIMS is aware of the issue separately and it's been raised in public comment. It was more so just the language indicating that the discussion paper would evaluate whether the current regulations allow this and wanting to provide some clarity that NIMS has that ability to review their regulations separate from the discussion paper.
Thank you. Any other comments on the amended main motion? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I just want to comment in support of the motion and the advisory panel's work on this as well. I think these are, you know, kind of small pieces, but we heard that they may be meaningful. And similar to other agenda items at this meeting, I think when we can use our time to do those things for fisheries that are really struggling right now, that it is worthwhile. So I appreciate Ms. Baker putting some structure to the paper. I know we have no time frame for when that may come back, but I will support it. And I think it's important.
Thank you. And Mr. Mesereau. Not a coincidence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a moment of panic there. I would like to just thank Ms. Baker for the motion. This is a complicated issue, and I just think it's important right now to recognize that we're in a bit of a situation with a lack of council staff. And I know Ms. Baker tried to answer a question about when it could come out, but just think it's important for the public to realize that we have 10 items currently in the items not scheduled yet batter's box. This, should it pass, would be the 11th item in there. Each one of those items, to whatever sector it applies to, are critically important. And we haven't gotten to several other issues. We could have 15 in the not yet scheduled box and a big lack of staff. And so I think just to set everybody's expectations, these items, with not even counting the ones that are scheduled, we're in a situation where things are going to happen slowly for a while until we build staff capacity and start knocking some things out. And I know this is urgent, but I just think the public has to be aware that we're short-staffed and we have an awful lot of stuff on the agenda, and in the box it hasn't even been scheduled yet. So just request patience on every discussion paper that gets taken up for consideration in the coming meetings that we have before us, because it's going to be a longer time before we see them come out, no matter what. There just aren't enough people to do all the work. So just anyway, thanks. I appreciate the public testimony. I think it was helpful, the work of the AP and Ms. Baker for pulling this together, even when she's not feeling well. So that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. That's a great reminder, and we'll have continued discussions about prioritization through staff tasking in this meeting and in following meetings. Also appreciate the motion and the amendment, as well as the public testimony, providing some context for this particular issue in the program. So any further comments? Okay. With that, any objection to the amended motion? Seeing none, the motion passes without objection. Any further action? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do have one more motion. I offer it with significant trepidation, being mindful of Mr. Mesereau's comments, but I think it's still worth putting out there and then making decisions later about how to work our way through the tasks ahead of us. Motion is as follows. The council requests a discussion paper to consider the following changes to the BSAI crab rationalization program. Revise eligibility requirements for receiving C shares through transfer either as a new entrant or a current C shares holder, buying more to mirror the requirements recently implemented for holding or maintaining active participation requirements for C shares, and increase C share use caps. With a second, I can speak to it.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll recognize the language. It's directly from the AP motion on this. I thought about just amending Ms. Baker's motion, but as I was thinking about some of the issues that Mr. Mesereau brought up about workload and capacity right now, I thought it was probably better to put this in as a separate motion, because at least in my mind, while it's important, it is definitely a lower priority than the motion that Ms. Baker made that the council just passed. That motion addresses processor issues, but it's also, as we heard in public testimony very clearly, a community protection issue as well. This motion is relates to crew shares, and that's a subject that we have also looked at fairly recently. And so for both of those reasons, while I think it's still important to do it, I agree with the AP's assessment of it. I don't put it on the same priority list, and so I operate in that spirit. I did not pick up the third part of the of this section of the AP motion, which was about relaxing sideboards. A, it's a very separate and distinct issue from C shares, and B, it's clear that in tackling that, while there may be some value to it, it's clear that tackling that is a very complex issue. With a lot of ramifications. And so I definitely didn't think it belonged in with this motion. Beyond that, I think it's been fairly well spoken to, that the impact that the current conditions are having on C share holders, as well as crew who are still interested in purchasing C shares. We heard in public testimony, the AP heard, and we also have a letter from Dock Street Brokers expressing interest in this as well. So I won't take any more time to speak to it. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I'll see if there are any questions on the motion. Any amendments to the motion? And any comments? Motion. So thank you for offering this, Mr. Twite. It's definitely reflective of the AP motion, as well as consistent with some of the testimony that we received. I realize it's just a discussion paper. It is, I think a lot of issues were brought up in the program review. This particular issue is a bit of a departure from the original intent of the program, of course, but there could be very well justifications for looking further into this, and I'll definitely look forward to getting some more information back and going through that public process and better understanding the trade-offs of this. So thank you.
And Madam Chair, I see Ms. Baker's hand.
Oh, Ms. Baker.
Thank you. My comments were along similar lines. I just wanted to be very specific. I have to admit, I had always typically been, coming at the C share issue from a new entrant perspective to really try and promote that objective of the crab rationalization program for pathways to ensure new entrants have an opportunity. And I really appreciated the public comment that we received, highlighting the potential benefit of Mr. Twite's, the issue captured in Mr. Twite's motion to help ensure continued participation of current C shareholders who may be close to the cap. And so, Mr. Twite, I think this motion is really responsive to that, and I appreciate you picking it up. I do acknowledge the capacity concerns of adding another issue to the batter's box, but if this passes, but appreciate your consideration of prioritization and agree with and will align myself with your comments about that. So I'll support the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, any objection? That motion passes without objection. Any further action on D2? Seeing none, I think we're ready to break for lunch. Let's come back at 1:15 and we'll begin our staff presentation on D3. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to begin our staff presentation on D3, the Rockfish Program Review. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Marion, council staff. Just here for another quick introduction. I'd like to introduce you to Daryl Brannon with Brannon and Associates. He's going to provide our staff presentation here on D3, the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program Review Work Plan. So as you will just recall from receiving the crab program review, this is the infographic that illustrates the process here. So we're just a step back in the process for the rockfish program. We're considering a work plan at this stage. And this is an opportunity for the public and the council process to provide input on the scope and the content of that plan review. Daryl will present his plan, and then any feedback that he gets throughout the council process, he can incorporate into the final product, similar to what you just received for the crab program review. So with that short introduction, I'll pass it over to Daryl.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Again, for the record, my name is Daryl Brannon, and I will be walking you through the work plan for the Central Gulf Rockfish Program Review. Just as a brief background, the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires limited access privilege programs to be reviewed every 7 years after the first 5-year review. The last program review was presented to the council October 2017. This process is a little bit different under the Rockfish program because we just went through the reauthorization process for Rockfish as well, which we completed in 2021. And as you all will probably recall, the Rockfish program started out as a pilot program. It was implemented as the Rockfish program, and it would have expired after 10 years based on that council's action. The council had to reauthorize the program. And so it wasn't that long ago that a review of the, not a review of the program, but a reauthorization of the program was conducted. I would note that when it was reauthorized, you removed the expiration date of the program, so you won't go through that process again after 10 years. It'll just be the review process in whatever form that takes in the future. And just as a quick overview, here's links to all those amendments that have taken place for the program review and allocation review, as well as the implementation regulation or implementation analyses for the Rockfish pilot program, the original Rockfish program, and the most recent Rockfish program reauthorization. This is just a reminder of what the purpose and need statement was from the Rockfish program. I'm not going to read through it. We'll kind of touch on each of the issues that are in this purpose and need statement in the various elements of the annotated outline I'll walk through next. And I think, you know, based on having done the Rockfish program review before, all the issues included in here are covered as we go through the presentation. In developing the work plan, we always try and give a quick overview of the data that we intend to use for the program review. We'll use the typical data, the catch accounting system data, the commercial operator annual report data, and the catch accounting system is a lot of harvest and information. Core is where we derive a lot of the revenue information, and the EDR for the Rockfish program, which provides crew information that will be utilized. These types of data sources will be used to generate dashboards has become kind of the custom in program reviews, to have kind of a one-stop shop for information where you can see what the fishery is doing at a glance. The annual Rockfish program cooperative reports that have been presented from 2007 through 2022, or the most recent that's available. They provide a lot of information on how the cooperative structure has been working and who's been involved in the various cooperatives. Those reports contain information that's not available other places and tend to be fairly useful. We'll also utilize information from the Restricted Access Management Division for 2003 through 2024 to provide information on licenses, permits, quota transfer information. As usual, we'll rely on ACFIN staff. Mike Five will provide a lot of this information to us in a more aggregated form than just the raw data, and we'll do some data manipulation on our own, but we'll rely on ACFIN staff to provide that information. As we reported in the rockfish program or crab program review previous to this agenda item, we'll also provide information on cost recovery data and cost recovery reports, what the cost recovery fees have been historically, and cost recovery amounts, and cost recovery fee compliance information. We'll also include a information on safety. We'll again rely on NIOSH staff to query their database and provide us information. Again, it'll be like for the crab program review. They can provide information on fatalities, but they won't have data likely on injuries that have occurred in the fishery. Based on discussions with individuals, we'll provide as much information as we can. And I'm going to move quickly through the annotated outline. We'll have an executive summary, as we do in all the program reviews, that will include the key findings and with a focus on changes since the last program review, noting again that we've just done an analysis of the reauthorization of the program, but we'll tend to focus on changes since the last program review, including changes that were part of the last review. We'll have an introduction that summarizes the requirements to prepare the program review, look at the council stated goals and objectives of the rockfish program, and describe other background information as appropriate. And again, based on direction we've received under past program reviews, we'll certainly do our best to link specific elements of the rockfish program to how well they've worked and if they've addressed the issues that they were intended to address. Just a reminder on this slide, we've kind of already talked about it, but as just a quick reminder, under the 2021 program reauthorization, there were 4 actions taken by the council to modify the program under Amendment 113. And those are in the proposed rule stage, is my understanding at this point. They haven't been implemented yet, but they've been published as a proposed rule on May 10th. And the 4 changes were to change the start of the season date from May 1st to April 1st, to remove the cooperative holding caps that were 30% of the aggregate of all rockfish, to revise the processor limits from 30 to 40%, processor use caps that is, and the harvester caps increase them to 8%, and now only applies to POP, and it removes dusky and northern rockfish from that calculation. And so there's been these changes that have occurred since, as a result of the last action the council took. They haven't been implemented yet. So we won't have data on the impacts of these changes and what it's looked like, but we can talk about, kind of where the fishery is and how these actions may impact the future, given where we currently are in the fishery. Again, using the cooperative reports and other information, we'll do a quick review of the Rockfish Program cooperative structure, including the goals of the cooperatives and measures implemented by cooperatives to achieve those goals. We'll do a review of the tax allocation, harvest, and processing and transfer, just to show changes that have occurred in the rockfish fishery, give you an idea of how species tax have changed over time in the context of this program. One of the issues that was specifically called out in the purpose and needs statement was the reduction in seafloor contact in the rockfish fishery. And a stated goal of the rockfish program was to maintain the reduced trawl gear impacts on the seafloor and organisms that live there that were realized under the pilot program. Previous analysis of the rockfish program, we used information from NIMS division, Habitat Division, and their essential fish habitat model. And again, that'll be our intent to go back and request updated information to see if there's been any changes on the impacts of seafloor that can be determined from that model, just to provide an update. I would note that I think that was included in the program reauthorization as well. And so I'm not sure, I haven't taken time to talk to those folks yet to see if there'll be any updated information since that point. Of course, we'll go through and provide information on PSC, both halibut and Chinook salmon PSC limits that are established for the catcher vessel and catcher processor sectors under the rockfish program. Describe any overages of those PSC limits or how close they've been to reaching those PSC limits. We'll also provide information on salmon otolith collection that's been conducted under the rockfish program as we've done in the past, and give an update on the salmon that are harvested as part of under the rockfish program as bycatch, kind of a breakdown of where those salmon are from, where they're going, those kinds of things. Chapter 7 will be retention and utilization. This will be a discussion of, what kind of products are being produced from the rockfish species, both the primary and secondary rockfish species. We'll also include information on discards and retained catch, and changes in utilization rate of roundfish by processors will also be provided. And that's just to kind of give you a flavor of what the products are being produced. Are they producing more fillets? Are they producing more H&G product? What have there been any changes in what's going on in the rockfish fishery as a result of these more global changes in the processing sector, and how they might be addressing some of these changes in the rockfish fishery.
Mr. Brandon, I think we have a question online. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, my question is actually back on slide 8. I'm not sure. I maybe wasn't a panelist for a while. Yes, thank you. And Mr. Brandon, I appreciated your description of what you felt as an analyst could be done here, because I am gathering that particularly the recent rulemaking that you referenced in your presentation, Amendment 113, I believe it is, I gather that topic came up in the advisory panel, and I appreciate, I guess I want to manage expectations both for the public and fishery participants and for any future bright young analysts that might be doing this. And we just dealt with this in the crab rationalization program review. I guess I took away from your description here that because of the recency of the rockfish program reauthorization and ongoing regulatory amendments, you will not have specific data with which to do sort of quantitative analysis of this types of the impacts of some of those changes, but you will do the best you can to give some general descriptions about impacts of those recent changes, but also understanding that at the time you're doing this review, fishery conditions could still be in flux, and so it may not be possible to completely provide a thorough description of some of those impacts. Is that a reasonable description with enough caveats? And can you please add or correct if I got something wrong?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, I think you did a very good job of kind of summarizing what I tried to say. Yeah, we'll use whatever information we have available to us, but I utilized some of my time at this meeting to do a tour of the Trident plant while I was here in town, and some of the discussions I had with the plant manager were they're not buying rockfish this year, and they may not at this time, and they may not buy it throughout the year. I think those kinds of discussions are important in terms of, you know, the requirement that under the rockfish program that rockfish have to be landed in Kodiak. And if one of the plants isn't buying rockfish and there's only 4 plants, then the change in the processing limit from 30 to 40%, even though we don't have data on it, may be a pretty important issue for harvesters. And so I guess it's a long-winded way of saying, yeah, even though we may not have a lot of data on it, we'll do our best to try and put it in context of current fishery realities in discussing this program.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Thanks, Madam Chair.
And Madam Chair, and related to the last issue that we talked about, the products and markets, again, I'll include a section in the document that provides as much information as I can on both products that are produced in and the markets that they're selling these products into worldwide, probably in the context of the global whitefish market and the challenges that everyone in the seafood industry seems to be realizing in those markets. There'll be a discussion of the excessive harvesting and processing limits. And again, those were some of the things that were changed under Amendment 113. Probably a lot of the information on the expected impacts of those will be drawn from that analysis and updated with more recent information as it's available. The impacts on fishing communities. Of course, this program is Kodiak centric, and the focus will be on Kodiak. The information will be presented on how labor and taxes are impacted. In Kodiak, we've always described in the review of this program as more of a local processor workforce, and we'll try and talk about how maybe changes in the fishery impact that. There's also been a discussion in past program reviews in this fishery of how Kodiak provides processors water and electric services. They don't produce their own, they buy it from the city of Kodiak. And it's my understanding that, you know, in the past context, there's always been, what are they going to have to do to gear up for additional processing capacity? Given the changes in processing capacity, just initial discussions with some of the people in Kodiak indicated that for the first time in a long time, there's been an increase in utility rates because of the reduction in these services used by processors. And so there's been some impacts in kind of the opposite direction of what we usually talk about in this program review. Other communities will also be considered in terms of the harvesting and processing, or harvesting workers primarily. And for the CP sector in terms of processing workers to the extent we have that information available. And we'll provide updated quantitative information description of social impacts through 2023 and whatever information we can come up with for 2024 using, you know, updated community profiles, discussions with individuals within the community, and the ASIPO reports. Sideboard limits, as you will recall, when the rockfish program was implemented, it was primarily a July fishery. And so there were sideboards established that limited what the catcher vessels and catcher processors could do during the month of July in the West Yakutat and Western Gulf fisheries. We'll step back and take a look at that. I would note that I did make an error under the CP section where I talk about CP cooperative sideboards for the rockfish species in the Western Gulf of Alaska. The council took an action, I believe it was in 2021, that removed that sideboard limit from the rockfish program. They were already subject to sideboards under Amendment 80, and it was kind of duplicative. But I forgot that that had occurred when I wrote this, and so I will amend this and talk about how you've already addressed that issue instead of what you want to think about. I'll also
provide the flexibility for me to include any new sideboard discussions or issues that may arise since we talked about this before. There'll be a section on fishing vessel safety. And again, as I said earlier, we'll ask NIOSH to query their database and then provide any additional information that we may find, and provide information on cost recovery reports. We'll include a section on management, monitoring, enforcement, much like we did under the crab program. We'll probably ask the National Marine Fisheries Service to help us draft that section, and then provide a summary and conclusions. And with that, Madam Chair, that's my presentation on Central Gulf Rockfish Work Plan. I'm happy to take any questions or any recommendations on changes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brandon. Are there any questions or comments at this point? Ms. Kimball.
I have a question, maybe best to do before public testimony, but you started the presentation with reminding us when we had our last full program review under MSA, and then we also had a reauthorization analysis. So it dealt with almost every issue you put in the work plan, and that was only 3 years ago. So I know we have the MSA requirement to review the program again on this time frame, but do we have some leeway on like how much depth we put into some of these components of the program, given that we really did an in-depth review when we reauthorized the program in 2021? Is there an opportunity for us to kind of right size this review, given its recent history with the council?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, from my perspective, that would be great input to receive from the council on what your expectations were. When I provided the work plan for the crab program, I indicated to the council that I intended to have a relatively scaled back work plan. Yeah, I ended up with 250 pages. And so I'm hoping that doesn't occur under this program because of all those issues that you just described. We've gone through this process recently. It's a more focused fishery. You know, we don't have all these ancillary issues that we have in the crab program. So I'm hoping it can be a much smaller, more focused paper, and any input that you can provide on specific issues that you think should receive the most dedication of my time, that would be helpful. If not, I try and stick with these lists but not do a lot of referencing, I guess, to other documents.
Any other questions at this point? Thank you for the report. So we'll take our AP report next. And then for any members of the public wishing to testify on D3, please do sign up before the end of our AP report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. For the record, Paul Wilkins, Advisory Panel Vice Chair. And I believe online we have Heather Marin, the other Advisory Panel Vice Chair.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, on agenda item D3, the advisory panel did take action, and the motion reads as follows. Under the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program Review, the motion reads as follows. The AP recommends the council adopt the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program Review Work Plan as presented, with the following expansions within the table of contents. Number 1, in Chapter 4, TAC's allocations, harvests, processing, and transfers, expand on the following topics. Rockfish Program TACs. First, bulleted item, the available quota for each CQ species by sector from the beginning of the Rockfish Pilot Program to 2007 to the present. The amount of harvest of each CQ species by sector, an evaluation of potential reasons why species have not been fully harvested. I'll continue to the next slide. Under fishery timing, how fishing effort has changed by month from prior to the Rockfish pilot program through the RPP, and to present in the RP over the history of the program. Whether the less harvest of RP species, including northern and dusky rockfish, has changed due to less catchability during shoulder seasons. A description of how other fisheries have changed that affect annual landings for the Port of Kodiak and RP participants. For example, pollock, flatfish, and Pacific cod. Under processing capacity, the change in the number of RP processors operating annually through the history of the RP. How the number of RP processors receiving deliveries fluctuates by month each year. Whether the increase of the RP's processing cap from 30% to 40% in Amendment 113 will be enough to sufficiently address issues with processing capacity in the RP. Continuing to the next slide. Number 2, in Chapter 8, Products and Markets, expand on the following through the history of the RP. An evaluation of product mix changes across the CV and CP sectors, an evaluation of wholesale pricing by species across the CV and CP sectors, how rockfish fits into the current global seafood market crisis, including if oversupply exists for rockfish species or if other problems exist due to substitute fish species. Number 3, in Chapter 12, Fishing Vessel Safety, provide additional context on how fishery timing, including increased fishing in the shoulder seasons with poorer weather, affects vessel safety. Continuing to the next slide. In Chapter 14, Management, Monitoring, and Enforcement, provide an expanded background about the current state of monitoring in the fishery to understand why the CV sector is moving toward electronic monitoring. This should include 2 bullets: on observer availability and observer cost over the history of the program, and efficiency of the present monitoring system. The AP acknowledges that while the final 2024 data may not be available for all data sources and types, they recommend that it be included in the program review to the extent possible, given the extreme recent changes within the RP. And that motion passed 21-0. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Let me see if there are any questions on the AP report. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Wilkins, I don't know if you heard the last question that was asked Mr. Brannon by Ms. Kimball about the recency of the review. Did the AP, when they were sort of putting together their list of things, did they have that in mind, that we'd actually looked at it only 3 years ago?
Through the chair, I'll start and see if Heather has anything to add. We did not have an extensive discussion on that point. I think that some of the concern was that the recent changes in the processing and marketing in the fleet overall have really affected the fleet, and wanting to sort of expound on some of that more recent history. But I'll see if Heather has anything further.
Yeah, my recollection is similar to Paul's, in that recognizing there had been a review within, the last 3 years, there have been just such significant changes for a variety of fisheries, not just the rockfish program, and they are substantial changes. And so being responsive to that and being responsive to the needs of harvesters and processors in this changing environment, it seemed appropriate to push this forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
We will begin our public testimony on D3. We have 3 members of the public signed up, beginning with Kristen Stahl-Johnson, followed by Chelsea Riddell.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, good. Good afternoon. And to the chair and to the council. For the record, my name is Kristen Stahl Johnson with Ocean People Resources. And thank you for the opportunity to comment on the work plan for the Rockfish Program review in the Central Gulf. I have submitted written comments to my testimony, and I'm going to just highlight a few points here. As an introduction, rockfish life history was the focus of my master's research, and specifically the rearing of larvae of 2 species in the lab. And this photo that staff has put up comes from a Fisheries Bulletin publication recently that, and as it often happens in science, we make assumptions that take a long time to prove or disprove. In this case, I and my colleagues assumed rockfish larvae were mostly pelagic, and I was clearly wrong. The discovery of rockfish larvae in coral samples that came up in the groundfish trawl survey was both thrilling and disturbing to me. It finally explained to me why the larvae in my tank swam to the bottom and lay there on their sides, but they didn't die. They grew for 6 weeks before I had to finish my work. This research that you see, the results of this research you see on that slide, have proven that benthic habitat, especially corals, are critical to larval rockfish survival and must be protected from bottom contact by all mobile fishing gear. Unfortunately, the review work plan for the Rockfish Program is not considering, as I can understand it, evaluating the program as it meets the many MSA requirements to protect essential fish habitat, and the prevention of overfishing comes along with that. I don't see that in the document, I'm sure, but I want to raise these as issues to make sure they get addressed. The graphic submitted by Oceana that you're going to probably hear about from John later clearly charts the overlap of the rockfish fleet and the coral habitat of the Gulf of Alaska. Yet we do not have any regulatory definitions of gear, as I said yesterday. Regulatory, especially in the Gulf, any definitions of the gear used by the fleet or an obligation to avoid bottom contact. From what I can understand, there is still only a 50% observer coverage in the Gulf. I know you're trying to prove that, but it is a major concern. In terms of reproductive life history, from my experience, these larvae are as slow growing as the adults, and at ambient temperatures, I would guesstimate that they're at least 3 weeks old, the result of a parturition or a larval release event in late April or early May. Rockfish stocks associate with the coral beds that their larvae occur in, which increase the probability of serial depletion of these fishes as the fleet moves from bank to bank, along with the higher probability of their larval rearing habitat to be seriously damaged. The adult females internally incubate the young over the winter, and peak parturition occurs in April and May, the absolute worst timing for this fishery relative to the longevity of the stocks. I'm sure this has been discussed many times. I have to apologize that because of other issues that I was focusing on, this rockfish issue, the Rockfish Program could not get on my radar until now. These 2 factors alone, the larvae in the coral beds and the timing of larval release relative to the fishery, require serious scrutiny on how this fishery is prosecuted relative to the essential fish habitat requirements of the MSA for spawning and to protect spawning and rearing habitat. It took over 60 years to rebuild these stocks since the Japanese trawlers removed the majority of the rockfish and their habitats in the 1960s. Given that these are extremely slow-growing fishes, it is important to evaluate the real impact of any increased fishing mortality now, which would likely have the effect of knocking down the ecosystem back to its more primitive and less mature stock structures, and decreasing critical diversity. The history of the West Coast rockfish fisheries collapse should be utmost in the reviewer's mind as they develop a program, that as they review the program going forward. Where in this review are the conditions approaching overfishing? They need to be given serious attention with these very fragile stocks. And as he mentioned, bycatch of all the prohibited species catch, especially Chinook and halibut, have increased in this fishery in the last few years. So it needs to be highlighted in how this and evaluated and how the fishery is prosecuted. If I have time, I would like to take a bow to the economics and retention and utilization of the resource. I had a conversation with a rockfish trawler during the workshop, and he was very clear on how difficult it was. He's getting 7 cents a pound, and they're processing these beautiful fish into 50-pound blocks, head and gutted, and sending them overseas for processing. That's a horrible use of a beautiful fish, and an important ecosystem component. Thank you very much, and I am open for questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Dahl-Johnson. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Oh, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Dahl-Johnson, for your comments. So regard to your comments about bottom habitat, Mr. Brandon's presentation on slide 10, he talked about the plan to use information from the NMFS Habitat Conservation Division for this review regarding reductions in seafloor contact. So I'm wondering, did you have additional information in mind that should be taken into consideration, or additional areas of emphasis beyond what he outlined that you think should be part of this review?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Curlin. I believe that the Oceana information is, if it's not included in their review, it ought to be looked at very seriously. And also, again, I'm going to harp strongly on the fact that we can look at these habitats until and try to evaluate how to protect them, but until we have a strong definition of the gear type and the intensity of fishing, and making sure that the gear stays off the bottom and out of the coral, we cannot solve the problem of protecting essential fish habitat, and that it's unobserved and unobservable, and we need to be able to do that in a very strict way and soon. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions.
Thank you.
Chelsea Riddell is next, followed by John Warrenchuk.
Good afternoon, members of the council. For the record, my name is Chelsea Riddell. I'm the Assistant Director of Alaska Groundfish Databank. We represent the trawl catcher vessels and mostly homeported in Kodiak and Kodiak shoreside processors. I'm also the Intercooperative Manager and Cooperative Manager for all 5 of the shoreside rockfish program cooperatives. And it is on behalf of the intercooperatives that I speak to you today. The Central Gulf Rockfish Program is an important part of Kodiak's business plan for both the catcher vessels and the processors. As such, we are stewards of this sustainable resource. This fishery is an important way of life for our participants. The Rockfish Program is also our single rationalized trawl fishery in the Gulf. It has 100% observer coverage, and the cooperative structure has given us the tools to make the successes of the Rockfish Program possible, including reducing halibut bycatch and full retention of the allocated species, which include, as you know, POP, dusky, northern rockfish, Pacific cod, and sablefish, as well as thorny heads. However, as you heard during my cooperative report back in April, this is a high-cost fishery for both harvesters and participants, and there's always been unique challenges within the fishery, which the Rockfish program was designed to help alleviate. The current global seafood crisis has exacerbated these issues to an untenable point for participants. As expected, 2 cooperatives were completely without a market this season. The 3 operating processors all placed some sort of limit on what they're able to buy, and some were more constraining than others. Some processors have tried really hard to allow limited deliveries of other species from vessels without a market. And just as some processors have had to make difficult economic decisions about how to operate for this season while trying to keep the fishery and Kodiak going, our vessels have also had to make decisions about whether they can afford to go fishing. Overall, we're about 4,500 metric tons in harvest, and we expect that we'll be lucky to harvest 40% of our Rockfish program TAC. Even if market conditions improve in the fall, as we hope they do, there likely won't be enough time after pollock closes and winds down to harvest the rest, especially around weather windows before the November 15th closure. This program review could really not come at a more critical point, and we appreciate staff's work on the work plan and table of contents. As the inter-co-op manager, we're prepared to make our cooperative reports available and help provide context for the nuances of the fishery. We realize that staff capacity is a constraint right now. And just like we didn't expect to be in this situation in 2022 when we requested certain adjustments to the program, we hopefully will be in a much better position by the time we get the review back. However, I do think that the processing and monitoring issues should be looked at a bit more thoroughly in the review. And there are other ways to be more efficient. And as Mr. Brandon said, this is a much more simple program than the crab program review. The inter-co-op submitted a public comment letter under this agenda item with some requests of how to expand and provide additional information about our key issues of processing, markets, and monitoring. I think the AP's motion adequately covered these additions, and we would like to see that outline move forward. I would like to add in regards to the recent proposed rule and our potential limitations and being able to look at that, since those 4 amendments haven't hit the water yet. I do think there's enough changes in the last couple of years. We didn't think when we requested a 40% processing cap that we would ever need to go beyond that, or that could ever be constraining. And so I'll direct you to the first 2 bullet points under the AP's motion of processing capacity to not only look at the number of processors on an annual basis, how that fluctuates each month of the season, who's actually taking deliveries. And I know the processors would be able to provide that information, because there's been times where maybe a certain processor is having more challenge or they're closing early to get work done, and then all of a sudden we can only harvest 80% of the TAC. So it is an important thing to consider, and one I think that would be pretty simple. And that's all I have for you today. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Riddell. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. So John Warrenchuck is our last testifier.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Am I coming through?
Yes, good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is John Warrenchuck. I'm Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana in Juneau. I'm testifying to you today on this agenda item, the Rockfish review. We do have a letter in the book briefing book there, and if staff could, I attach it to the testimony. If you could put the map up attached to the testimony on screen. From my understanding, you are required to do this review no matter what, and the issue in front of you today is what the scope of that review should entail. I do recognize that there has been some analyses that have presented various aspects of analysis around the effects of this program. But you won't be surprised for me to highlight that the amount of work that's been done on the habitat impacts, and even as simple as explaining what kind of gear is being used in this fishery and documenting or having some evidence around that, is lacking. So you can flag that as one of the components of the review that needs to be done. It's not simply adequate to reference back to example, the Essential Fish Habitat EIS, which looks at all the impacts of all the fisheries that you manage at once, and then tells you whether or not there's a legal requirement to do anything about it. The requirement, though, in this review, given the council, when instituting this program years ago, had as a rationale to reduce seafloor habitat impacts. So you do need something in this analysis to gauge the extent to which instituting this catch share program of a public resource has reduced seafloor habitat impact. The type of information that you would use to do that would include a description of the gear that's being used today versus perhaps before when the program was implemented, the regulations or monitoring requirements that ensure that's the type of gear that's being used. You'd want to look at the bycatch of benthic habitat invertebrates and the trends over time. Well, we could come up with a couple more things, but let's put the habitat folks who work on this stuff to work looking at this. It's not that you cannot tease this out from the fisheries impact model assessment, but you do have a lot of supplemental information to be able to run that model, that habitat impacts model, just on the effort and effect of this fishery. That's the information you need to look at. What you will find is that there are high localized impacts of this fishery. So in other words, the types of habitats that the rockfish cue in on, and therefore the fishery cues in on, has some pretty intense in space and time, long-term impacts of certain areas. I think that's important to disclose to the public. As well, you should look at, and as we have presented to this council in the past, areas of habitat that may need to be set aside from the impacts of trawling. Maybe they were not targeted back in the day, or maybe they need time to recover, or maybe within local knowledge of the fleet, they've found areas that are too hard to fish in because of hangups and corals and things like that. Let's identify those areas through this review. Finally, I do want to reference both Kristen and Chelsea's testimonies in that, these are beautiful fish, great meat. There is an opportunity to build a great record of a sustainable fishery with lots of opportunities for Alaskans. I think as part of this review, you do need to bifurcate a little bit the two different types of fleets that are prosecuting this fishery within this catch share program. There's the Amendment 80 factory trawl fleet, which does not use the same gear type, my understanding, as the catcher vessel, or at least many of the catcher vessel fleets. That difference needs to be noted because the council can and should be recommending which portions of that fleet should be improving. Finally, as you know, just from basic 101 fisheries management, rockfish can be at risk of overfishing, and it can occur very quickly and very rapidly. Luckily, the Pacific Ocean perch population has recovered after 60 years, but that doesn't mean it couldn't decline quickly if harvest rates were too high again. But there are a lot of the smaller, less abundant and rare rockfish species that are mixed into this catch that do have some conservation concern. Things like yellow eye, canary, harlequin, a lot of these maybe closer to shore, long-lived rockfish species. They don't occur in big numbers in this fishery, but they do occur in the tons, in the tens of tons, exceeding the take of any other kind of fishery that you manage. Finally, I would like either the agency, the fishery service, or Fish and Game to at least explain their hypothesis around how rockfish takes or harvest from these federal fisheries interact or don't interact with the rockfish populations along coastal Alaska that Alaskans are being asked to conserve, catch less than one a day, or perhaps even zero a day with required release mechanisms. Those rockfish produce larvae offshore, and they're the same species that live inshore. Thank you for listening to my testimony. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. So we've received staff presentation and public testimony. I think our primary task was to review the work plan, provide any additional feedback. Not sure if action is absolutely necessary, but I'll see if the council wishes to take action. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I just had a question of staff, if that's possible.
Yes. Mr. Brannon.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon. We had a lot of actually really good comprehensive testimony out of 3 people. I guess I'm focused first on the advisory panel motion. They seem to have expanded on like what type of information they'd like to see under the structure that you already provided. And so I guess I wanted to get a sense from you if there's anything in that list that wasn't the type of information that you'd already planned to provide or could provide.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I reviewed that list when it was presented to the AP and noted that I think everything on that list is reasonable and something that I would probably include in the document anyway, simply because the annotated outline was a pretty brief outline of things I planned on hitting on. I wasn't that detailed, but those are exactly the kinds of things I planned on looking at in the program review.
And then the second question might be a little bit more esoteric. Some of the testimony, which I thought was excellent, was that we just heard was really about like impacts of rockfish fishing with the type of gear in the program versus kind of the program structure itself and what kind of components of the rockfish program. And so I guess my understanding of the program review was really focused on the program and trends pre and post program, and it gives us a ton of context on all of those other issues. But if I need to be corrected, I think now would be the time.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, that's my takeaway as well. You know, the program reviews are more focused on what the impacts of the program are, and there can be some description of some of these other issues. But, you know, when you're thinking about changing the way the fishery works, those are the follow-up amendments that come out of this program review and looking at the information that was provided and testimony from the public and whether it's meeting the goals and objectives of the program, you know, reducing bottom contact, for example. We'll provide information as we can and rely on the National Marine Fisheries Service for assistance in that exercise. But to the extent that it raises a concern for the council that we need to address something differently than it's already being addressed, that's outside the scope of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I guess with that, Madam Chair, I do have a motion. And I'm trying to find it. It's extremely short. Motion reads, the council approves the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program Review Work Plan. And with a second, I'll briefly speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you. And thank you for the second. I agree with you. I wasn't sure we even needed a motion, but I feel like in other work plans, the staff has appreciated having direction that this was the type of information to be included. So that's the main reason for even doing a motion, I think, in the first place. Like I said, just recently, I think we got a lot of really good testimony. And the AP did a lot of work on kind of what they'd expect to see under most of these components that I think we heard is the expectation, and really looked like the type of information that we would provide anyway, with a couple of highlights, I think, that gave the analysts an opportunity to think about how to change, look at capacity over months instead of just, you know, number per year, or looking at a lot of different points to it that I think the analysts heard. So I didn't find it necessary to list all those out. I appreciate that we have this process to go through so the AP could do that work for us and get a lot of that on the table. I expect that we'd see this review back when it fits into our schedule. And I hope on the pieces that are fairly straightforward, in terms of things that we did see within the reauthorization package that are not kind of the more in-depth issues that were mentioned in testimony, that we can be as concise as possible for those that are just really repetition. And then it can bring out some of these other issues that really have changed in the last 3 years. So that is the motion. I kept it short and sweet and a little explanation of what I would expect to see, but I sure welcome other council members' expectations for the product.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions on the motion? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. And in its nice brief form, then the question you asked Mr. Brannon about the AP long list, you're comfortable that that's going to kind of fit in underneath what he had already described was going to be reviewed and looked at during the course of the development of this document?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the motion? Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Any further action on D3? Thank you again, Mr. Brandon, for your time. Okay, so we are ready to begin on our D4 agenda item. I think we have Mr. Brandon again and Mr. Cunningham.
Madam Chair, are you ready for us? Okay, well, good afternoon. For the record, Sam Cunningham with council staff, joined by Mr. Brannon, as usual. Also online, I believe we have Jennifer Ferdinand from the FMA division, who's available if there are questions related to monitoring that Mr. Brannon and I were not able to answer. We're going to go through a discussion paper that brings together a variety of background information and general discussion topics that the council requested at its last June meeting in relation to the design of a prospective cooperative-based quota program for pot gear CPs and over 60 CVs in the BSAI Pacific cod fishery. And we also want to acknowledge contributions to this paper from Anna Henry, who isn't able to be here this week. So this slide outlines how we've organized the council's 14 bullet points for discussion topics and grouped them into a paper that has some logical order. And this is the order that we're going to follow in this presentation. So I'm going to start with a little bit of context for this action. The council's motion last June cited several motivating factors for looking at a cooperative program. At the time, there had been a recent trend of lower BSAI PCOD TAC, increased participation, short seasons, race conditions with the risk of safety concerns, and also variable crab bycatch. And this describes the context of the fishery over roughly the 2016 to 2020 period. And thus, it makes sense that the council started fielding testimony requesting this sort of action in 2018 and since then. Part of that June 2023 motion was to set a control date for any limited access privilege program that might emerge. As you know, the control date doesn't constrain the council's ability to choose the qualifying period that it deems most appropriate after analysis. The purpose of the control date was to discourage speculative entry into the fishery that could have resulted from the council's signaling motion, and that goal was achieved. As we'll note throughout this discussion, that the 2023 and 2024 A-season fisheries saw the opposite of an uptick in participation, although that could probably be attributed to a handful of factors that aren't related to the setting of a control date. Looking ahead, this meeting is an opportunity to revisit and affirm the problem that the council is trying to address in the context of the fishery as it now exists and is expected to exist in the near term and foreseeable future. The council could initiate a NEPA review of a fleshed out program design with timelines and required analytical tasks that involves, or the council could identify elements that would be key aspects of a LAP design that still need exploration, which also would have the benefit of providing time for additional rounds of public input through council meetings and to see how the fishery is functioning in this relatively new BSAI groundfish bioeconomic regime. The question timing is fairly subjective but important, so the council should think about and solicit input on how urgent the need is. In either case, there are program elements that need to be specified at least a little bit before staff can take an analysis and run with it. To name just a few examples of key aspects that aren't defined yet, as a council thinking about allocating PSC species, would both CPs and CVs be included in a cooperative program given the lack of participation in the CP sector? How are processors, shoreside processors involved? And Mr. Brannon will lay out some of these elements in the coming slides. Section 1 of the paper includes a brief description of actions that the council's considered since roughly 2018 to provide some stability to these pot cod sectors. On the CP side, the council went as far as an analysis of latent LLP license endorsement reduction action. Ultimately, the council determined that removing a few of the 8 at the time CP endorsements would not substantially address the issues challenging the fishery and would directly impact several entities while also foreclosing future opportunities if the environment surrounding that sector of the fishery were to evolve in a positive direction in the longer term future. The council also considered including pot CVs in what eventually became the PCTC program for cod trawl vessels. And after a 2019 scoping paper, the council decided not to include the pot sector and rather encouraged pot cod participants to develop ideas for a LAP that would be more tailored to the pot sectors and inclusive across pot cod subsectors. Section 1 also provides visual representations of the harvest patterns in the A and B seasons for each of the 2 sectors considered. I haven't put them in slides, but that's figures 1.2 and 1.3 in the paper. And section 1 explains how NMFS manages in-season rollovers of unharvested TAC between seasons within the same sector or within a season, usually in the B season, from one sector that's not fishing to other sectors that still are. And table 1.1 in the document lists the dates when the BSAI is closed for the pot sectors in question. For the A season, it's a pretty clear reflection of the time-limited nature of the fishery. For the B season, you can see that around 2018, when the council started hearing from stakeholders in this fishery, that the season had contracted to just a few weeks due to low TAC and a lack of in-season reallocation from other sectors. It was fairly pointed out in the AP that it would be more informative and also a little more stark to show closures on the Bering Sea level instead of BSAI, because when the Bering Sea area closes, you might not see a fishery closure in table 1.1, but there are only a small number of LLP licenses that are endorsed for pot cod fishing on CVs in the Aleutian Islands, even if they could find a market to make a viable trip out there. As for the current context for the fishery, as of mid-May 2024, there'd been no effort in the pot CP sector, and the CV sector over 60 fleet had caught 70% of the A season allocation, but had not fished since the week ending April 14th. This is a significant departure from the conditions that existed when the council first started receiving testimony in favor of a LAP. The factors behind it are diverse and, broadly speaking, probably have more to do with markets and processor demand than the TAC, which is not decreasing over recent years. So now would be the time for the council to consider whether the development of a cooperative-based LAP is also a solution for today's challenges, as it was proposed to be the solution for challenges facing the fishery 4 to 6 years ago. And then finally, Section 1 gives a summary of vessel participation and nominal fishery value over the last 10 years. More detailed looks at vessel counts and dependency on the pot cod fishery is included in tables 3.5 and 3.6 on page 25. And Mr. Brannon will have more detail on that. And I'm going to pass the presentation over to him now.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Daryl Brannon, and I promise this is the last time you have to hear from me this meeting. One of the requests of the council when this discussion paper was initiated was a discussion of a LAP program versus other types of catch share programs and what distinguishes them. And a limited access privilege, by definition in the MSA, means a federal permit issued as part of a limited access system to harvest a quantity of fish expressed by a unit or units representing a portion of the total allowable catch of a fishery that may be received or held by exclusive use for a person. In other words, the National Marine Fisheries Service issues a permit, they can harvest a certain percentage of the fish available. Under the LAP programs that have been developed in the North Pacific through the council process, those have been determined to be LAPs, and they're subject to cost recovery and all those types of things that go along with a LAP program under the MSA. And those include the fisheries you see listed there. There are other types of catch share programs in the North Pacific and in other areas of the country that are not LAPs because they don't meet that definition of a permit being issued that allows the holder to harvest a specific percentage of the available quota. And two examples of those types of catch share programs are the voluntary freezer longline cooperative in the North Pacific, because in that fishery, the freezer longline sector is allocated a portion of the Pacific cod quota, but it's allocated to the sector. So there's no permit issued that guarantees individuals within that sector a specific amount of quota. The sector is small enough where the individuals were able to come together and agree on how to divide up the sector allocation and fish it amongst themselves under the voluntary cooperative structure. And so that type of catch share program is not subject to cost recovery and the other types of things that LAP programs are. Another example is the New England Groundfish Sector Program. And in New England, groundfish are allocated groups of vessels that form sectors, and is based on the historic catch of the vessels. And as you may recall, when the Magnuson Act was reauthorized, for the New England groundfish fishery to form a catch share a LAP, it required a vote of the members of industry, and it had to be a certain percentage of the members of industry vote for that. And so when they structured the program, they structured it so that it didn't meet the requirements of being a LAP, but it was a catch share program. And so it functions a lot like the freezer longline cooperative in that the National Marine Fisheries Service issues quota to the sector based on the vessels that participate in that sector, but it's not a permit that guarantees them a certain percent of the quota because of transfers and things that can occur. The program or the discussion paper goes into a lot of detail on the required elements of a LAP program as defined in section 303A of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. I don't plan on going through all those as part of my presentation. The focus of our presentation is to hit issues that I thought were the most relevant for issues the council may wish to consider as part of this development of this program. One of the important issues that would need to be defined by the council is exactly what species are being allocated under this program in terms of the directed fishery and any PSC that might be associated with the program. And just some quick discussion of the allocation. We assume it'd be Pacific cod and would exclude CDQ because CDQ is its own allocation. We also kind of assume, unless directed otherwise by the council, that it would only be the directed catch deducted from the federal TAC that would be included as part of the allocation under this program. And we note in the document that there's no or almost no participation in the GHL fishery because either they occur in the Aleutian Islands and these vessels don't fish in the Aleutian Islands very much, or the GHL fishery that's in the Bering Sea subdistrict is limited to vessels less than 58 feet. And since we're looking at vessels 60 feet and over in this program, they could not participate in that program. There's also a discussion of, okay, if we're allocating Pacific cod, we know that some Pacific cod is harvested for use as bait. And there's two different categories of bait. There's bait that's sold commercially to other vessels that's harvested, and there's bait harvested for personal use, primarily in crab fisheries. There's also some discussion that we'll get to later in the document about the area where the fishery was harvested, whether it was the Aleutian Islands or Bering Sea, and how quota share may be issued under this program if it moves forward, whether it would be for the Aleutian Islands or the Bering Sea or the areas combined. And we had a lot of these discussions when the PCTC program was being developed. And the implications, as Mr. Cunningham spoke to earlier, of what happens with the Bering Sea TAC is taken and people are forced to fish in the Aleutians. The PSC issues, there's the potential impacts if PSC is issued, the impacts it could have on monitoring requirements under the program, and the issues of variable annual catch of various PSC species and the difficulty they may cause in setting appropriate size limits in these fisheries. And looking at PSC over time, this is a table that breaks out the pot CP catch of species that are typically PSC species in the groundfish fishery for CPs and the pot CVs greater than 60 feet. I think the take-home message, is probably y'all anticipate, is that there's not a lot of halibut mortality or salmon mortality in a pot fishery. There is a fair amount of crab bycatch, and the various species are listed there. And I think, again, the take-home message is it's highly variable by year. And so depending on the species that would be allocated or apportioned under this program as PSC, it complicates the issue of what the appropriate limit should be to be both effective and within the program without being too constraining. This is
Mr. Brandon. Sorry, before we move on, I think we have a question from Ms. Baker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brandon. I appreciate that last point that you made and was hoping to take advantage of your experience with our other catch share programs and perhaps even implementation of some of those. And can you, in putting this paper together, did similar situations with really variable PSC limits, in an unrationalized fishery, do you have other examples of that the council sort of had to address when it was developing a rationalization program that come to mind that might be useful for us to keep in mind here?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, I'm struggling to come up with specific examples of highly variable PSC catches. I'm certain that they exist. I think what the council has done to try and address those types of issues when establishing PSC limits under catch share programs in the past is set a limit that's maybe a little bit higher than everyone would like and do reductions over time as people adjust so that people have a chance to adapt to the fishery and so on. Another issue I think that's probably worth considering is these rates, or these occurred under a race for fish conditions where people may not have had the flexibility to move if the PCOD tack was going to be taken. So they may not have avoided these species as much as they potentially could under a catch share program. And the other issue is the amount of observer coverage that occurred in these fisheries. And so these estimates are based on, both observed mortality or bycatch and estimates that are applied to vessels that weren't observed. I think the standard assumption is that if we move to a catch share program, there would be a higher coverage level, whether that be 100% or whatever the council determines is appropriate. We'll probably have a better idea of exactly what the bycatch is in the fishery. And if the council implemented a structure, maybe like they did in the past, where they were more conservative and setting the limit initially and ratchet it down, it may give the council time to adjust if they had to. If the information under a fully observed program is very different than what had been observed in the past.
Thank you. That was helpful. Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I think I've already talked about the GHL fisheries, and I'm not going to go over that again. The incidental catch of Pacific cod. You recall in one of my earlier slides, my basic working assumption would be that it's the directed Pacific cod catch, and that would be included under the catch share program, and not incidental catch of Pacific cod that occurs in other non-ground fit or in other fisheries, including non-ground fish fisheries. Again, there's not sufficient data available that are collected from these fisheries to extrapolate estimates of incidental catch, and these specifically are the halibut hook and line fishery and the crab fisheries, to know what the total ICA for Pacific cod for the fixed gear sector should be. In the absence of the quantitative data needed to make these estimates in these fisheries, NIMS sets an ICA at 500 metric tons. And the assumption in the discussion paper is that if the allocation is based on directed catch, we would continue using this type of ICA approach, where the ICA would be set assuming the same amount, 500 metric tons, and that would cover any incidental catch of Pacific cod in non-ground fish fisheries as well as ground fish fisheries by vessels under this program. Switching gears and looking at licenses that have been issued for the Bering Sea or Aleutian Islands with the Pacific cod pot endorsement. You can see from this slide that there are 7 licenses issued for CP and 51 for catcher vessels, for a total of 58 licenses. As we go through the discussion, we'll note that when the license limitation program was developed, there were kind of downgrading provisions that were included in the program. So you could use a CP license on a catcher vessel. You couldn't use a catcher vessel license on a CP. If you had a vessel that was had an endorsement for a maximum length overall of 70 feet, you could fish it on a smaller vessel. It's just the maximum length overall. So there's the potential that some of these CP licenses could be used on CVs, which at least one of them has in the past. And there's the potential that these licenses for over 60 feet could potentially be used on vessels less than 60 feet if they got a small allocation or didn't want to participate in this fishery. Couldn't be used on the same vessel, but they could be moved to a different vessel and fish there. Here's some just basic information on the count of CVs and CP vessels that were active by year. The vessels are on the y-axis, and the number of years those vessels were active from 2000 2008, was it our years here? Whatever our years were, 2008 to 2023. And basically what it shows is there were 10, how to read this, there were 10 CVs that were active only 1 year, and there were 3 CPs that were active only 1 year. You go to the far right side, there were 6 catcher vessels that participated every year, and there was 1 CP that fished every year. And the reason I included this information is typically the more years you're active, the higher or the more of an allocation you receive. Individuals that had relatively minor amounts of participation, they may not receive enough quota to be viable. They may either sell it or lease it or do something else under this program. This figure shows the catch, the number of vessels, and the LLP used by year in the Aleutian Islands, the Bering Sea, and in total. And I think kind of the take-home message is, like for the catcher vessels, there was only 3 licenses that had an AI endorsement. You can see there was a relatively small amount of catch by these vessels in the Aleutian Islands, and it occurred from 2018 through 2022. And you can see that it was a little over 3,300 metric tons. And of the total over the entire time period, there was 181,000 metric tons. So it was a relatively small portion of the total catch over the time period. The same type of information for the catcher processors. And again, the participation in the Aleutian Islands varied by year, with participation of a small number of catcher processors and licenses early in the time period and later in the time period. One of the questions that came up in the advisory panel was, why are there more vessels than licenses in some of the years? And it's a function of licenses can be moved between vessels. They can be stacked on more than one vessel. And some of those issues that we often try and sort out when we're talking about catch share programs. I would note here, and I think I talked about it again later, that there were only 6 of these licenses that have been active over this time period. And you'll recall from an earlier slide that there are 7 total licenses. And if I would have thought to mention it in the previous slide, there were 52 catcher vessels that had licenses associated with, I'll get this right. There were 52 licenses that had been used to harvest in the catcher vessel sector. One of those was a catcher processor license, because there were only 51 catcher vessel licenses. So all the catcher vessel licenses had some history associated with them. All the catcher processor licenses have some history, but one was only ever used as a catcher vessel. And I think our assumption would be that that catcher processor license would be issued catcher vessel quota and would only be allowed to fish in the catcher vessel sector if this program were to move forward using this catch history information. And so that would be the limitation placed on that license. Another issue that the council requested specific information on was pot cod deliveries to motherships for the CVs greater than or equal to 60 feet from 2008 through June 11, 2023. And I would like to stop and note that this was the council's control date that was passed at the council meeting. The actual control date published by the National Marine Fisheries Service was later than this during the summer. I can't remember right off the top of my head exactly what the date was, but in both cases, the control dates occurred after the A season had closed and before the B season had started. So there should be no impact on whichever one you use on the amount of directed catch that would qualify under the program. There was very limited amounts of deliveries to motherships under this program. All deliveries to motherships were harvested from the BSAI in 2008 and accounted for a very small portion of the Pacific cod catch by the sector and the catch associated with those vessels and LLP licenses. Due to the limited participation associated with those vessels in confidentiality restrictions, I'm unable to provide the exact amount of catch that was associated with those landings. The council also requested, as part of this discussion paper, a discussion of equal shares as options for catcher vessels. Without a lot of detail on what equal shares meant in this instance, and moving forward, this concept would require some additional clarification from the council. And some of the things we thought of would equal shares apply to all or a portion of the sector's TAC? What is required to be eligible to receive an equal share allocation? Would either vessel owners or LP holders be required to satisfy some minimum requirement? Could it be based on size, catch history of the vessel, number of years they participated in the program, or some combination of those factors? And we just provided a bunch of ideas because we really didn't know what the council was thinking in terms of which way they might want to go if this moves forward. And the last bullet is just a quick discussion that everyone, I think, already realized. If you do equal shares, your catch history doesn't count as much, and if at all. And so if you had a lot of catch history, you'll probably be worse off under an equal share program. If you had relatively small amounts of catch history, you'd probably be much better off under an equal share program. These tables are presented in the document, and they're basically designed to show the percent of revenue generated by the catcher vessels in the cod fishery overall, and then compared to some of the other fisheries. And just the way to read this table, and there's a mistake in the first table under table 4.5, it should be less than 0.1% instead of less than 1% in the first row of the table. The way you read this table is these were the average number of vessels that were active in the Pacific cod pot fishery by year, and the percent of revenue they derived from the Pacific cod fishery. And so in total, on average, there were 1.1 vessels that generated less than 0.1% of their total revenue from the Pacific cod fishery. And you can read down through the list of percentages, and if you want to look at it by individual year, you can see how many fell into that category from 2014 through 2023. And you get down, those individuals would expect to receive a very small allocation under this program. You go down to the vessels that received 90 to 100% of their annual revenue from the Pacific cod fishery. You can see there on average was 2.5 vessels. And by year, again, you can see how many vessels generated that percentage of their annual revenue from the cod fishery. If you move over to the table to the right, you can see that under the Pacific cod column, those numbers exactly match the annual average from 2013 or 2014 through 2023. And so that 1.1 vessels on average that got less than 0.1% of the revenue from the Pacific cod fishery. There were also, of those vessels, 26.3 of those vessels got less than 0.1% of the revenue from halibut. 26.5 vessels got less than 0.1% from sablefish and crab. And you can read through that entire table and kind of get an idea of dependency on the cod fishery in the context of other fisheries.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for spending some time on these tables. I was trying hard, but so tell me, Mr. Brandon, if I'm reading like table 4.6 correctly, I was trying to see kind of how many vessels out of the average of 29, like on average, receive 50% or more of their revenues from this fishery, from the cod fishery. And so I was just adding up the 1.1, the 0.6, the 0.6, the 0.5, the 2.5 to get about 5 vessels that generated 50% or more of their revenues from the cod fishery. Am I reading that right?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, you're reading that correctly.
Okay, thank you.
have you do that. Sorry. Yeah. We're just having a side discussion here, Madam Chair. One of the issues that was requested in the discussion paper were vessel owners with no LLP license. And basically what I ended up doing is I really didn't know what the intent of this request was. I ended up going through the data and looking at the catch history when there was landings, but there was no license associated with those landings, and provide a quick summary of that. And if you go down to the last major heading bullet, there were 7 vessels that met this criteria of active vessels with no LLP license defined in the assumptions above. 3 were CPs, and all of the CPs not associated with an LLP license was harvested in the Aleutian Islands sub-area in a total of 2,439 metric tons. 2 of the CPs only reported catch in 2008 and never had a license associated with that catch any other time period. The 3rd vessel reported catch associated with an LLP license at some point during the years considered. So 2 of the CPs never had a license, and 1 had a license part of the time associated with this catch. And a similar situation occurred for the 2 of the 4 vessels reported catch on more than 1 LLP license. 1 used a single license, and 1 never reported Pacific cod catch on an LLP license during the period. And there were 1,249 metric tons of catch associated with these 4 vessels when there was no license issued in the data, to give you some sort of idea of the magnitude of this issue. I would note that having thought about this issue a little bit more since I put the slides together and put the presentation together, some of these issues may have been dealt with under previous council action where you looked at parallel fishery issues and people giving up FFPs and licenses to be able to avoid fishing, to be able to continue fishing after the sector allocation was closed, but fish in the parallel fishery. I haven't done a deep dive into these data, but I think that action occurred in 2021, if I remember correctly. And given the time periods of when much of this catch occurred, that may have been the reason for some of this catch showing up with no license. And that may have been one of the issues that the council was addressing of vessel owners with no LLP licenses. And so I didn't include that in the discussion paper. It's just something that I thought about afterwards, but just wanted to mention.
Thanks, Daryl. And Madam Chair, another way that so the bullet from the council's June 2023 motion is the 3rd bullet, and it reads, consider issuing quota share to owners of active vessels that do not own an LLP. So Mr. Brannon's given you one reasonable interpretation of what the maker of that motion intended. And another one that came up as we spoke with fishery participants developing this paper, and also came up again in the AP, that I think is worth mentioning because it gets to the point of help the analysts as they move forward know how you're envisioning this program, is could that bullet be considering the owner and operator of a vessel that's active in this fishery, but they're fishing somebody else's LLP? So would they have earned any catch history? And that is a tricky one to address for a couple of reasons. One is that oftentimes the owner of an LLP or even a vessel is not identifiable as anything other than an LLC or a PO box in some cases. Another could be that the owner of the LLP who has assigned it to a vessel that's going to do the fishing has a private agreement that addresses how that catch history will accrue to the license or to the vessel or some division there. And if such agreements existed, there would be no way for staff to understand them or have access to them. So I think there was a good discussion about this in the advisory panel. And I think perhaps when you get the AP report, there was potential measures to address that take on this question and the motion that the AP put forward So I just wanted to flag that and not speak on their behalf. But an instance where we looked at this bullet and one could ask two completely different questions based on the words on the page.
Yes, and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you for both of those responses. I think it reminds me how much energy you need to start a catch share program and go into the deep dive on all these little niggly things. But what I wanted to ask is that last major bullet about the 7 vessels. That is regardless of the reason, is that the universe of vessels, whether it was due to, dropping the LLP to fish in parallel waters, or whether it was due to someone leasing an LLP, which is not supposed to be allowed. Are we still capturing the universe despite the reason?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, that's the maximum that catch history that could occur under the scenarios, depending on what it is. Under the leasing provision, there may have been a license that showed up under the data, and it was reported under that license because that's the license that was moved to that vessel during that time. But you can look at these numbers, and this is kind of the maximum that would occur. Just a quick slide on the Pacific cod caught as bait issue. This is in pounds and on an annual basis from 2008 through 2023. The amount that was reported as bait, both sold and personal use. Again, this is just kind of a decision point that would have to be made as this process moves forward and how you want to treat it. Both these categories could show up in a Pacific cod directed target, depending on how the fish tickets are reported. And so as we move forward, it's not a big deal, but it's always important to somebody in terms of allocations. And so just something to keep in the back of your mind on how this should be treated if this moves forward. Another requirement of a LAP program is considering what would be considered by the council in this fishery as excessive share limits, and establishing excessive share limits to ensure that an individual or a person does not acquire more than that amount that's defined as an excessive share by these fisheries by the council. And to give the council some idea of what they may wish to consider based on catch history. And this is for the CV sector. I did groupings of both 4 catcher vessels and 4 firms because of confidentiality issues. And you can get an idea of, if you look at the far right bar, what you may consider as kind of excessive shares based on what the largest 4 entities did in these cases. And again, because it's average, there's got to be at least somebody over this amount and somebody under it. Depending on the math, it could be 1, it could be 2, it could be 3. We can't tell that. I did a similar thing for the catcher processors, but because there's so few of them, I didn't put together a chart. But the 4 vessels and firms with the most catch accounted for about 93% of the total from 2008 through 2011. To be perfectly honest, this doesn't provide you very much information to set an excessive share limit, but confidentiality restrictions prevent us from providing a lot more information. And I know we had a lot of similar discussions when we were talking about mothership limits and stuff in the PCTC program and what information we can provide. For the processing sector, I did a similar activity, and it was a grouping by firms. I didn't do it by plant. If a processor owned more than 1 plant that took pot cod deliveries. But you can see that the 4 largest processing firms in terms of deliveries averaged just over 17% of the sector total from 2008 through 2022. And I can't remember why we had 2022 in this slide as opposed to 2023 like we used in the others. It may have been something I put together earlier. I don't know why. And note that there is annual variation. If you just looked at a single year as opposed to grouping it by all the years, the annual average ranged from about 17% to 25%. And so all these factors are important, in considering an excessive share, that there is annual variability, and we can't always provide you an exact number so that you could base it on the entity that had the largest amount of catch or processing. Another issue was sideboards under the catcher. The Pacific Cod program, I don't know why it says CR program. But under this program, and this is just a summary of the licenses and what GOA Pacific Cod sideboard limits are attached to those licenses as a result of the crab rationalization program. So that's and you can see that for the catcher processor sector, either they're sideboard or they have no sideboard limits, and that's because they don't have an endorsement to fish in the Gulf of Alaska. Under the catcher vessel sector, you can kind of scroll down and read through those as well. But 3 CVs may fish in the Gulf of Alaska Pacific Cod fishery that have sideboards for other species, and 1 catcher vessel can fish in the Western Gulf Cod fishery with no sideboard limit. And so as a result of the crab rationalization program, many of the vessels and licenses that would be associated with the pot cod program are either already sideboarded because of crab rationalization sideboards, or they're not allowed to fish in the Gulf with that license because it doesn't have a Gulf of Alaska cod endorsement. We didn't do a deep dive into what other fisheries, if they have a GOA license, what other fisheries they may be able to participate in at this point. This is just a focused look at cod, since that's the fishery that these vessels typically would participate in. We also did a quick look at incidental catch. Other species, non-PSE species in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Pacific cod pot fishery. And you can see there's a wide variety of species taken as incidental catch. We truncated this list saying that you had to have more than 0.5 metric tons of catch of that species over the entire year on average. And you can see, looking at these species, either these species have a relatively large TAC, yellowfin sole, for example, which the council could set a TAC higher than they do on an annual basis, and partially driven often because of the 2 million metric ton limit in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands. Or the species have relatively low value or no value at all in terms of being delivered. And so there'd be little incentive to increase incidental catch of these species. The implications of IRIU and the crab or the cod program. IRIU regulations, and this is improved retention, improved utilization regulations, require a person to retain IRIU species when the directed Pacific cod fishery is open. There are very limited exceptions to this rule. When the directed Pacific cod fishery is closed, they're required to retain up to 20% of the MRA, up to the MRA, which is typically 20% of the basis species. So if we move to a pot cod fishery that's opened all year under a LAP program, that changes the implications of what people would be required to retain of cod harvested in other fisheries. And I think this is one of the issues that we would just need to spend a little bit more time thinking about, and the impacts if the council wants to move forward with this issue. For example, if you had a bunch of pots out and you don't have any quota to cover it, and you wanted to rail dump the fish because you couldn't bring them on board, or you'd be over your catch share, but you couldn't discard them because of IRU, what do you do in that case? And with that, Madam Chairman, that completes my portion of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it over to Mr. Cunningham.
I think we have a question online, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daryl, can you go back? Yes, thank you, to the IRIU. I'm just forgetting my IRIU details. when directed fishing is open or closed, so if we're talking about the over 60 hot cod sector here, do you mean, does that statement mean when directed fishing is open or closed just for that particular sector that we're talking about? Then the retention requirements apply, or is this broader across sectors?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, I was specifically referring to the sectors that are included under this proposed program. So it'd be the over 60 catcher vessels and the CP vessels, and what the requirements for them to either retain or discard fish, and how they would have to do that under the RIU program.
Okay, thank you. I was just, yeah, I was struggling to think about what other fisheries as referred to in that bullet would mean, and I think you said you would need to think about that a little bit more. Did I hear that correctly?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, yeah, this was an issue that was brought to us by the National Marine Fisheries Service and just asked that we include this in the paper, just to highlight it and note that it probably would require a little bit more thought and consideration if this program moves forward.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, and there's just one other issue that was a recommendation of things to consider to alleviate some of these concerns about going over your limit in IRIU, and that's to consider a 10% overage underage provision, which wasn't included in as a request for part of this program, but it was just thrown out as an idea from members of National Marine Fisheries Service staff as something to consider that might help alleviate this issue.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brannon. I guess to that, and it sounds like there haven't been a lot of conversations or thought put into the IRIU complications. Are there other options that you've been batting around, or maybe other ways to address the issue so that they're not so problematic?
Madam Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I have not. I don't know if Sam has or not, but I have not.
Okay, we'll let Mr. Brannon rest now. So I will take us the rest of the way. One of the council's requests was to discuss potential impacts on vessel crew. We included a short description of crew size ranges across the two sectors and factors that might influence where particular vessel crew falls within that range. In general, crew size is likely larger if the pace of fishing is faster, the TAC is higher, prices are strong relative to expenses. For CPs, crew size will also differ across the size of the platform and the factory, and there is some diversity across this particular CP fleet. Operators also consider the crew that they need to have on board for time-adjacent fisheries or activities like tendering salmon prior to the bee season. And operators might keep certain crew on board that aren't necessarily essential for a smaller, short pot cod season, but they need to retain those crew members for crab fishing. And in general, captains want to keep experienced crew who work safely and effectively. Sometimes that means keeping them on board, and sometimes that means letting them do other fisheries with an understanding that they'll be returning. Fleet size obviously affects the total number of crew positions across the sector. Setting aside market factors and willingness to participate in this fishery in a particular year, the program design elements like use caps could also affect how many vessels are likely to fish. Crew size might become marginally smaller if the pace of the fishery is slowed down, but in our thinking, this change would be on a small margin, maybe one position on a CV, and those changes would be bounded by the previously described needs, like having the right people on your vessel to fish crab, for example. Most crew are compensated on a percentage share basis, though we understand that some positions on a CP can be paid on a daily rate or a case rate. But in either instance, additional costs of operating in a lap are likely to come off the top before crew pay is calculated, whether that is a crew share that gets divided out, or a wage rate that's offered by a CP employer. And these additional costs might include, in a lap scenario, quota lease fees, additional monitoring costs, or NIMS cost recovery. And finally, on crew, factors like stability and profitability can result in positive impacts for crew compensation and safety. Examples of profitability might include the effectiveness of time spent fishing or opportunities for value-added processing. Still, the larger economic trends in this fishery and its processing sectors, and the biology dictating when cod are right for fishing, and constraints on where CVs can reach geographically, and also the timing of other fisheries that are important to these vessels and their shoreside processors, will likely continue to bound any large-scale changes in how the fishery would operate as a lab versus how it's been prosecuted in recent, more normal years. Several of the council's bullet points asked us to consider connections and potential effects on other sectors like the under 60 fleet, the state waters cod fishery, processors, and those who do not have quota or have participated but would not necessarily be issued quota. Mr. Brandon already talked about sideboards and LLP license endorsements, and so this section serves more as a general discussion of the dynamics of the BSAI cod fisheries, bottlenecks, and the general economic landscape, and how rationalizing certain additional sectors might fit into that picture. A relatively smaller point that stands aside from this general discussion is whether the implementation of a LAP would affect the start date for the GHL fishery in the Dutch Harbor subdistrict. Presently, the state opens that fishery based on when the federal fishery closes, or whether another predetermined date arrives first. So if the federal fishery never closes, as under a LAP could be the case, the state fishery might always be held back until that backup date, which is later. It might put that fishery into the time of year when cod is less fishable or lower in quality, or shoreside processors are interested in them. And the effect of a LAP and season end date is also similar to what Mr. Brandon was describing regarding IRIU regulations. The next bullet gets into the general dynamics of the fishery in very brief terms. These are some of the current challenges in the globally competitive market. And on top of those, both harvesters and shoreside processors are facing high cost conditions for inputs like labor, fuel, insurance, provisions, transportation, and interest on financing, to name a few. Costs associated with a LAP could be additional to those. And so if processor demand for CV deliveries is a bottleneck in the operation of this fishery, it raises a question of who will get a market and whether cooperative management will fully pull these sectors out of a race for fish or race for market footing. There could still be incentives or demands to fish at certain time to work around other species or cod sectors, for example, trawl fishing under PCTC, that processors are prioritizing because of their volume and predictability as a rationalized fishery. It's not hard to imagine that a processing plant with lower total seasonal demand for cod in a certain year would or could prioritize pre-planned deliveries of rationalized cod. If over 60 pot CVs become rationalized in the future, it might still not be on equal footing with trawl cod at all times, depending on the volume that a processor wants, or whether there are business connections between processors and certain vessels in the fleet. If non-rationalized cod are deprioritized, they might not find markets until later in the season when quality and prices might be lower. To the extent that vessels or cooperatives compete on price for markets, that would effectively be another cost increase to harvesters under a LAP. And then one other discussion point that came out in the AP that wasn't directly noted in the paper is the question of whether people with over 60 foot LLP licenses that don't receive much or any fishing quota in the allocation could take those licenses into the unrationalized under 60 federal pot cod fishery. And the answer to that is yes, with the obvious caveat that they would need to assign the license to a smaller vessel and get a market to buy their fish.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you remind me, Mr. Cunningham, are these just, I don't know, cautionary tales or things that you think we should try to build into a program design? I forget where some of these questions came from. And I only ask because some of the conclusions or what seemed like conclusions about like concerns about whether rationalized cod be prioritized for delivery. I think depending on program design and what's happening in other fisheries could be the exact opposite conclusion, where rationalized cod would not be prioritized for delivery. So they seemed a little early in the stage of the game that we are, but did we ask for these specific questions to come out in the presentation, or are you just trying to get us to think ahead?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I guess my reason for framing them this way in presentation format is my understanding is the council is still making a decision on when and how to pursue a LAP with cooperatives, and whether the current context of the fishery, where it's not operating as a fully utilized race, and it is directly in competition with a Pacific cod fishery that is rationalized, if those things matter and in which direction they matter. So, you know, the angle that the maker of the motion last June was coming from was really thinking in my mind of what the fishery, how it was operating, say in 2016 through 2020. And that's substantially different now. You know, the shoreside processing landscape has shifted a little bit. So I guess maybe I'll cop to, you know, being in the position of asking the council or people who want to testify to the council to give their perspective on whether this LAP solves the problems that are currently being experienced, or if you could set up these cooperatives, but not necessarily feel confident that it's going to lead you to what I think is the common understanding of LAP, rationalized fishery, goes into place. You know, results change, processors slow down, do higher value-added products, you know, rising tide lifts all boat, the fishery is more valuable, we can cover the costs of extra monitoring and cost recovery. I know this isn't truly the last fishery to be rationalized in the region, but it's, you know, near the back of the train. So, you know, are we expecting the same outcomes as we did when you went from like true Olympic style fishing conditions in some fisheries to some of the very first rationalization programs that had a very robust processing sector to partner with?
Thank you. Thank you. I think I can understand where you're coming from. I think it still might work toward getting us to think about what a program design might look like in these conditions, as opposed to whether we could achieve kind of the broad objectives through a catch share program. I think those still are pretty solid, but that there are other things and conditions in the fishery that might warrant, as we do, I think every time a catch share program is implemented, we learn a little something else as we go down the line, having started those programs, you know, 30 years ago. So I'm going to keep listening, Mr. Cunningham. Thanks for that explanation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll continue to give you enough rope to hang me with, but I appreciate the question. So I was gonna move into monitoring requirements. I have 2 slides here. This was, again, part of the council's request and responded to in this paper under the presumption that COD and PSC are both allocated, and that practice and regulation requires certain measures to ensure that the agency can monitor, account, and enforce in an environment where there are more opportunities to increase catch value through actions that are not in compliance with retention and reporting standards. That's pretty typical of catch share programs in this region to date. The focus of additional at-sea monitoring requirements would be the CV sector, which is currently in partial coverage, and the need to account for a constraining PSC species like crab, which would not be retained and thus counted at the shoreside plan. It would need to be accounted for accurately and enforceably at sea. It was rightly pointed out that there are some fisheries that have hard cap PSC limits that are not in full coverage, like Gulf of Alaska trawl and BSAI cod trawl prior to the PCTC program. But those fisheries do not or did not have transferable PSC quota. In many years, they also would have had a higher realized coverage rate than the partial coverage pot cod CVs have had. Enhanced monitoring infrastructure also provides cooperatives and managers with more timely and accessible data on catch and PSC through enhancements like the Atlas system. And the paper looked at observer needs and availability as well. This is also something the council is tracking through another discussion paper that I believe is scheduled for your next meeting. Staff looked retrospectively at what would have been the maximum shortfall in terms of number of human observers needed on a given day if all pot cod over 60-foot CVs would have required one. Looking back at the fishing data, vessels fishing per day, number that had observers versus ones that didn't and would have needed one. So looking at observer supply. The high water mark was 13 individual observers on a given day, and this is shown in table 7.2 on page 41. It's important to note that this wouldn't have been a constant state of shortfall, but it would have occurred all else equal. And typically we saw these higher shortfall days in the retrospective data occurring in the months January, September, and October. Another factor to consider is whether the observers needed to work in this fishery would be level 2 observers, which would be an additional challenge in terms of availability and cost. As is always the case, future analysis will need to consider the net effect that moving vessels out of partial coverage fee pool and need for observer days under that contract will affect the overall monitoring mission. In terms of new needs or cost to participants, I mentioned Atlas before. The need to provide hardware and data for at-sea transmission could be a new cost to some CVs. As noted before, though, there could also be benefits associated with those costs in terms of cooperative management and enhanced PSC mitigation in the case of a cooperatively managed hard cap on crab. So having cooperative managers getting real-time fishery and PSC data within a matter of hours instead of days or more. For processors that are accounting for ground fish catch at shoreside plants, there would likely be requirements for certified scales, which they may or may not already have from participation in other programs, and also potentially the need for a catch monitoring control plan that's approved for this program. And then lastly, on the monitoring topic, there were questions in the AP about the applicability of EM under a lab scenario. That certainly raises questions that staff will have to flesh out. A few broad points to make on that are EM for cod vessels does exist. My understanding is that it's somewhat less efficient for pot cod gear due to the number of reviewed events, i.e. potholes, relative to some other EM applications. There may also be less ability to identify crab to the species level through EM compared to human observers. And I think this is an area that staff could continue to work on with agency partners to evaluate whether EM is well suited to a cooperative lab that has transferable crab PSC limits. One thing we would want to think ahead about is if EM does not work well for this management approach, could this program result in vessels pulling out of the EM pool? And this is our last slide and topic for this presentation. The council cited safety of life in vessels in its June motion, noting a connection between a race for fish or a race for fishery and unsafe conditions. Here in the third bullet, we list some of the familiar factors that may cause a vessel operator to feel the need to fish in a particular time and place or at a particular rate. It's notable to the analysts that you can't really use any of these factors to describe the 2024 A season. The season didn't close, although processors probably did move on from pot cod at a certain point that was known to the active fleet. The TAC wasn't fully harvested. There is a control date on catch history, and crab fisheries are open but not necessarily robust. It remains to be seen whether the 2024 A season is reflective of a short-term disruption or the beginning of a different regime for this fishery. And as we've stated throughout, there are factors that would likely continue to bound when these fisheries occur, even under a LAP. But cooperative management does have the potential to create small-scale flexibilities that could be valuable for safety in terms of weather and or fishing around other gear and cod areas. And obviously, if a program's implemented, then any inclination to fish for history in spite of the control date would be removed. We did note in the paper that unfortunately the tragic and multi-factor loss of the Scandies Rose in December of 2019 was partly attributed in the NTSB's report to the vessel owner's hope to make a 2020 cod delivery before the crab season in order to establish history for this program. And while it's often stated that decisions affecting safety are ultimately the responsibility of the captain, management structures create the conditions in which the operators make decisions that may affect safety in a complex and challenging physical environment. Well, with that, on that note, I'd like to thank our contributors, including Ms. Henry and the fishery participants who shared their perspectives to help us scope out this early step in the process, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you both for the presentation. We'll see if there are any remaining questions. Looks like they've all been answered for now. Thank you. So we will move into our AP report. Following our AP report, we'll take a short afternoon break, and then we will take public testimony. So any members of the public wishing to sign up for testimony, please do so before the end of our AP reports. We'll likely go a little late today. It looks like we have 18 people signed up, so we'll try to get through a good portion of public testimony before we break for the evening. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. For the record, Paul Wilkins, Advisory Panel Vice Chair.
And I'm Heather Mann, also Advisory Panel Vice Chair. This is a fairly long report, so I'm going to start it off and then I'll hand it over halfway through to Paul, and then we'll be happy to take your questions. So this is the advisory panel report on the Bering Sea Aleutian Island Pacific Cod Pot LAP program. The AP recommends the council adopt the following purpose and needs and alternative for analysis. Purpose and need and alternatives for analysis. Request staff to create an initial review document using the following alternatives, elements, and options to analyze creating a LAP catch and allocation program for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island catcher vessel and catcher processor sector, pot cod fishery vessels, and shoreside processors. Purpose and need. Over the last several years, total allowable catch for Pacific cod in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands has steadily decreased. The pace of the fishery has contributed to an increasingly compressed season, resulting in decreased ability to maximize the value of the fishery and negatively impacting all fishery participants. This race for fish also discourages fishing practices that can minimize bycatch and threatens the sustained viability of the fishery. Fishery participants are unable to form durable cooperative fishery-based structures due to the large number of inactive vessels that could enter the fishery. The council is considering the development of a cooperative-based program for the BSAI Pacific cod pot fisheries to improve the prosecution of the fishery, with the intent of promoting safety and stability in the harvesting and processing sectors, increasing the value of the fishery, minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable, providing for the sustained participation of fishery-dependent communities, and ensuring the sustainability and viability of the resource. BSAI pot cod CV and CP management. Alternative 1, status quo, no action alternative. Alternative 2, cooperative management program for BSAI pot CVs larger than 60 feet and pot catcher vessels. Element 1, cooperative style systems may choose separate alternatives for CP and CV, annual voluntary catcher vessel cooperatives in association with eligible processors. Harvesters may change cooperatives on an annual basis and without penalty. Option 1, one single cooperative. Option 2, no limitation on the number of cooperatives that may form. Inter-cooperative formation is allowed. Sub-option A, no minimum number of LLP licenses is required to form a cooperative. Sub-option B, a minimum of 2 LLP licenses are needed to form a cooperative. Sub-option C, a minimum of 3 LLP licenses are needed to form a cooperative. Element 2, initial allocation to LLP licenses. Catch history to determine eligibility. 2.1, eligibility. Any LLP license assigned to a vessel that made qualifying catch history of targeted pot CV or pot CP BSAI Pacific Cod during the qualifying years is eligible to receive quota share. Option, establish a minimum threshold percentage range of 0.25% to 1% by LLP holder for eligibility to receive quota share. Partial ownership of LLP licenses counts toward the minimum threshold using the individual and collective rule. 2.2, harvester allocations. Eligible LLP licenses must be assigned to a cooperative for the cooperative to receive annual BSAI Pacific Cod cooperative quota. The initial allocation of quota share will be made to eligible LLP licenses, with each license's quota share based on the Pacific Cod qualifying catch history of targeted Pacific Cod authorized by that LLP license during the following qualifying years. A, Pacific Cod would be allocated based on the catch history of LLPs in the directed BSAI greater than 60 feet Pacific Cod pot catcher vessel and catcher processor sector, with the following year options for consideration. May choose separate options for CP and CV. Options 2.2.1, 2017 through 2023, 2.2.2, 2014 through 2023, and 2.2.3, 2009 through 2023. Sub-options: A, drop 1 year, B, drop 2 years, C, drop 3 years, D, drop 4 years. 2.3, development and administration of a reserve pool funded by 1%, 5%, or 15% of available sector allocation for use by active vessels without an LLP. Minimum threshold of legal catch in years selected in element 2.2. Options 2.3.1, threshold of 100 metric tons, 2.3.2, threshold of 200 metric tons, and 2.3.3, threshold of 500 metric tons. The asterisk denotes vessels owned and active in years selected in 2.2A, in which the vessel owner is not designated on a BSAI pot catcher vessel or catcher processor LLP. 2.4, Pacific Cod would be allocated in equal shares to every LLP based on 1, full sector allocation and an equal share to all active LLPs. This option is mutually exclusive of the option in element 2.2. 2, a blended allocation. Options. These options below are not mutually exclusive of options in element 2.2. So there's a range of 2.4.2.1, 10% of available sector allocation, 2.4.2.2, 25% of available sector allocation, 2.4.2.3, 50% of available sector allocation, and 2.4.2.4, 75% of available sector allocation. 2.5, for the initial allocation of quota share, qualifying catch history is attached to the LLP license at the time of harvest. If multiple LLP licenses authorized catch by a vessel, in the absence of an agreement provided by the LLP license holder at the time of application, qualifying catch history will be 2.5.1 divided equally between those LLP licenses, 2.5.2 assigned to an LLP license by the owner of the vessel that made the catch, and 2.5.3 transferred to preferred LLP license agreed to by the LLP license holders. 2.6, annual quota will be issued, cooperative quota will be issued to each cooperative by NIMS based on the aggregate quota share attached to LLP licenses that are assigned to the cooperative. NIMS will issue CQ by season and rely on the cooperatives to ensure the seasonal limits are not exceeded. Unused A season CQ may be rolled over to the B season. CQ will not be designed or designated for harvest in a management area, whether that's the Bering Sea or Aleutian Islands, but may be harvested from either area. 2.7, allocate both A and B seasons. All groundfish species not allocated to cooperatives will be managed by MRAs as under current management. Element 3, crab protected species catch limits. Use same qualifying years as allocation under section 2. Annual crab PSC limits available to the BSAI, POT, CV, and CP cod sectors will be established through the annual specification process as follows. Options 3.1, crab PSC limits will be maintained at the BSAI, POT, CV, and CP limited access sector level. 3.2, establish separate PSC limits for the BSAI, POT, CV, and CP Pacific cod sectors. Suboption 3.2.1, crab PSC limit will be apportioned based on historical use between the POT CV sector and the POT catcher processor sector. Suboption 3.2.2, calculate overall PSC limit to the BSAI, POT, CV, and CP cod sectors based on historical use. Divide the crab PSC limits between catcher vessel and CP sectors based on the proportion of Pacific cod allocated to the POT catcher vessel sector and the POT CP sector. 3.3, set crab PSC limits below historical use set in 3.2 above, reduced by 10%, 25%, 35%, or 45%. Suboption 3.3.1, Red King Crab Zone 1. Suboption 3.3.2, Red King Crab Area 512. Suboption 3.3.3, Apelio Bycatch Limitation Zone. Suboption 3.3.4, Paradise Zone 1 and Zone 2. Suboption 3.3.4, applicable to any suboption 3.3 chosen above. Phase in crab PSC limits over 3.3.4.1, 2 years, 1/2 of the total set crab PSC limit reductions implemented each year. 3.3.4.2, 3-year, 1/3 of the total set crab PSC limit reduction implemented each year. Each cooperative will receive annual CQ of Pacific cod and apportionments of crab PSC limits based on members' qualifying catch histories and processing histories if applicable, to be harvested in accordance with the Harvest Cooperative Agreement. The sector's crab PSC limits will be apportioned to cooperatives in proportion to its initial Pacific cod CQ apportionment and will be monitored at the cooperative level, resulting in a prohibition on directed fishing for Pacific cod in a specified management area by that cooperative if the cooperative PSC limit apportionment is reached. PSC limits are transferable between cooperatives based on the same rules established for the Pacific cod CQ. Element 4, Gulf of Alaska protection and limitation. Option 4.1, CV POT and CP POT LLPs and or vessels will be sideboarded to their historic participation in the Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod fisheries. Option 4.2, CV POT and CP POT LLPs and or vessels will be sideboarded limited to their historic crab bycatch in the Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod fisheries. Sub-option 4.2.1, set Gulf of Alaska crab PSC limits by reducing historic crab bycatch 10%, 25%, 35%, or 45%. And I'm going to turn it over to Paul for a bit.
Element 5, processor and community provisions. 5.1, no closed class of processors. All processors with an eligible FFP, FPP, or FFP are eligible to process BSAI Pacific cod CQ under this program. 5.2, processors that have a history of processing in the BSI greater than or equal to 60-foot Pacific cod pot catcher vessel sector will be eligible to receive harvesting QS based on each processor's processing history during the time period selected in 2.A. 5.3, to be harvested, the processor's harvest shares would be assigned to a catcher vessel co-op. Number 1, when assigning processor harvest shares to a catcher vessel for harvest, priority must be given to non-affiliated vessels. Number 2, pro rata split between affiliated and non-affiliated catcher vessels. Number 3, if a processor holding QS does not associate with a cooperative, it does not receive CQ. That processor's CQ will be divided among cooperatives in the same proportion as the processor's CQ assigned to individual cooperatives by the associated processor that year relative to total processor derived CQ that was issued that year. Number 4, if a processor is associated with more than one cooperative during a year, the CQ associated with their FPP or FFP would be divided between the cooperatives in the same proportion as the CQ derived from LLP licenses. Number 5, processing history, qualifying years, including any drop a year option selected in element 2.2 to receive QS are the same as harvester qualifying years in element 2. Number 6, processors that are no longer active, no longer hold an FPP would not be issued QS. Processing history associated with those processors would be deducted from the total amount of eligible processing history during the qualifying years when calculating the distribution of QS to processors. 5.4, percentage of CV harvest shares allocated to processors. Options: number 1, 5%, number 2, 10%, number 3, 15%, number 4, 25%. Asterisk, only percentage of CV harvest shares, CP LLP while operating in CP mode derived harvest shares are not considered in any allocation to processors. Element 6, transferability. 6.1, harvest shares issued to LLPs. Initially issued QS are attached to POT CV or CP LLP licenses and are non-severable from the LLP licenses. Transfer of an LLP license eligible for this program results in the transfer of any program eligibility and QS associated with the LLP license. Suboption 6.1.1 for the LLP licenses. Within 90 days of initial issuance of QS, the owner of the LLP licenses that are associated with CVs or CPs that had engaged in fish transfer agreements during the qualifying years and whose QS allocation at initial issuance does not exceed the ownership cap in element 7 may transfer the QS between other LLP licenses associated with CP or CV vessels subject to the ownership cap in element 7. After these transfers are approved by NIMS, the BSAI Pacific Cod QS will no longer be severable from the LLP license to which it was reassigned unless modification is supported by an operation of law. Suboption 6.1.2 CV operation derived QS cannot transfer to CP, but CP operation derived can transfer to CV LLP. 6.2, harvest shares issued to processors. QS based on processing history are issued as separate permits, and the permit is only transferable to another processor. Permits issued to shoreside processors can only be transferred to other shoreside processors that hold an FPP. The QS is non-severable from the permit, except in the case that transfer of the permit to another eligible processor would result in exceeding the use cap under option 7. In that case, the portion of the QS over the cap is allowed to be severed from the permit and transferred to another eligible processor, permit or shoreside processor that holds an FPP. 6.3, and that's okay. 6.3, bottom of the page there. Annual Pacific Cod CQ and PSC limits, whether derived from harvesting or processing histories, are transferable between CV cooperatives. Number I, if more than one CP cooperative is approved, CP annual Pacific Cod CQ and PSC limits, whether derived from harvesting or processing histories, are transferable between CP cooperatives. 6.4, post-delivery transfers of CQ are permitted, but must be completed by August 1st. Element 7, ownership and use caps. May choose separate options for ownership and use. 7.1, ownership caps. 7.2, harvester issued QS. Processor issued QS does not count towards use cap. No person may hold more than the sub-option chosen below of the Pacific Cod QS issued. 7.1.1, catcher vessels only. A, 2%, B, 4%, C, 6%, D, 10%, or E, grandfather provisions. Persons over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered, which can be chosen in combination with any option. 7.1.2, catcher processors only. A, 25%, B, 50%, C, 75%, D, no cap on ownership for use or use for CPs. E, grandfather provisions. Persons over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered, can be chosen in combination with any option. 7.1.3 applies to both 7.1.1 and, 7.1.1 and 7.1.2. A, using the individual and collective rule, or B, using 10% ownership threshold or management and control for assigning QS to a holder's entity cap. 7.2, harvest caps. No vessel may harvest more than the option chosen below of the annual Pacific Cod CQ in the fishery. Options 3%, 4%, 5%, or 7%. Sub-option 7.2.1, vessels over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered. The grandfather provision is applied to the vessel designated on an LLP license that yields more than 5% of the annual Pacific Cod CQ at the time of initial allocation. This grandfather provision is not transferable if the LLP license is transferred to a new owner. (7.3) Processor issued QS ownership caps. No person may hold more than the option selected below of the Pacific Cod QS. In asterisk, this cap refers to any QS initially issued to processors on a processor permit under element 5.4. Options A, 15, B, 25%, C, persons over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered, can be chosen with options A or B. Sub-option 7.3.1, using the individual and collective rule. Sub-option 7.3.2, using 10% ownership cap threshold or management and control for assigning QS to a holder's entity's cap. 7.4, processor use caps. No company may process more than the option chosen below of the Pacific Cod pot CV CQ. Option A, 15%, B, 30%, C, persons over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered, can be selected with options A or B. D, no use caps under certain conditions can be selected with A or B, for example, low cod quota or lack of processing capacity. Element 8, cooperative provisions. Annual cooperative applications must be filed on or before November 1st of the preceding year. Cooperatives shall be formed by holders of qualified LLP licenses with pot CV or pot CP Pacific Cod QS. Each LLP license may be assigned to one cooperative. A list of CVs or CPs eligible to harvest a portion of that cooperative CQ must be identified in the annual cooperative application. Membership agreements will specify that processor-affiliated members cannot participate in any price-setting negotiations, except as permitted by antitrust laws. Element 9, shared duration. All QS and allowances under this program are revocable privileges that 1, may be revoked, limited, or modified at any time. 2, shall not confer any right of compensation to the holder if they are revoked, limited, or modified. And 3, shall not create or be construed to create any right, title, or interest in or to any fish before the fish is harvested by the holder. The duration of all QS and associated PSC apportionments is 10 years. These permits will be renewed before their expiration unless revoked, limited, or modified. Element 10, monitoring. 10.1, CV only. CPs will remain in full observer coverage category. Monitoring and enforcement provisions will be implemented to track quota, harvest, PSC, and use caps. All CV vessels harvesting CQ will, number one, remain in the trip selection pool for partial coverage. Observer coverage rate depends on the full and selection rates in the annual deployment plan. Option two, move to full observer coverage category. This element is not intended to modify the current at-sea observer data transmission requirements for CV or CP vessels for the first 3 years after implementation. The monitoring requirements section of the analysis should provide a description of both observer and electronic monitoring options for the catcher vessel sector. This should include, but is not limited to, a breakdown of the sector's participation in observer versus the fixed gear EM program, observer availability and cost, challenges to utilizing EM in the fishery, and the potential trade-offs between the two monitoring options. Shoreside processors will be required to operate under a NMFS approved catch monitoring and control plan. Council authorizes NMFS to report weekly vessel level PSC information as authorized under Magnuson-Stevens Act, MSA Section 402(b)(2)(a). Element 11, reporting and program review. Each cooperative shall annually produce a report for the council describing its membership, cooperative management, and performance in the preceding year, including the use of CQ derived from processor issued QS. Per the MSA, a formal detailed review of the program shall be undertaken 5 years after implementation, with additional reviews at a minimum each 7 years thereafter. And finally, element 12, cost recovery. A fee not to exceed 3% of the X vessel value will be charged on all program landings to cover the actual cost directly related to the management, data collection, and enforcement of the program. And that main motion as amended passed 21-0. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins, Ms. Mann, for the extensive AP reports in motion. Pete put a lot of work into this. So I'll see if there are any questions from council members. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have lots of questions, but I think I'm limited to 2, so I will narrow that down. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins and Ms. Mann. My first question is regarding PSC limits and recognizing the interannual variability of PSC limits, particularly for crab in the fishery. Did the AP have a discussion about what the starting level was for the reductions you suggested we would take either immediately or over time? But how do we determine what that starting level is?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, thanks for the question. There was a lot of discussion around PSC and crab and even a discussion about implementing ABM in conjunction with the program. We did not spend a lot of time, as I recall, discussing the baseline we were starting at for a variety of reasons, really, because it was unknown, if the council is going to move forward this, and if you do, how long that might take to develop and what kind of a situation we'd be in that at that time. So that's certainly something we could flag if the council takes us up to bring to our next discussion. But my recollection is we didn't identify that baseline.
Thank you for that. And then I think I'm going to ask about 5.3 little vi, the processors that are no longer active, and what happens with the history and the QS there. I'm not following the description. So if you had any discussion or can better clarify what happens to the history that's deducted from the total. I'm just not following the mechanics of how you saw that working.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, that's a really good question. I think if I understand correctly, it would there would be a couple of different options, and that would be that it would be apportioned out to the remaining processors, potentially at some kind of a ratio that matches the allocations that they got, sort of a pro rata, or it could be redistributed potentially back to harvesters. But I don't think we had I'm looking through my notes here, I don't think we had a discussion specifically about that. The maker of the motion that spent a lot of time and effort putting this together will be providing some public comment, and there may be an opportunity to drill down there. But from an AP perspective, I don't think we have the answer to that question specifically. And I apologize for that.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is pretty general. It looks, let's see, the AP's recommended motion, the elements of this program look to be closely modeled on the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands trawl catcher vessel lap. And so if so, do I have that correctly? And I guess, did the AP, were you able to have much discussion about the sufficiency of the data in the current discussion paper to move into this detailed level and fill things in? Did you have much discussion about that, or was the discussion just really focused on getting this motion through the process? I'm not asking my question very well. Let me, that second part, I'll just stick to the first part. Sorry, I'm not thinking very clearly. Is this motion modeled largely off the Bering Sea Trawl Catcher Vessel Rational Lap Program?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I think I understood more than just the first part of your question, and that is, yes, it is patterned off the other program. There was quite a bit of collaboration between the trawl sector and the pot sector in helping to craft and walk through the elements prior to bringing this up to the table for discussion. We didn't have a big, long discussion around the information that was available for each component to move forward. I think, I believe that there were a couple different components that really we were thinking about. And one was not just to get the motion through the process, but to actually do some of the, I don't know if it's heavy lifting, but do a lot of some of the work that might otherwise be left for the analysts to question or the council to question. So to try to identify as many components as possible. And also, as you see, as we walk through it, there are so many different components, and that is being responsive to stakeholders who came forward with different views. If you're going to move forward, I would like to see equal shares. If you're going to move forward, I would like to see X. And so we tried to capture that to be responsive to all the different interests. So I'll look to Paul if he has anything to add. We did have Daryl come up and Sam to the table several times during the discussion for narrowing in on what information we were looking for, what might be available and might not. But I can't tell you specifically for each one that there is existing information that we can easily pull from.
I don't really have anything to add there. I think that a lot of the items on the motion were intended to sort of be responsive to some of the public comment and testimony that we received, and that the trawl cod catcher vessel cooperative program was used as a little bit of a template for it.
Thank you. That's really helpful, and thanks for doing a better job of responding to my question than I did asking it. My follow-up question, Madam Chair, just probably stating the obvious, the the difference between the trawl catcher vessel cod program and this one, of course, is, at least as the AP has proposed it, is that the catcher processor sector would be included in this rationalization program as I'm reading it. And so I'm also, it looks like the AP, as it went through this motion, also considered the applicability of different provisions for the catcher vessel and catcher processor sector, and tried to point that out for us as well. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. My question is on section 2.3, and that is a new tool there, having a reserve pool of available sector allocation for use by active vessels without an LLP. And so what was the discussion around the mechanism to do that with those active vessels? I assume those were the active vessels that we saw in our analysis that had some landings without an LLP. Is this reserve pool supposed to be something for those vessels who continue not to have an LLP? Or is it that you would be requiring those vessels to have an LLP, but this allows them an entry point into the program?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, my understanding is the latter discussion. We had a lot of around the table conversations around new entrants and the fact that many don't believe this is a new entry fishery, but others indicated that they sort of had used it as a new entry fishery. And so trying to capture ways to be responsive to folks like that. And Paul can correct me if I'm incorrect.
Other characters, I characterize it well.
My second question, thank you, Madam Chair, was on the monitoring section and the option to allow catcher vessels to remain in the partial coverage category. And I guess I was thinking, I'm not sure how that would be possible given PSC allocations, but is that option linked to a potential scenario where you don't actually provide co-op level PSC limits that then of course go down to the individual vessel level, but that you'd have the option to keep it at the sector level? Is that the scenario in which staying in partial coverage works, or did you not have that level of conversation?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think there was some really good conversation about the current level of monitoring in the fishery, and some concerns that have been flagged by agency in the past about some of that data, and I think this here was sort of the intent was to try and allow for an option similar to like a status quo option, to sort of give a contrasting option for analysis for the sort of the overall record. And perhaps Heather has something to add.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I agree with what Paul has relayed, but I think I would add to it that well, no, I'll leave it there. I think it captures the discussion, and you had it correct. I think there's impacts to the existing program and costs that could sort of be balanced off each other by having two options. And I'll just reiterate, in the same way that with the trawl program, when we moved forward, you know, there are a lot of options in here that people don't like, but it was sort of a way to balance these and take a look at how they associate with each other, but also how they impact associated programs like the Observer program as a whole.
And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to return to the answer that you were giving to Ms. Kimball's first question about the reserve pool and whether that was viewed as a new entrance mechanism. I draw a distinction between entry level as a fishery type and new entrants, because I mean every fishery has new entrants at times. People who simply buy into the fishery. Right? And I was not hearing clarity in the in your summary of the AP discussion about the distinction between those two. I get that most people may not view this as an entry level fishery, but it's certainly a fishery that the AP has to consider the possibility of new entrants, right? So I guess the first question I'm asking is, was the AP in their discussion on this distinguishing between a fishery that could be considered entry level and the need in every fishery to think about how to accommodate new entrants?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I mean, I think you've characterized the discussion for both of those issues, and I don't think the AP would disagree with you. So if we provided a confusing answer before, I apologize.
Okay, thanks. And so why then just have it applicable to those who lack an LLP?
Through the chair, excellent question. And I don't have a good answer for that. Paul?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I'll go out on a limb here. I think that this was, to my understanding, this clause here was partially in responsive to some of those folks who have been prosecuting the fishery but do not own an LLP. And so sort of an additional option to continue participation.
So then not really a new entrance. Unless you want to define new entrants just in the terms of showing up the next day with an LLP, showing up the next time with an LLP.
Through the chair, yeah. I think you're pointing out, that this is a really complicated motion with a lot of different moving parts, and maybe in an attempt to try to have something in here for everyone, we didn't do enough conversation around each component. I think you're pointing out some really good points, and certainly appreciate the feedback, and hopefully you'll hear more in public comment from the folks who are advocating for that component. I apologize for not having a better answer.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This should be a simple one, I think. I'm looking at element 6, transferability, and it's a term that I'm not familiar with. I want to see how it fit. And it says there at under sub option 6.1.1, the last sentence refers to that after these transfers are approved by NIMS, the BSAI Pacific Cod quota share will no longer be severable from the LLP license to which it was reassigned unless modification is supported by an operation of law. What does that mean?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, back to sort of Heather's point there, there's quite a bit in the motion, and I think that I don't recall a specific discussion on that. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions on the AP report? Thank you both. I appreciate the utilization of the buddy system there, Ms. Mann.
Thank you.
So let's take a quick 10-minute break. We'll come back at 4:15 and begin public testimony on D4. Council members, please come back to order. So we are ready to begin our public testimony on D4. We have 18 people signed up to testify. As a reminder, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes, organizations and associations 6 minutes. And we will likely go late today to try to get through a big portion of our public testimony. It's hard to say right now, but maybe 5:45, 6 o'clock. So we will be beginning our testimony with Hannah Heimbach, followed by Scott Campo.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi there. Hannah Heimbach again for the under 60 cod harvesters. We don't have an overarching position on this agenda item, but do have a request for some additional analysis. So section 3.5 on sideboards outlines a variety of scenarios where a LAP could displace participation to other fisheries and how the council might consider those. And then section 6 specifically discusses interactions with other cod sectors, including under 60s. Much of that is focused on important market considerations, particularly the challenges of markets that serve both rationalized and unrationalized sectors. Those are very relevant, maybe even increasingly so it'd be good to see those just continue to be highlighted in future iterations. But mostly there's one additional scenario I didn't see in the analysis, which could fall under either or both sections. It's pointed out in the sideboard section that LLPs are transferable between vessels, and that section, I believe, discusses scenarios in which an LLP is transferred to a vessel in the same size category. But LLPs can also be transferred to smaller vessels, including those that participate in a different cod sector, like the under 60 pot or hook and line. So our question for a future analysis would be, what is the likelihood and potential impact of quota holders choosing to lease or sell their over 60 quota if they have that option, and then transferring that LLP to a smaller vessel to participate in a different sector? I think we could see over 60 LLPs that receive no or few shares more motivated to shift that LLP to participate in federal and state fisheries on smaller vessels. We could potentially see vessels that gain more substantial capital from quota choose to consolidate and then use that capital growth and transferable LLP to invest in a smaller operation. I'm not sure exactly what dynamic staff would find, but I've gotten this question now from a few fishermen and think that the ability to transfer LLPs down to smaller vessels would just be an important scenario to include in the analysis. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up is Scott Campbell, followed by Frank Kelty. Is Scott online? Okay, I will circle back to Scott in a couple minutes here. So we'll go to Frank Kelty.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Frank Kelty. I'm representing the city of Unalaska today. I believe you have a letter from our mayor in your packets on this, on D4. And Unalaska does support the AP motion. I don't know how much more you could put into that motion. The only thing missing, I think, is maybe a piece of old salted cod that I might have somewhere in my basement from the 80s. But anyway, I think that motion is very thorough and very large. The City of Unalaska supports the council moving forward with the development of the Bering Sea catcher vessel or pot vessel 60-foot and over LAMP program. We've been on the record supporting this since the meeting in Homer in 2019, in October of 2019. We've seen the benefits Unalaska has from many of the rationalization programs that have been put together throughout the years. I don't need to name them all, but the last one, they just started a year ago, the LAP program for the catcher vessel trawl sector it seems to be working very well. And we think the rationalization programs in our community are very important. The Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery is the second most valuable groundfish fisheries that is processed in Unalaska after the pollock fishery. The harvesters and processors involved in the Pacific cod 60-foot over sector are a particularly important part of our economic revenue stream for Unalaska and have been since the fishery was first developed in the 1980s. Just a little bit of my background. I was involved at local plant in Unalaska when we started talk these guys into taking a chance of doing some of the pot cod fisheries. And, you know, it's a great product when it comes in from pots. And it was good. It was good. They worked many years developing it and finding the right tunnels to have to keep the cod in there. And so it's been very important. And the other thing I want to point out is when you have a fleet that's working with our community, you have the revenue from the fish taxes for the community, but also like the Alaska Fishery Business Tax is the state share tax to the state of Alaska. You have the sales tax revenue from every 4 or 5 days. They come and buy fuel in the community, groceries in the community. So it's a win-win situation when you have a fleet that's committed to the community. 5 years have already gone by since this request was first proposed. We believe that a LAP program will stop the race for fish within this the pot cod 60-foot over sector. We'll have with the lower allocations we're seeing on cod the past few years, we've seen the A season, Pacific cod season go 10 to 12, 14 days the last few years. Without a LAP program, we'll continue to have safety issues within the fishery in January and February when they're fishing in severe weather. Without a LAP program, it'll be difficult to reduce bycatch, and especially with the ongoing bycatch issues with king and tanner crab. I think with a fishery, it'll a rationalized fishery, it'll give the vessels a chance to move around and not be involved in a race for fish, so they can move their gear to cleaner areas to fish. The fleet continues to fish with shorter seasons. They have reduced revenues, employment, impacts to the processors and support sector businesses in our community are all impacted with these very short seasons and impacts to the fleet. Overall, the viability of the fishery for harvesters and processors and communities will continue to be impacted by the above mentioned problems. The city of Unalaska believes that moving this program forward is important to the majority of harvesters in this sector. The program will end the race for fish, allow the fleet to have the ability for prolonged seasons, shift to cleaner fishing areas, and will continue to reduce red king crab and tanner crab species as bycatch. The LAP program will allow the fleet the flexibility to be able to participate in their snow crab and tanner crab fisheries when they come back, and then move back into the Pacific cod fishery with a rationalized system. Now, if they want to go do a paleo first, by the time they get done with a couple of weeks or 3 weeks of a paleo, if it comes back, the Pacific cod attack without a rationalized fishery will most likely would be gone. So we believe that this program will stabilize employment, will allow for more product development and revenue for harvesters, processors, and the community in the regions. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kelty. See if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for your time. So we have another Scott Campo.
Madam Chair and council members, this is a tough spot to follow Frank Kelty, but I'm not a seasoned public speaker, but I'll do my best here. My name is Scott Campbell Sr. I'm co-owner of the Lady Alaska and formerly of the Seabrook. Both vessels have participated in the Bering Sea BSAI over 60 hot cod catcher vessel sector fishery. The Seabrook has participated in the fishery for over 20 years. this fishery has been an important part of our fish plan over the years and very beneficial to our vessel's profitability. However, over time, we have seen the tax for the fishery decrease, a surge in vessel participation, shorter seasons, more crew injuries, and an increase in crab bycatch. I believe because of this, it is prudent that the council move forward with implementing a cooperative-based LAP program for the Bering BSAI over 60 pot cod catcher vessel fishery. We've seen the benefits in other fisheries when this type of program has been applied. It has given stability, safety, improved quality, higher ex-vessel pricing through structured negotiations with processors, and improved the overall economics of the fisheries. It also could promote lower crab bycatch by ending the race for fish, as well as creating economic stability, which would allow additional capital for vessels to invest in gear modifications or new design pots that are more bycatch friendly. Seabrook built newly designed vertical panel high tunnel test pots that proved to be very effective at eliminating crab bycatch. Other long-time participant pot vessels also worked with ABSC testing modified gear design and development that showed good results with reducing crab bycatch as well. A LAP program would help provide the stability needed to make these long-term investments into new gear design feasible and slow the pace to race for fish, make the fishery more flexible, which would allow for a more diverse fish plan for the active participating vessels. Value adding the product at the processor could be a possibility with a more flexible harvest strategy that would allow us to fish the fish when they are schooled up and their byproducts are more mature. I do believe the LAP program should include all active participants, but also recognize the long-term historical participants' financial dependence on the fishery, who help develop the fishery markets and for providing an economic revenue stream for all those involved in the harvesting, processing, and marketing the product to get it to the consumer. I do not believe that the over 60 pot cod fishery is an entry-level fishery. As a participant to harvest pot cod in the Bering Sea, you would need to make a significant investment in a platform capable of fishing in stormy winter weather and a significant investment in pot gear, own a LLP, or have access to an LLP license. We have been a member of the Bering Sea Pot Cooperative since its formation and support the written comments submitted by that group. I also support the AP's unanimous decision to move forward and consideration of a LAP program for our sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. See if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I wondered if you could characterize what your seasons have been like and season length in the Bering Sea in the past 5 years, maybe.
Well, if you go back 5 years, that was about the time that we've seen some new entrants starting into the fishery. And then each year it seemed like it just got a couple more, 3, 4 more boats, continued to build through the last 5 years. And, we started seeing seasons as short as, 12 days, which that's a difficult season to fish in that short time period because you only have 2.5 to 3 days to fish, and then you have to go deliver your fish, which, eats up a day or, 36 hours of travel time to get in, even more than that if you have to run into Dutch Harbor or any of the, processors that are further away. So on a 12-day season, you know, you're actually probably only looking at a maximum of 3 trips of a low value product. So it's almost impossible to make a profit with a vessel or your crew, you know, in that short a period of time. So it's been impacted, I think, substantially in the last 5 years, to answer your question.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Do we have Scott Campbell Jr. online yet? No. Okay. We'll circle back to him at the end. Next up is Mike Shelford, followed by Mary Boggs.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Mike Shelford. I support the AP's motion that they pass unanimously. We are longtime participants in the Bering Sea pot cod fisheries. We own 1 pot cod CP LLP, as well as 2 greater than 60 pot cod CV LLPs. As a company, we have been active participants almost every year since 1995 in one or both of these fisheries. It is well documented the benefits that come along with the rationalization or LAP program. I have seen these benefits firsthand through the crab rationalization program as well as the freezer longline cooperative. To us, the greatest benefit is safety. To remove the race for fish is paramount to the safety of our crews and vessels. Getting rid of the stress of a looming closure allows our vessels and crews to be more conservative when deciding to shut down for weather. It allows us to be better stewards of other fisheries. Having no time constraints allows us to move off of bycatch. It also gives us the ability to slow down fishing when we are on really good fishing to put up better quality products and more valuable products. As a company, another huge benefit is the stability and flexibility that a LAP program would provide. These are extremely difficult financial times for cod fishermen and crabbers. Flexibility is one of the greatest tools you can give companies during financially difficult times. For example, one of our vessels currently fishes pot cod January 1st and then goes out and moves on to its crab fisheries. It would be more beneficial economically to fish crab first and then pot cod. During a time when we are struggling to survive, it could mean the difference between losing money or making money for both the vessel and crew. I ask that you don't look too closely at 2024 when deciding whether or not to move forward with this action. Just because quotas are not being caught does not mean that there is not a need for a LAP program. I would actually argue that this shows there is even greater need for a LAP program. I believe if a LAP program had been in place for 2024, you would have seen more of this quota caught, as companies could have come up with a plan in advance that could have made financial sense to prosecute these fisheries. Finally, the 4 companies that have shown a dependency on the pot cod CP fishery have been coming to the council since 2018 asking for help and stability in our fishery. This is a very small fishery based on allocation, but it has been an integral part for the 4 companies that have relied on it. This was never a sector with the ability to support 7 LLPs. The initial allocation was based on a handful of vessels catching most of the history. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Shelford, can you give me an idea of, or an example at least, of what a 2024 plan might have looked like if the sector were rationalized?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for your question. I think the example that I kind of gave you with, especially with our crab vessel, if we would have had a LAP program in place, we would have gone out and prosecuted our barredi fisheries first, and then we would have gone out and focused on cod. I think one of the greatest reasons why you're seeing uncaught quota right now in the cod fisheries is purely because of economics and the price that we're receiving for cod. And not to mention, cod fishing will typically get better later in January and into February, but yet we're forced to go out and fish it on January 1st. So I think you would have seen more companies go do crab first, then go focus on cod. We started with cod. We went fishing for about a week, and it just didn't make financial sense. We were going backwards. So we decided to stop cod fishing, go out and do our crab. Now, we could have gone back out and do cod, but I'll tell you what, when you've told your crew that you're going to go cod fishing and then crab fishing, and it's middle of February, and all of a sudden you go back and say, hey, we're going to go back out cod fishing again, it's a difficult ask. But when you talk to your crew ahead of time and they know what they're going to do and what the plan is, it's a lot easier to stomach.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shelford. So next up is Mary Boggs, followed by Craig Lowenberg. Okay, we'll circle back to Mary. Craig Lowenberg, followed by Chad Lowenberg.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm the Executive Director of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative. The BSPCC is a trade organization that represents stakeholders in the BSAI greater than or equal to 60-foot Pacific cod pot catcher vessel sector. I'd like to point you to the written comment letter we provided under the E-agenda. For the sake of brevity, I won't repeat those comments word for word here. You've heard our rationale and support for a LAP program in our sector many times over several years now. We appreciate and agree with the action taken and rationale provided in the AP at this meeting. We feel it adequately encompasses all the concerns brought forward by stakeholders to date. The BSPCC shares the council's concerns with multiple issues that are simultaneously negatively impacting the sustained viability and rational prosecution of the fishery for all of its participants. These factors include decreasing Pacific cod tax, an increase in the number of participating LLP licenses in the CV sector, the potential for additional new participants in both the CV and CP sectors, a race amongst existing participants, often in unsafe conditions, resulting in the inability to control bycatch of crab, and increasingly shortened seasons in recent years. While it's difficult to prioritize the most important issues we are facing in the fishery, we encourage the council to move forward with development of a LAP program as quickly as possible to address both safety and bycatch concerns, as well as provide some stability and flexibility for the fishery participants. I say this with the recognition of the staffing challenges the council is currently facing and the myriad of issues that are in the batter's box. We believe now is the appropriate time to move forward with the review of alternatives and options necessary to implement a cooperative-based LAP program. We appreciate the council's consideration of such a program for our sector and look forward to participating in the development process. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Lowenberg. Can you remind me your membership? I think you're all catcher vessels. I don't think you have any of the CPs in your membership. Can you tell me, like, is it half of the vessels that we're talking about here? Is it nearly everybody? I'm just trying to get a better sense for how much of the fleet you're representing with your comments and recommendations, and are those licenses or vessels active or inactive at this point? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven, through the chair. So Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative represents about half of the permits. And that half of the 51 permits that are out there, of those, the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative represents the majority of the historical catch in the sector. And then to your question about CPs and CVs, the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative is specifically a catcher vessel cooperative, but there are members that have both CV and CP LLPs in the group. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg, for your testimony. We talk a lot of a program of this type will help us with our bycatch reductions, but can you help me understand a little bit better, at least from your viewpoint, how it's going to help with that bycatch reduction overall?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Williams, through the chair. Well, timing is very key, as we heard from previous testifiers. They're extremely short seasons. You don't have the ability to move off of areas of high abundance. With the ability to stretch the season out, you can move off of those areas of crab that you encounter. Also, I believe would allow us to better economics to develop additional gear that is better at sorting bycatch before it's harvested.
Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg, for your testimony. It's been interesting to watch your beard grow for as long as you've been coming and asking for this. I think you've gained at least 10 or 12 inches since you first came and asked for this. So my question, though, Mr. Lowenberg, is we saw that from the analysis that this fishery is, for most participants, a fishery that's a supplemental fishery to fill in between other ones. So can you see any scenario where entry-level participation is something that is necessary for consideration for this council based on the number of people participating and the amount of fish? I couldn't see it, but you know it much better than I do.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau, through the chair. I also don't, as we've heard from previous testifiers, I also don't believe it's an entry-level fishery. I think the distinction Mr. Twite made earlier about new entrants and entry level is a good distinction. New entrants is not as big an issue, I would say. There's existing LOPs out there in the universe that can be purchased and utilized. But as far as entry level, it requires a multi-million-dollar platform to prosecute the fishery, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of gear, and permits that are a couple $100,000 as well. So I don't consider that an entry level fishery. But as far as new entrants, there's LLPs that are inactive that are available for purchase, and if people have the means to acquire those, they can enter the fishery.
Thank you. And then Mr. Tway and then Ms. Baker.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Lowenberg. Just follow up a little bit on your answer to Mr. Mesereau's question then. So do you see, what kind of value do you see in an idea of a reserve pool that the co-op would somehow establish and then administer relative to this question of entrance as opposed to entry?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. Yeah, I also don't quite have my head fully wrapped around how a reserve pool would function. The council asked us to collaborate amongst all stakeholders and bring their concerns and concepts forward to this process for review and analysis. And so that's what we try to do. My understanding of the concept behind the reserve pool, at least from my perspective, was to accommodate people in the sector who may not own an LLP license, but have been potentially leasing a permit and are afraid that if rationalization were to take place, they may quote unquote lose that history. It may go to the LLP owner as opposed to the person who was leasing the LLP. That's my best understanding of that component. Hopefully that answers your question.
Maybe just a little more detail on how that might actually help them.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So you're thinking that the assistance would be almost entirely in the form of essentially purchasing them an LLP or assisting them in financing an LLP? I guess I'm still a little murky on that.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Twite, through the chair. I'm also murky on it. I really think that it was intended for use by people who don't have an LLP. And I don't know how that would function because you're required to have an LLP to participate in the fishery. So again, it's a concept that was brought forward by a couple of concerned stakeholders. To me, I don't know how it would function. I would expect that if it would to move forward for analysis, that we would maybe hear that back from the analysis, that it is not a functional, or would not be a functional component that would actually operate. Others may have a different opinion on it, but that's my understanding.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lowenberg, for your testimony. In addition to the sort of different segments of the fishery participants that we talk about with respect to rationalization, I think we've been talking about, long-term, fairly stable participants some of whom support rationalization, and then this whatever new entry discussion that we've been having that we're struggling to define. What I feel like I've heard in previous discussions of a potential rationalization program for this sector is potentially long-term participants, but because, as Mr. Mesereau mentioned, this fishery is not typically the primary fishery for any participant. There can be very variable participation from year to year. And what I remember hearing is the importance of this fishery being available in those years when the operations need it. And that therefore I feel like those people were concerned about kind of locking down the fishery in a rationalization program and reducing flexibility in that regard. I know we usually think of rationalization programs as providing flexibility, but if your history is really variable from year to year, but it's important that you can access the fishery, do you feel like the AP motion and the elements in there in terms of eligibility and for quota share capture that level of participation and that concern about participation in this fishery?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker, through the chair. I do. If I understand your question correctly, I do think it captures it. I think in a cooperative-based structure that opens up opportunities that you might otherwise not have, that people can utilize to continue to participate in the fishery and maybe even at a higher level than they had if they were in a race for fish.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Chad Lowenberg, followed by Pete Wilson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Chad Lowenberg. I've been an owner-operator of a vessel and participated in the over 60 peacock pot catcher vessel fishery for more than a decade now. During that time, I've seen a steady drop in the pot cod tax and an increase in participation with shortened seasons. I'm a member of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op and support their position on the LAP program. Of primary concern to me as a skipper is safety at sea. Slowing the pace of this Olympic-style fishery is desperately needed for not only safety, but to also allow for measures that can reduce crab bycatch. I'm proud to say my vessel has been proactive and innovative gear research and design to develop gear that reduces crab bycatch. We've seen promising results. However, slowing the pace of the fishery may be the most important step in achieving significant reductions. I heard in staff presentation comments about whether a LAP program is still needed given the participation in the 2024 A season. I don't believe relying on this small snapshot of time is appropriate or indicative of future participation. There were several factors that created this situation, including the loss of a major processor, extremely low price, and a lack of an available market. Staff presentation also revealed that this fishery may be an entry-level fishery. I urge you all to take a trip across the bridge and look at the boat harbor and take a look at the over 60 fleet. You have multi-million-dollar platforms which use expensive gear and expensive LLP licenses with which we use to offset costs with other fisheries that are in rapid decline. It's obvious pot cod is not an entry level or able to be prosecuted as a standalone fishery. Lastly, I'd like to point out that although some vessels in the sector are homeported outside the state of Alaska, their impact and benefits provided to Alaskan communities should not be overlooked. For example, although my boat is homeported outside the state, it rarely leaves Alaskan waters. It's actually moored here in Kodiak year-round. In the pot cod fishery alone, we spend anywhere between $400,000 to $500,000 on bait and fuel each year within the state, not to mention groceries, supplies, repairs, landing taxes, and crew positions provided to Alaska residents. I encourage the council to move forward with the development of the cooperative-based LAP program at this meeting. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Pete Wilson, followed by Oyston Lone and Francis Leach. Can you unmute yourself, Pete?
All right, how about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Council, or Madam Chairman and members of the council. My name is Peter Wilson Jr., and I own and run the new venture. Not all of it, but my apologies for not being there in person. I'm calling you from Harvester Island, Larson Bay, and Kodiak Island here. I'm on charter right now tendering, so hopefully I'm coming in clear. I have been commercial fishing since 1980. I bought into the pot cod fishery about 4 years ago, so you can consider me a fairly new entrant. I bought into the fishery. For one, I love to fish, and second, it's a way for me to diversify and invest in my future and keep the boat busy. As we look at how this fishery, I think, should move forward, I support keeping things status quo. I am concerned if we move towards rationalization, the same thing will happen to this fishery that happened when we rationalized crab. There's going to be high lease rates. There's going to be less boats fishing, which means there's going to be a lot less people, crew members. A lot of crew, when crab got rationalized, lost their jobs, had to find something else. And basically the people that sit behind the desk get rich and the crewmen get paid less. We'll see permits with a lot of history and quota leasing with their high lease rates, which means less money for the crew, or some of these boats will go with 6 to 8 crew members, couple of captains, and then that doesn't leave a lot of money left for those guys to make with, even if they have a high amount of cod to go catch. For permit holders that do not have historical participation, they could be put in a situation where they might not be able to afford to fish. Rising price of fuel, insurance, gear, everything else, it might, they likely don't have enough quota to make it worth going out at all. I was able to buy in the fishery with a small down payment. Rationalization might make it next to impossible for new entrants or people trying to even lease to buy into the fishery, as the cost will be too high. Especially if you go by catch history. They won't, the permits will go as high, with what catch there is. Lastly, if you choose to move forward with rationalization, I think it should be divided equally. Everyone bought a permit, so they had to spend money. I think they should get divided equally. Some guys were able to fish recently. Some guys haven't been able to fish for a while. For the reasons I mentioned above, basing shares on historical catch data will put us at a major disadvantage. I've had couple of decent years, and I've had a lot of just average ones. Basing my quota share on my historical data, depending on the years you pick, could end the fishery for me, and I won't be able to go out at least for this. I think we owe it to the future of the fishery, the future of our younger generations, to keep this fishery accessible. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. I just had a quick question on when I missed when you started participating in this fishery.
Beg your pardon?
When did you start participating in the over 60-foot pot cod fishery?
I would say I started in 2008. And then I've been with the same company for 15 years, and then and then they had a couple of boats, and then I was able to get fortunate, run this boat, and then I was able to buy the permit.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your testimony. Just to get a sense of the fishery participants in the over 60 pot cod fishery, can you tell me what other fisheries you participate in?
Yeah, for right now, I do Kodiak Tanners. I do pot cod around Kodiak. We were fortunate enough to get some IF2 black cod, and that's really about it. Once in a while, we'll go out and maybe try the Pribilof golden brown crab or golden king crab.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for listening to me, and y'all have a good day.
You too. So next up is Oyston Lone and Francis Leach, followed by Alexis Quachqua.
There it is. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Oyston Lone, president of Independent Pot Cod Harvesters.
And my name is Francis Leach, and I was recently brought on to help represent the Independent Pot Cod Harvesters. We represent a dynamic group of 20 vessel permits, 15 of which are actively participating in the Bering Sea pot cod over 60 feet fleet. Our group is for equal shares for all 52 permits or leaving the fishery status quo. We recognize that this fishery will probably be rationalized at some point down the road, and we don't deny there are benefits to rationalization, such as safety, bycatch mitigation, and the possibility of a higher quality product. However, with the good that comes from rationalization also comes the possibility of disenfranchisement when it comes to the division of shares. For that reason, our group supports equal shares for all 52 permits. Now I'm going to turn it over to Oyston and he'll explain why.
First, we want to protect access for young entrants into the fishery. We continue to hear from fishermen with historical longevity that this is not an entry-level fishery. Yet there are several fishermen who got their start participating in this fishery. Within the last few years, there are 4 to 5 vessels who bought permits. And yesterday, the AP heard testimony from a participant who just bought to participate in the fishery. As it stands now, it's still affordable enough to get into the fishery, and it has no lease rates at the moment, which makes it a profitable venture immediately. It cannot be stressed enough that fishermen, most of them young, are still buying into this fishery. A constant theme of the climate scenario workshop that happened this week was concern of graying of the fleet and a need to have opportunities for younger fishermen to enter fisheries. This fishery fulfills that need, but if rationalization happens and shares are based on longevity instead of distributed equally, our young fishermen are going to take the biggest hit, making it next to impossible to participate in this fishery. It's not just the new entrants into the fishery who lack longevity. For many, cod has been a fill-in fishery over the years when we don't fish crab or tender for salmon later in the fall. It's been a safety net that we have always needed to utilize every year. Therefore, many of us lack the longevity of history. Whether they are new entrants to the fish or they've been fished consecutive years, if shares are not distributed equally, fishermen who lack longevity risk their permits being eliminated or becoming worthless. We owe it to all fishermen to keep the value of their permits and keep them participating. I'm not sure how this would look if we go down this road and new entrants lose their fishing rights. Then they just have tendering to make a living. As you've heard, the division of shares is deeply debated between users. The groups involved in this discussion have not been able to come to a compromise on consensus of how to split the shares. We ask the voices of all participants in this fishery be heard when considering a purpose and need statements. Thank you for hearing our concerns, and we're open to questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Do you support then the AP motion that does consider an alternative for equal shares? Do you support the AP motion?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we support equal shares, but we are very concerned that it's going to take a different direction once it starts getting discussed.
Thank you. And then from our staff paper, we could see that on average in any 1 year, we were seeing 22 to 40 vessels actually actively participating. Is your testimony that you support equal shares across all LLPs, regardless of whether they've been active, or just through active LLPs?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I support we give shares to all 52 permits. And that being said, with the rationalization of crab, there was a lot of vessels that had permits. They consolidated, got sold. One of my vessels sank here a couple of years ago. I have not been able to use that permit. And so there's some stranded permits in limbo that can be put into use if we go equal shares, and hopefully those shares will go out to some new participants and keep this fishery going and active.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Lone and Ms. Leach, for your testimony. If we win equal shares, it sounds like one argument for doing that is to really reduce the cost of a permit, and therefore help with the cost of entry. If that's the case, then is there any value to this reserve pool provision that's in the AP motion? And if so, could you explain? Sorry, could you explain what that value is?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Twite, can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
I'm not sure I know how to. You're familiar with the AP motion, right?
Yeah, we haven't really had an opportunity to review that at this point, but we can bounce back on that.
Then it's, yeah, a question that wouldn't be very useful. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Alexis Kwachka, followed by Mary Boggs.
Madam Chair, members of the council, Alexis Kwachka. 30 years ago, I wish you guys had been here. This town was alive We caught 100,000 pounds of halibut in 18 hours. We were one of the first boats back to town. We got 90 cents a pound. We had 6,000 pounds of black cod on it. There was hundreds of thousands of dollars pulsing through this community. We had more bars than churches. I am an anti-rationalization. This is the wrong way to go. This is not good for the state of Alaska. I'm a hell no. I got serious issues with vertical integration. You guys are putting programs on programs and you're not even realizing what the consequences of the program that you put in. I no longer fish halibut anymore. It's out of my life. I refuse to be a sharecropper. You know, people talk about efficiencies. They're going to come from leases. They're going to come from less people doing more, and the money's going to go hit Wells Fargo and go right to the lower 48. These things are a loser, man. You keep putting them in silos. It stops flexibility. Fishing is about having flexibility and moving from fishery to fishery. I've been telling you guys this for 24 years consistently. I was a hell no on the crab program. That's working out really well, you know, and you got guys now coming in saying, hey, there's an open access fishery. Let's remove those sideboards so I can come participate in it. You control the fisheries, manage the damn fisheries. If it's going too quick, put inefficiencies into it, lower the pot limit. There's all kinds of things to do. People talk about creating product form that's going to be more valuable. Show me where we're doing that, man. The product form goes in a box and goes to Thailand, Vietnam, wherever the hell it's going to go. You know, Putin took over when we got into a little trade fight with China. That's not worked out well for our flat fisheries. I can go on and on, man. The crab program, it's a loser. People are losing their ass. They're looking for help. This is an access point for them. How many guys fish this fishery this year? 3, 4. We got some market issues. I just got back from the Midwest. Product of Russia. You know, we got the lowest codfish on the planet Earth right now. Let's talk about it. One testifier said that, hey, it's really good for my community. I can tell you that these programs suck for my community. And it's just time for you to really start thinking about what you're doing. You don't have the staff to figure out what's going on. We got problems here. Let's fix what we got going on before we keep compounding it. You know, crabs, go try to catch 100,000 pounds of halibut in 18 hours now. You'll be out of luck, man. There are no halibut out there right now for whatever reason. Black cod, used to fish them for $4 to $6 a pound, fishing them for 50 cents, $1, $2, whatever. You know, you need to slow down. Manage the damn fisheries. That's what your job is. It's okay for people to economically fail. You want to get new entrants into the fishery? Let some of these guys fail and somebody will get in there. There's a whole bunch of people out there that are prepared to fail now because the fisheries have been rationalized and it didn't work out too well. Sorry if I'm a little testy. Really good to see all you guys.
Yes.
I'd love a question.
See if there are any questions. Well, thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to Mary Boggs online.
Hello, my name is Mary Boggs. Hello, Madam Chairwoman and council members. We thank you for your assistance. We are longtime participants in the Bering Sea pot cod fisheries. We own the pot catcher processor, Pavlov, and I am testifying on behalf of Pavlov Fisheries, LLC. We have been an active participant in the Bering Sea Pot CP Cooperative and support the written comments submitted by the group. We recently attended the memorial for Mr. Kenny Down and offer condolences for his passing and will sincerely miss his work on the council and his contribution to the fishing industry overall. Kenny was a strong proponent of sustainable fisheries and was assisting the pot catcher processors to get this item approved. We appreciate the AP motion on item D4, and we ask the council to adopt the same motion and move forward with a review of alternatives and options to implement a cooperative-based LAP program for both the BSAI pot catcher processors as well as the BSAI pot catcher vessels over 60 feet. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thanks again for joining us.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Vachto Novak, followed by Josh Cosby.
Good afternoon. I think the last speaker put me in the tough spot to have solid speech. My name is Vojta Novak. I am an Alaska resident. I am one of the first J1s, the college program that we came here to work for the canneries and clean fish on the slum lines. I am currently, and I've always been last 15 years, Alaskan resident, and I'm independent fisherman. I fish with my teenage daughter in Bristol Bay, and I own 2 crab fishing vessels. One of them is fishing vessel Incentive and fishing vessel Seabrook. You heard this name today. I'm really proud of it and all my family that we was able, and we get huge support from Campbell's family and everybody else that I can get in this fishery and make my dream happen. The currently of resource of income, it's tendering. Right now we all hustle, get the boats out of the harbor and make some money. And another really important income is pot fishing. And I'm currently doesn't own the permit for the pot card, but I am willing to invest and get into it. I just, because it's big investment, and right now it's 51 permit available. From yesterday presentation, you know, about 20, 30 permit is in use, and about another 20 permit just sitting there. And people who are not involved in this fishery, they are speculating on it that you might make decision tomorrow and they might have big value and they might have no value. I just, what I support, of course, I support safety. I support limiting of bycatch. I support economic stability for the catcher and processors. We are in the same pool. It's really important that the catchers and processors work together on the same page. I am supporting the local community because it's also my home and my kids going to school here. But also I support the opportunity. I came to United States and Alaska, and this community gave me opportunity to grow. And I wanted the people younger and same level, they have opportunity and they have a dream. I have, maybe it's stupid, but when I watched that this catch first year, 20 years ago, I have a dream I will be in the Bering Sea. And I was able to purchase the boat in the Bering Sea, and I was able to do, but I need the opportunity to catch some product. And right now, because all the shares is divided for the crab, it's only opportunity what I have, it's caught. I am not saying this is wrong or right. I just want to make sure that who is willing to invest, who is willing to hustle, who is willing to risk, have opportunity to grow and secure the family. This is what I'm asking for. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, I will answer.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Novak. See if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to understand how much of what you do recently, I guess, is pot cod versus tendering or any other fisheries that you're in, like in Bristol Bay.
Just during the summer, we fish with my daughters in Bristol Bay and my crab vessel tendering. In the fall fishing, we was able to lease some crab quota and we did the crabbing, but the main income was cod fishing in the fall. We caught fish, we released the cod permit and we caught fish. As everybody know, in January, this January is not really example for anything because it was failure of Peter Pan Seafood, and because they tell us as last minute, we was not able to change the direction or find a different market. Also, the reason why it was processed fish over 60 from January 1st to January 20 because it's a big gap between the trawlers processing, right? The trawlers in Bering Sea, they starting on January 20 for pollock and cod. Also the area 620 or 630 by the Kodiak. It's mean it was kind of gap between January 1st to January 20 that we can go fish and they can buy all our fish. Also, when the cod moving and they spawn in about April, May, you can, this is poor quality and the meat it gets in jelly and you cannot really, you know, nobody wants to buy that fish. This is the reason cod should be purchased January, February, March, because when you're coming to the April and May, processors don't want to buy them. I also worked last 22 years in management on the processing side.
Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, so thank you for your testimony. I was trying to write a few things down, so I didn't catch it. You mentioned the FV incentive and FV Seabrook. Could you once again clarify your relationship with that? Are you crew member, owner? I just didn't catch that.
I'm the owner of Fishing Vessel Incentive, 100% owner, and on Fishing Vessel Seabrook, 75% owner. And I manage the boat, and I'm owner, and it's parked here in the Kodiak.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, and have a great afternoon.
Josh Cosby, followed by John Hanson.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Hello, council. My name is Josh Cosby, and I own the fishing vessel Icelander. And I just want to say that I'm part of the independent pot cod harvesting group. And I'm part of that group because I am, I guess, an example of an entry-level fisherman. I bought the Icelander 12 years ago, and I had nothing. I don't have permits. I don't have anything. I went out and I got myself a tendering contract, and I survived on that for the first few years. And then I kind of continually fished. I did state water around Kodiak. I did state water out west. I did the federal parallel season. And that was all I could ever participate in. It was very low quotas and just, it was hard to compete. And, you know, the guys around the Bering Sea, and I would dream of being out there 50 miles offshore catching all the big cod. And I'm sitting there 3 miles offshore trying to do what I can. When the Scandies Rose sank, I had an opportunity to purchase that LOP. And I was fortunate enough to do that because there's nobody's selling permits right now because there is a threat of rationalization. So everybody's fishing harder. Everybody's trying to put in time, show that they're participating. And so it's nobody's selling. I felt very fortunate to even get into that position. And so for the last 4 years, since 2020, when I bought the permit, I've been able to, you know, go out and compete and make a living off of it. And that's all I own. I have tendering and I have cod fishing. This last year, I did lease a tanner permit here in Kodiak, and that weren't because we didn't have anything in A season, but I've just tried to piecemeal myself together. And so to me, equal shares is extremely important. I am in favor of the rationalization, and the reason I am is because it would actually give me, and especially have equal shares, it gives me an equal playing field and I can compete with everybody else still out there. I'm not hindered because I haven't done it long enough, or the boat that before me didn't do very much. I can't control what happened in the past. I think this fishery is about now. It's about moving forward, the fishermen who are currently doing it and the fishermen that are up and coming. And if we squeeze everybody out because of different quota shares and this and that, and if I come out, all of a sudden I get a very small amount, it's not even worth, I can't even afford to go out. If I have 100,000 pounds is all I got issued, well, I can't make any money on that. So what do? I either have to try and, I already spent a bunch of money to buy the permit, or do I go out and have to buy more quota to try and fill it? And will people be willing to sell it? And so otherwise I just have to sell my permit and it's of no value. But if it's something that's an equal share, we all have X amount of pounds and we have 3 months to catch it or whatever the program may be, I can bank on that and know that at some point I can fish this in my schedule, and maybe I can still do Kodiak tanner crab. But right now it's in the middle of a season, so I have to pick and choose. And for somebody like me who only has 1 or 2 things to do all year, that's a big deal, because like I really want to do tanners, and then I could go out and do cod afterwards. But right now I'd have to pick and choose and lose out. So um, yeah, and it's fair to the crew. I think if, boats start dropping out because of different quota shares and I can't fish, my crew doesn't have any income anymore. And I feel very responsible for a lot of individuals and families, and that they rely on me to produce for them. And so anyways, I don't know if I'm out of time, I guess, but that went fast. I am open to questions, but so that's all I got.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cosby. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I the same question that I had for a previous testifier. Your support of a program only if it's equal shares, and is that equal shares across all 50+ permits, that some of which aren't being used, or only those that have been active in the recent past?
Well, I think I support the equal shares amongst every permit, but I don't know what the time frame is of some of these permits, because I've talked to Dock Street brokers, for example, when I was trying to buy a permit years ago, and they would say, yeah, there's a permit or 2 available, but they're probably going to go away because they've been so inactive and such. So it's hard for me to answer on that, but I think just as a fair platform, just to give it to everybody, and then everybody has a fair chance to, yeah, and then they're all worth the same value. We're all out there doing the same thing. If we have to go to a pot limit of 100 pots and everybody's on the same playing field, and if somebody doesn't want to do it, then that's great. But yeah, I think it needs to be 52, because if you only drop with the current participation or whatever, I don't think that's fair, because maybe somebody was broken down, or they were too busy doing other fisheries for a little while. I think it needs to be a portfolio for everybody to have access if they have a permit and be able to utilize that fairly.
Thank you. Ms. Vanderhoven, then Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cosby. The permit that you purchased, does that have history in the qualifying years that we're looking at? Because you would inherit that history.
Correct. I'm sure it does, but I haven't actually ever looked it up, but I've talked to people that said it's not very good, because they were basically doing all crab at the time, and it was mostly crab that they were doing. So I don't know how much value it has from the previous years.
Thank you. And Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cosby. It's interesting to hear from some younger people that have rolled the dice and have survived during this time. My question is, have you penciled out whether you would be better off, regardless of the value of a permit might have, if you went to equal shares? Surely you must have penciled out to see what an equal share of what's been caught is. Would you be better off just in terms of your harvest based on equal shares, or based on it being open access the way it's been?
Well, good question. I think that if you leave it as the way it is, status quo, you're subject to a banner season, you're subject to a flop. And I think in the overall, in the average, it would be better as whatever amount that we had as an equal share, and it ensures that I can harvest that. Whereas right now, if I have a breakdown, or the weather's too bad, or whatever it may be, I miss out. And I actually have been a victim of breaking down by our second trip or something, and what happened, and then we lost the whole entire season. And so I can't bank. As much as I like to think we're gonna have a great year, I've seen both sides of it. So this just gives me stability, and something my family and I can continue to make my boat payments and put something on the table. So that's why I think it's a better program.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thanks.
Next up is John Hanson, followed by Mike Woodley. Can you?
Good afternoon,
Good
council
afternoon.
members. My name is, you hear me okay?
I think so. Let's give this a try. There might be a little bit of an echo.
Better now. Yeah, my name is John Hanson, and I started as a deckhand in the Bering Sea crab fisheries and cod in the early 80s, and with 38 years of experience. In the 2020, my family and I purchased our boat, and in 2021, our chief engineer, who had had a lot of history in fishing cod, got his first opportunity to run that boat for the fishery, the pot cod fish, over 60 pot cod fishery. On the spring of 21, we fished without an LLP, and then in the fall, we managed to purchase our own CP permit. And this made us basically new entrants in the fishery, with purchasing the boat, gear, and the permit with a significant amount of money outlaid. And so we are members of the IPCH, Independent Cod Harvesters, and we're in favor of the equal shares going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for calling in.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Our next testifier is Mike Woodley, followed by Nikolai Silverstone.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, I'm Mike Woodley. I have 35 years experience fishing. Every year for 35 years, I fished Pacific cod, either in the Gulf or in the Bering Sea. I'm proud of my quality record, and I'm also very proud of my low bycatch. I don't fish in areas where there's crab. So I just wanted to address that. Also, I don't understand why this needs to be rationalized. This year, the processors, it's a race. Let's get the crab in, because they want to keep that plant going. I mean, they don't want any downtime. They had 2 processors going. They call you in early. The price this year was down. I've seen that price go from 14 cents in the 35 years. I've gotten as high as 65 cents. Last year, we got 45 cents. Last fall, we got 32 cents. This winter, we got 25 cents. We were fortunate this year. We had a market and we were able to have some volume, but also a previous testimony that the cod, once they spawn, the quality goes way down and the processors don't want them. Trident quit buying 22nd of April. The other market, if there would have been 3 or 4 more boats fishing this quota this A season, it would have been gone. I can remember the last 10 years, the A season never went past about the 20th of January. It was all caught. And I've always pushed, well, let's get our crab first and maybe we can do an industry agreement and fish afterwards. But nobody would do that. I just don't see where this is going to go. We've been trying for 20 some years to get a good marketing price and have some stability in that price. It hasn't worked. I don't know why it would now. So we're talking about rationalizing cod. We're going to start stacking permits or quota on boats. Your cruise share is going to go down. Your expenses are going to go out. And 90% of, well, maybe not 90%, but a good portion of that revenue is going in the mailbox, just like crab. Rationalization to me took the capitalism right out of crab, because none of those guys that received those checks put back any money into the state, into the fishery or anything for 20 years. In my personal opinion, I almost think it's time to reallocate. Safety, that's up to the captain when he leaves the port. There's many days this winter that we did not fish because of weather.
I seen 58 footers fish when I wouldn't. So, and pressure from the processors that in the wintertime, there's always pressure from the processors. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. We want to shut down the plant so we can, you know, they want to close the plant. So let's get these North Shares done. And there's pressure. So I don't buy the safety issue of it. I don't, and to pick your times to fish, I don't get it. It's still going to be a race for fish. The processors are going to want it. If you're lucky enough to have the market, they don't want people idling around. They want to keep their crews going. Anyway, thank you for listening to me, and I'll stop there. Do I have a little time?
Thank you for your testimony.
Am I out of time?
I believe you are.
Okay, thank
If you
you.
have a concluding statement, please.
Pardon me?
If you have a concluding statement, please.
Well,
feel
I'm
free.
just going to say, you talk about new entries into the boat. I was fortunate, but my first job running the boat I currently own that I paid for fishing cod, the owner told me, he says, if you don't make any money, we're just going to tie it up. I guarantee you'll have a king crab job, but I can't guarantee it'll be in the wheelhouse. That was incentive for me. And later on, I got the opportunity to buy the boat, and then eventually I bought out the partners. Also, I wanted to just say I have bought IFQ in the crab fishery. And unfortunately, I had to make most of those payments back to the bank fishing cod. Right now, this year, about 100% of my income is from fishing cod outside of tendering, and we'll see if we have a king crab season. But the lease rates on that are crazy. So like I said, all the revenue goes out, and it's the same thing that's going to happen with 25-cent cod. Okay, let's talk about equal shares. 13 million pound quota this year, 51 permits.
I'm sorry, Mr. Woodley, that's a little beyond a
All right,
concluding
sorry,
statement, but
thank
yes,
you.
I appreciate your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. So, Nikolai Sivertstol.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Madam Chair, members of the council, good afternoon. Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Nikolai Sivertstol. I represent Lone Larsen LLC. We own a permit in the over 60 feet pot cod sector. We are members of the independent pot cod harvesters. As we have listened to the council's deliberations over the last few days, nimbleness and flexibility is essential in facing the resource challenges we see across several sectors. A quote-unquote rationalization of the sector will reduce such flexibility and reduce the sector's nimbleness. We appreciate and treasure the much-needed flexibility that the existing organization of the sector provides. However, in the spirit of compromise, we are willing to support a recalibration based on an equal shares approach. An equal shares approach provides several advantages. I will list a few. Flexibility. An equal share approach most closely reflects how this fishery has worked so far. Historically, it has provided a useful tool in the toolbox for harvesters where your extent of participation each year would vary, depending on how you would pair it with your other activities and depending on price conditions, etc. In skinny years, in other sectors, it provides a much-needed leg to stand on. An equal share approach best keeps this tool sharp and available for the greatest number of harvesters. Fairness. The equal share approach best reflects how this sector has operated historically. Each ticket to entry is kept, preserving the traditional functioning of this fishery. The grandfathers can participate much like they have historically. It provides them with improved exit opportunities, but not with an exit with large windfalls. It shores up fairness for new and future entrants, the kids, in that it maximizes the opportunity for participation and openness going forward. It slows the process towards monopolization and concentration. Simplicity and cost. An equal share approach reduces the startup cost for all parties involved, from permit holders to regulators. It reduces the future operating cost for all parties involved, from permit holders to regulators. In light of the changing conditions on the grounds and in the marketplace, we recommend moving forward with much caution and much thoughtfulness. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, and there is a bit of nuance between some testifiers, it seems, on equal shares, and I wanted to make sure I understood yours. I think we've heard some that's, please don't rationalize, but if you do, you must use equal shares. And then others that have testified to say, we do support rationalization using equal shares. Can you verify for me which camp you're in there?
It's a question that we battle with every day almost. We are out saying that we will support equal shares. Because the reason why we are battling with this is that there are a number of reasons out there that still shows that open system as it is now is very a good system. Mike Woodley talked to that very well just right before me. So it's a question we struggle with, but we have said that we are out supporting an equal share approach going forward. Now, with that, we would have preferred an equal share approach with a voluntary co-op arrangement, because that would make it more likely that we can build more flexibility into the system. It will mean that it's much less costly to all involved. But we realize there are so many parties involved that it's hard to do. But we still haven't given up on that. That would be our, so to speak, our preferred path forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
So our next testifier is Lance Farr, followed by Julie Kavanaugh, and I will do one last call for Scott Campbell Jr.
Okay, Madam Chair, this is Lance. Do you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Madam Chair and council members, my name is Lance Farr, and we have been fishing pot cod since 1988 when the fishery was just getting developed. The over 60 pot cod CV fishery needs to take the next step and follow the trawl cod sector into implementing a LAP program. I have heard that the first season of the cod trawl LAP program went well. The pot cod LAP program will promote safety and conservation in the fisheries, will allow optimum yield of the fishery, will minimize bycatch and mortality of bycatch, and will improve the economics of the fishery. All these are Magnuson-Stevens national standard goals. The council has the foresight to establish the control date to stabilize the BSAI fixed gear cod fishery and protect those who have made significant long-term investments and are dependent on the fishery. The pot cod LAP program would rationalize the last open access major federal groundfish fishery in the BSAI. The pot cod fishery is not an entry-level fishery. It is cost prohibitive to get started. A LAP program would make it easier to get into the fishery. Permits have history, and you know what you are buying when you buy a permit. You're buying the history. If the history makes sense to you and it's economically feasible before you do it, that's why you buy a permit. The council passed Amendment 64 in 2000, and that problem statement called for prompt action to stabilize the BSAI fixed gear cod fishery until comprehensive rationalization was complete. We have been waiting a long time to stabilize the fishery. The Magnuson-Stevens Act objectives I mentioned above will be achieved with the pot cod LAP program. I'm a member of Bering Sea Podcast Co-op, and I support support the cod lap program that came out of the AP motion. And the last thing I'd like to share with you is out of the paper, the cod paper that the council did, 3.2.1. It says harvest and participation data. The Magnuson-Stevens Act states that the initial allocation of a limited access privilege is to harvest fish must be fair and equitable and consider current and historical harvest. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Farr, for your testimony. Given your long experience in the pot cod fishery, we've heard varying degrees of discussion about processor capacity and processor needs and processor approach to this fishery. I guess the way I'd ask it is, do you believe that there is the process, given today's situation, do you believe there's processor capacity to make a program like this work? I've heard folks make it sound to me like there might be or there might not be. What's your opinion on that at the current time?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams. Yeah, I think that's what a program's for. You can marry up your harvesting capacity with your processing capacity. And you know, I know we just lost probably one of the biggest cod processors, but you know, somebody always is going to step up and take that fish. You know, I don't know how that fish is going to get reallocated. I don't think anybody knows, but somebody's going to take that fish because it's going to be worth some money to somebody. And you know, I've been fishing long enough, and like Mr. Woodley said earlier, we've seen the price go up and we've seen the price go down, and we're down right now. But you know, it's not going to stay down forever, and it's going to be that fish is going to be worth something, and hopefully that fish will get reallocated someplace, and we'll be able to deliver it and make a profit.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Farr.
Thank you.
So next up is Julie Kavanaugh, followed by Ron Kavanaugh.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and council members. I have no idea why I still get nervous, but I do. And I appreciate the time to add some input on the record. My name is Julie Kavanaugh. I live in Kodiak, Alaska. We have catcher vessels that participate in the Gulf, Central, Western Gulf, Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands for Pacific cod and the pot fisheries under 60 fleet. It is important for the council to consider the basic cultural and social framework of the fisheries it manages. This includes policies promoting the sustained participation of small owner-operated fishing vessels and fishing communities that depend on the fisheries. Specifically, this council requested 13 bullet points for analysis, which included the following two. One, how this new program would impact the less than 60 CV fleet and ability for new entrants, and two, establishing sideboards to protect limited access Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands fisheries. As this action moves forward, the under 60 federal and state water, PCOD, and other GHL fishers would expect to see an in-depth analysis of how the objectives of a LAP implementation for the over 60 BSAI PCOD fleet, including reducing the number of qualified LLPs, would affect the economic stability, market access, season length, and safety of the under 60 sector. How past rationalization programs have affected small boat fleets, and please provide a description of how 50 CFR 679.4 K9 entitled Exceptions to the BSAI Pacific Cod Endorsement may or may not prevent meaningful protections. The initial review should include analysis on impacts to other sectors, specifically the under 60 pot cod fleets. Under 60 participants are concerned about displaced, well-positioned fishermen, stacked LLPs being freed up, leasing situations that expand available LLPs, and the ability to fish down LLPs in the groundfish fishery. We would appreciate clarity on fishing down an LLP, and if this would allow an over 60 quota share to also be harvested on an under 60 vessel, either through leasing opportunities or procurement of a smaller vessel. There is concern that implementation would increase capitalization in the under 60 sector, increasing the overall length and capacity averages and affecting the entry-level opportunity provided by the under 60 or small boat sector. And I would take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. So Ron Kavanaugh, followed by Scott Campbell Jr. He's not online yet. Okay.
Madam Chair, Council, Ron Kavanaugh again. Own and operate vessels in the Gulf and Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands. We've been participating in the pot cod fishery since 1990 in the under 60 fleet. While the document that came out of the AP was covered quite a few items, it totally brushed over the downriver effects of the displaced participants, and then also the capital that's going to come out of that program. All of the programs you've created have created capital that's moved out of those programs and moved into open access fisheries, so they can monopolize on the next race for fish. And if there's not some protections put in place, which I don't even know what they could be, because like I said, you can't sideboard capital. But what you are going to do is increase participation in the under 60 fleet. You've already heard from one testifier that they would be able to move into the Tanner crab fishery in Kodiak. So this is a real thing. And while I encourage diversity, I don't encourage it at the cost of me having to subsidize something when this thing turns into a failure and we're bailing it out. So there needs to be some protections that are actually real put in place if you move forward with this. And like I said, there's some downstream effects that are going to happen. The under 60 fleet, those LLPs don't need an endorsement on them. So it's not just the LLPs that'll be freed up. It's all the LLPs that are already out there. You could buy an LLP for $5,000, $10,000 to get into the under 60 hot cod fishery, and don't think it won't happen. So anyway, I got a whole lot more, but that's about all. That's the high point, and hopefully you guys can get out of here.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. I guess I was hung up on the, what's not included in the AP motion, but they are outlining, my understanding is, elements and options for a program, a co-op program. And if the council moved that forward, the expectation is they do an impact analysis on sectors or components that could be affected by that program. And so is your testimony making sure that we comprehensively understand any impacts on the less than 60-foot fleet? I wouldn't have expected to see that in the AP motion, but I'd expected to see in the analysis. And I want to make sure I understand your testimony.
I'm just trying to highlight it because there's a lot of people that aren't even aware of the down fishing ability. Like I said, there's some nuances in there that got glossed over. And so, yes, I'm trying to highlight that, it's not just the LLPs that are going to be displaced out of the over 60 fleet. I can use a non-trawl Bering Sea LLP to participate in the Bering Sea under 60 pot cod fishery. My permit is off of a 48 or a 84-foot vessel. It was never endorsed for pea cod until we got it, and it's still not endorsed, but it's been active on our vessel. But there is no endorsement on that LLP.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
So one last call for, okay, Scott is not online. So that concludes our public testimony on D4. We will break for the evening and come back at 8 a.m. and see if the council wishes to take action on D4. Thank you.